Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Yes, welcome. So, yeah. Season of the Nerfs. I tell you. I was trying to make a video to sum up the patch notes. And you know what? I deleted it. I just deleted it. What is there to sum up, really? Like, what is there to sum up? You know what? I do want to talk about one specific point, though, before we get started with anything else. Okay? And I think the developers demonstrated more than anything the ideology that they have brought to the table. And what do I mean by the ideology that they have brought to the table? Let me talk about this real quick for a second so that you guys can really get an understanding. So if you go to the patch notes and you scroll all the way down, I mean all the way down, you will find this entry right here at the very bottom of everything. And I think this sums up the developers in a nutshell, okay? Disparities inherent in affixes can rule some weapons out before the rest of their stats are even rolled. These are receiving harsher reductions than their normal affix counterparts to increase weapon flexibility. I think you can sum up the entire patch notes with this statement. Okay? And I'm gonna make an example for you. And this example is going to be terrible, but I want you to really think about this for a second. Let's say a guy comes over to your house. Maybe you've known him your whole life. All right? Thanks. Thank you for the $10 super chip on. I appreciate it. Maybe you've known this guy for your whole life. All right? He comes to you and he brings you 2 cars. All right? 2 cars. One car is brand new. It's got shiny tires. Interior's in good shape, engine's in good shape, and in general, it's just a very nice car. The second car is rusty. It's got holes in it. The engine's not in good shape. Somebody smoked inside. There's cigarette butts still all over all the seats, and in general, it's just a piece of garbage, right? So he offers you these 2 cars, and you choose the brand new car, because who wouldn't, right? Well, he doesn't like that you chose the brand new car. And he feels like that you're making an incorrect decision. So he takes a hammer, and he takes an axe, and he beats the crap out of the brand new car. Breaks the windshield, pops the tires, pours paint on the inside of the interior of the brand new vehicle. Then brings them back to you the next day, and goes, now choose which car you want. And you're like, what? Like, why wouldn't you just, like, if you wanted to make the other car look more attractive, why wouldn't you just clean out the other car? Why wouldn't you just give it a paint job? Why wouldn't you just put some new tires on it or fix up the other car? Like, why did you have to destroy the working vehicle to make the one that looks like a piece of garbage, that is a piece of garbage, look more attractive as a result? And I think this sums up their entire ideology that they're using for their patch notes, is literally, oh, you guys are choosing that thing because it's good? Well, guess what? We're taking a hammer to it so that you use that other thing that sucks. This ideology is freaking terrible. It is the worst ideology I've ever seen in my life. You know why we don't use those piece of crap weapons? You know why we don't use them? Because the modifiers suck. That's why we don't use them. We're not using them because the other options are better. It's actually not even the case. We're not using them because the other options are better. We're using them because the other options are garbage. I mean, look at some of the modifiers that these things have. The frickin' mace has overpower damage on it. It is specific to a very few subsets of characters. If you are not using overpower damage, you don't want overpower damage. It doesn't matter how low you bring my crowd control damage, I'm still not going to use your overpower damage because I'm not an overpower character. The damage to healthy enemies is a stupid modifier. And when they put that on the axes, they made the axes something that nobody wants to use. Nobody cares about damage to healthy enemies. Okay? I'm going to hit an enemy 10, 20 times. Like a boss 10, 20 times. Why do I want a buff that's only temporarily active at the beginning of the monster's HP? I want a buff that's going to be active all the time. I don't want a buff that's going to be temporarily active. And even then, if I'm going to choose one, I'm not going to choose healthy. I'm probably going to choose injured instead, which I feel like is a better one for the bosses and stuff. Somewhere along the line, they have made some really stupid decisions. And like, they're like, oh, you know, like, why aren't you using this crappy modifier that we have on this weapon that you don't like? Oh, I know what it is. It's because the other modifiers are just too good. That's why you're not using the overpower modifier. It can't be because you don't want to use overpower. It can't be because overpower is a terrible modifier and most people avoid it like the plague unless they're actually building an overpower skill like Blood Nova and the or not Blood Nova. Can you remember the name of the skill all of a sudden? But like if you can guarantee a generated overpower, if you can guarantee an overpower, then yeah, you might want to build overpower damage. Like you might want to actually build that. If you're utilizing, say, a skill like I'm trying to remember. I think Pulverize has a guaranteed overpower, doesn't it? It has your next Pulverize will overpower every 12 seconds while you remain healthy. So with Pulverize, you have a guaranteed overpower every 12 seconds. Every 12 seconds. Bam, every 12 seconds. Overpower, 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 right? So building overpower as a Pulverized Druid makes sense. And so in that case, a Pulverized weapon, a item that has overpower on it, like the maces, actually kind of makes sense in that situation because you are guaranteeing yourself that effect. But like across the weapons, all the way across the weapons, there are modifiers that are useful, and then there's modifiers that aren't. And I don't understand how, like, using the mace as a clear example, I don't understand how nerfing crowd control, for instance, makes overpower any better to anybody that wants to use it. How does that make overpower any better to anybody that wants to use it? Does it entice you as a non-overpower character to suddenly utilize that overpower modifier as a non-overpower character? Because I don't think it does. I don't think there's any reason why you would ever want to do that. Like, I just don't get the philosophy, their ideology of bashing things with a hammer that people like to use, so that we use the things that we don't want to use.
I'll shake on that.
The better way of handling this, which is the way that they did not choose, by the way, the better way of handling this is that they should have changed the passive bonuses on these items to be more interesting. Okay? The axe should not have been healthy damage. I don't know who thought making the axe healthy damage was a good idea, but it was not a good idea. Like, there are specific modifiers that are on these items that they should not have even put on at all. And if they really want us to use these modifiers, make the modifiers that you want us to use more attractive, not the other way around. In the case of the staff, for instance, which has crowd control damage, which has now been nerfed into the dirt, by the way, like, they basically made that less attractive, right? But the hammer, on the other hand, which has overpower damage, all they had to do was increase the amount of overpower damage. If they really wanted people to use overpower, they could have been like, oh, well, now the frickin' two-handed maces are like 200% overpower. Get out there and smash some monsters, you know? And increasing the bonus, or making the bonus more attractive in general, might have actually attracted more people toward those items. I,
That's a deal.
You glad you came in time for a rant? Well, you got it, sir. One thing that I was thinking off the top of my head is that all these balance changes didn't come at this particular moment for no reason. I was talking about this yesterday with several of the kinship members, and we were talking about how how you almost have to like remake your character to get a feel for him again. Like you don't understand how your own character even works. The changes are so drastic and the changes are so massive that like you go out and you try and play your character and you're like, well, crap, I suck, right? And then you have to like redesign your character. You have to basically from scratch like go back through everything and figure out where things have gone wrong, and you've got to like find out where your limits are again. Like maybe like before you could do like world tier 60, world tier 4 like level 60 nightmare sigils, and then like now you can only do like level 50 nightmare sigils. Like you gotta like find your limits again. You gotta figure out how strong you are. Like all of this has to occur like literally within a couple days. You gotta literally spend all this time and actually kind of like figure out how strong you are, right? You might as well just make a new character. I was talking with Kinship about it. I'm like, at this point, because of how drastically everything has changed, you might as well just redesign your character or just remake your character entirely, because you would get a better feel for how your character works by remaking it, right? And then, bing, like a little light going off in my head. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, the season's coming up. It's almost as if this patch was deliberately designed to encourage us to go make a seasoned character. Because guess what? When you make a new season character, they're a new character. And you got to relearn and you got to regrind everything. And you get a better feel for your character, right? So was it coincidence that this was timed precisely right before the latter season? No, it was not a coincidence. They did it right before the latter season on purpose, because they knew that everyone was going to have to make new characters anyway, and they were all going to have to regrind everything out. The only thing that they really kind of missed the boat on is that the Eternal Realm characters are basically screwed. So everybody who has an Eternal Realm character right now, you're not going to get access to any of the Malignant Souls or the Malignant Gems ever. And your character is basically just like foobarred. You're probably gonna have to like redo your builds at this point, and figure out how to work everything again. I know I have. Like I logged into my Necromancer, and my Necromancer was like, oh, okay, yeah, I suck. I don't know what you were thinking. Like you're gonna have to like redo all my skills and make sure I'm set up properly again. And let's talk about one of the biggest nerfs that wasn't in the patch. Did you guys know that there was a huge nerf that was not in the patch? So I posted this on the community page, but I don't know if you guys actually know this. But you can no longer go to World Tier 3, and you can no longer go to World Tier 4 with new characters unless you are a specific level cap. So unless you are a specific level cap, you are stuck. The level caps are set in stone at this particular point. So World Tier 3 now has a level cap of 60. Or sorry, 40, my bad. 40. So you cannot go to World Tier 3 unless you are level 40 or higher. World Tier 4, my brain is broken. I might be even saying the wrong words. World Tier 4 is 60. So you can now no longer go to World Tier 4 unless you are 60 or higher. You cannot go. Like, it will not let you. This has been tested. So ever since the patch, you cannot go past those world tiers. So if you're a level like 30 some odd character and you completed the world tier capstone, you can even complete the capstone, by the way. You can even complete the capstone and it still won't let you through. And I'm not talking about the recommended levels. So if you go to Kyovashad and you look at the Kyovashad portal or statue or whatever, it says recommended levels.
I must wait a moment.
So when you click on it, it says 70 plus, 50 to 70, 1 to 50, 1 to 50, right? So the recommended levels aren't correct. I linked the Icy Veins article in the chat or in my my YouTube channel. It's 40 for World Tier 3 and it's 60 for World Tier 4. That's what's been tested. So they actually went through the process of trying to get characters in, and they actually tested it, and they found the limits. Let me bring up the article real quick. So Diablo 4 World Tier 3 and 4 now requires level 40 and 60. So the actual limits right here, it seems that the limits aren't quite that high as we originally assumed, and his group tested the numbers and found that the level requirements for World Tier 3 was 40, and the level requirements for World Tier 4 is 60. So you are not going to get to World Tier 3 or World Tier 4 before they want you to. My thing is like, there were complaints that the game was too easy, right? And pushing content is one of the only ways to make the game more difficult, not less difficult. So on the whole, when you push content, when you go to a zone that you're not supposed to be in, and you kill monsters that are higher level than what you actually are supposed to be killing, that's actually something that you could do that's fun. And they basically took away pushing content from us. Like, we can't push content anymore. Like, you're basically limited. They're like, oh, you want to go to World Tier 3 early and push content? No, you're not allowed. You want to go to World Tier 4 and push content? No, you're not allowed. You know, we're not going to let you. We're not even going to let you in the door until you're the minimum level that we have deemed, you know, required. And if we take Diablo 2 as an example, like, I feel like this is something that you could really like focus. You could compare. So Diablo 2 also had limits. So let's not pretend that the limits don't exist. But nightmare difficulty. To get to nightmare difficulty, was level 20. Okay, to get to hell difficulty was level 40. All right, and to beat hell difficulty was level 60. So the requirements were far below what you actually needed to do those zones. By the time you were finished with normal difficulty and you had entered nightmare difficulty, you were generally around the levels of 40 to 45 if you did it legitimately. Not G-Rushed, by the way. G-Rushed is a whole other category. We're not talking about that. If you completed nightmare difficulty legitimately, you were between the levels of 55 to 70. It really kind of depended on which character you were. So as you can see, the level of your character was often far in excess of the limit that they placed. In hell difficulty, by the time you beat the ancients, you were probably more like level 80 or higher. And in general, the limit that they put was always a little bit lower than what the actual level is that you left that difficulty on. So for instance, with normal difficulty to nightmare, you would generally be around level 40 to 45, and even if you left a little bit early, you were still like 30 to 35. That's usually when you left normal difficulty to go to nightmare difficulty. But they wouldn't let you go unless you were past level 20, right? But they're basically telling us we can't go to World Tier 3 unless we're level 40, which is just silly because I've seen people in World Tier 3 much lower than level 40. World Tier 4 also, you can go to World Tier 4 and you can reliably kill monsters in World Tier 4 as low as like level 50. And I've done it on many characters by myself, not power leveled, just level 50 characters running around doing strongholds in World Tier 4, killing monsters. Like, they're capping us at really weird levels. I just don't understand why you would even stop the characters, especially considering that they already nerfed power leveling. So power leveling has already been nerfed into the dirt. Like, there is no power leveling anymore. If you guys are unaware of this, power leveling has been nerfed into the dirt. If you try to power level a character at this point, and this doesn't have anything to do with the capstone quest, this doesn't have anything to do with the levels. If you try to power level a character at this point, it does not work. The character gets basically no EXP by comparison to what they got before, and it takes forever. So I can't even see these level caps from a power leveling perspective, because even if you forced a character into World Tier 4 for whatever reason, they wouldn't be able to kill anything, and you wouldn't be able to power level them. There's no reason to get them to World Tier 4 anymore at level 1, because you actually have to level up the character the old-fashioned, legitimate way. Poopies. 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 Cody. Cody, would you like a porkum rind? We're bringing up the dog cam today. Cody, would you like a chickarone? Would you like a chickarone? Pork rinds are pretty healthy for you, by the way, before you guys make fun of me. They're actually keto. Look it up. Cody, would you like a porkum rind? Come here. Come here, you can have it. Do a sit. Thank you, sir. There you goes. You like that crunch? Does it got a good crunch? It does got a good crunch, doesn't it? Yeah, that's a good crunch. By the way, do you got your snacks? Before we even do anything else, you guys got your snacks? Like, come on. Do you got your snacks? Like okay, let's do an inventory check, okay? Beef jerky. All right. You got to be healthy, okay? You can't be unhealthy. You got to be healthy. This is important. All right, let's do a snack inventory. This is the day before. Y'all need some snacks. So if y'all ain't got snacks, y'all better go get some dang snacks. All right. Beef jerky is a very good snack. Okay? I'm going to explain. All right. First off, it's high in protein, which means it keeps you full for longer, and it keeps you from munching on everything. Protein keeps you from having the munchies, so you're not just sitting there like scarfing down chips and drinking 10 million sodas and like all sorts of other stuff. All right. So get yourself some beef jerky. All right, because I guarantee you, it's expensive. Yes, I know it's expensive. Okay, but is it more expensive than like freaking 1,000 million snacks? No, it's not. This will prevent you from literally binge eating junk food. All right, it's very important. I like to get pumpkin seeds. Pumpkin seeds are very healthy for you. Like, I like pumpkin seeds. They got good kind of fats in them. They're not really too bad. Like, they generally don't really have like got lots of little vitamins and minerals. They call them pepitas. Pepitas. These are delicious, by the way. Also drinks. Make sure you got drinks. Like, you don't need energy drinks, but just, you know, even just nice ice water in a big container. You know, like you're gonna eat. Stay hydrated. You got to stay hydrated. Okay, that's why I got these big giant containers. All right. That's why you got these big giant containers. Fill this jank up. Make sure you got some water nearby so you're drinking all the time. You don't want to freaking die from dehydration while you're freaking playing a game. Hard-boiled eggs also. Hard-boiled eggs is good for protein as well, and they have lots of nice nutrients in it, and they will also keep you full for longer. That's a very good one. What else do I got here? I got some Rice Krispies. You know, for when I want to, I guess some Rice Krispies. Gotta have a couple Rice Krispies on hand. And then, you know, I've got some other things to keep me from, like, just, like, eating a bunch of junk food. Like, I got these little keto bars. And then I got these little keto bars. These are pretty good, too. Gotta get your snacks. If you don't got snacks, I don't know what's wrong with you. If you don't got snacks, you're gonna fail, okay? You're gonna fail. Without snacks, you're gonna fail. You got to keep that blood sugar up, okay? You got to stay hydrated. You gotta like just generally, you know, not be a garbage player. Haha. No buckets next to the desk though. Go pee in the toilet. No buckets. Look at Cody. He's like, you got some beefum jerkums? Look, watch. Beefum jerkums. Beefum jerkums. I bet you can smell the beef jerky through the bag. I bet you can literally smell it through the bag. He's like, don't test me. He said, I'm good at it. Would you like one pumpkin seed? You the biggest dog in the world, and I'm gonna give you one little pumpkin seed. Would you like one little pumpkin seed? He takes it too. One little pumpkin seed. He don't even care. He'll take one little seed at a time. I think it's hilarious. He's like, shut up. Let me go over some things with you guys on new characters. So I actually tested this on a new character. So when you start your new character, you're gonna get access to your renown. So if you go into your collection or your map rewards, and you'll see that you have the ability to claim EXP, right? So you got some bonus. You got some bonus EXP, right? Don't claim the EXP as a low-level character. It's terrible. Okay. Don't claim it as a low-level character. If you claim that EXP as a low-level character, you are gonna waste it. Like, I don't really know how to explain it other than the fact that it's garbage. Like, it scales based on your level, and the lower level you are, the less it gives you, to the point where it basically gives you nothing. So it basically gives you like 100 EXP, which is like absolutely terrible on level. So let me see if I can show you real quick, because I still have some of mine. So let's use two of the same ones, right? So we've got this one and we've got this one. They're both the same tier, right? So I'm currently at level 3 and I have 470 EXP, okay? 470. And if you open up your inventory and you claim this, you will get 575. 575. Woo! Look at that beautiful EXP that I just got. I am so excited. I am so excited. Hercules! Hercules! No, don't do it. It's worthless. Okay, don't even hit that claim button. Don't hit it. We tested it on higher level characters and it does scale. It scales way up. So if you go to another character and like for instance, if I go to Tesla Coil, I think Tesla Coil probably has some that she can do. And you'll see that at higher levels, it actually gives you a much larger bonus. Like, I think it's like 150 or like 200k, depending on the character that you're on. So like for instance, this character, let me see, I don't think I have one that's the same exact tier, but here's one right here that's tier 2. So I'm currently at 6215052. 6215052. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to claim it. We're going to claim the tier 3. Why not? And now you can see we're at 6251852. Did I even... Yeah. So I got 50 some odd thousand. I have to subtract it, but here, let me subtract it real quick so we can get a better idea. So 6215052 minus 6251 852. So as you can see, it's 36,800 EXP when you claim it at a higher level. So you can actually get like a halfway decent amount of EXP from it if you claim it later than earlier. But if you claim them all at level 1, you're like basically going to get nothing. It gives you like 100 EXP. You know how easy it is to level up as a low level character? Like you can literally walk out of town and just like herder, like bong your head into the wall and lick paint, and you're still going to get a level like within relatively no time whatsoever. Like it really doesn't, like there's no reason to use those early on at all. Like literally I can just walk out here and pretty much just kill a couple monsters and level up. And of course I had to find the shocking Arctic bear. Lobo's dead too. Good. I'm glad he died. That is, you deserve that, sir. For dragging that bear into me. And almost leveled up with one elite kill. Literally almost done already. I'm almost level 4, and I've only killed like 3 or 4 monsters. Like, big whoop. Oh look, now I'm level 4. And you see, like, why it's so stupid to use that EXP. It's really dumb to use that EXP. Like, as a low level. Don't make fun of my death. He dragged that bear into me, okay? I was walking out of town, completely unaware of anything that was going on, and this homeboy dragged an elite bear on top of my little level 3 head. Alright, that jank was rough. Clown Babe, how do you feel about the game in its current state, and do you think it would help or hurt Diablo 4 if it were to become a more traditional MMORPG? I mean, ARPGs have always been sort of on the border of MMORPGs. I don't necessarily think that MMORPG is a good format anymore. I used to a long time ago. I was a very big MMORPG fan. I used to play a lot of Lord of the Rings Online, Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 14, so forth and so on. And, like, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I've fallen out of love with the MMO crowd, and I don't really think MMOs are good anymore. No offense to you guys that still play World of Warcraft, but MMOs are it's a dying thing. People don't want to play that game anymore. Wolfie has a post literally in Kinship today where he's talking about how he doesn't understand why every game is trying to always take away all your stuff and reset your characters. And that's exactly what MMOs are. Like, all they do is take away your stuff and reset your characters. That's one of the reasons why I stopped playing them, because like I always felt like it never mattered what I did, because I was always getting my character reset and I was always getting my friggin' items taken away. Like you'd spend so long trying to build up a character in an MMO, and then like a patch would come and they'd be like, oh, well, the item power cap is now 850. We know it was 800 before, but it's now 850. And all of that equipment that you had that was 800, we're sorry to tell you, but it's just no good anymore. I know you ground the raid for 3 months to get that godlike majestic plate of the whale, but it's just garbage at this point. And honestly, if you go kill some new monsters in the new zone, you're going to find like a blue item that's better than that godlike plate of the whale that you got from the raid. We're really quite sorry, but go grind some new equipment, you pleb. I'm a pleb. You know what's funny? I played the grindiest of all MMOs. Like, you guys might think that, like, World of Warcraft or, like, Final Fantasy 14 maybe, or Lord of the Rings Online was really grindy. You have never seen a grind until you played Final Fantasy 11. I don't care what game you guys want to compare it to. Final Fantasy 11's grind was so difficult that literally there were items in Final Fantasy 11 that were so hard to obtain that you could grind for like 3 years and still not get it. They had these items in Final Fantasy XI that were called Dynamis weapons. The Dynamis weapons, you found them and they were all like rusty and broken, and you had like this sword and it's like, oh, what's this piece of crap? And you bring it to a guy and he's like, oh man, he goes, I'm pretty sure that's the sword Excalibur. But it's it's on worse times. You know, it's rusty. It's horrible. But we could repair it. We can repair it if you bring me the currency. If you bring me the currency and you bring me the ore and you bring me this, I can probably repair it and I can make it slightly better, right? And you would try and you'd find this currency and like it would take you months just to upgrade it to its first form. Which was terrible, by the way. It wasn't even a good sword. Months, and it wasn't even a good sword. Like, years, and it wasn't even a good sword. Like, you had to upgrade it multiple times. Like, and literally, like, when you upgrade it multiple times, like, only, like, the last 2 upgrades were even any good whatsoever. And nobody even wanted to use the lower forms. And finally, after years of upgrading, like, and collecting and actually working on this, you could finally get yourself the Excalibur in Final Fantasy XI. And the Excalibur in Final Fantasy XI was, like, absolutely insane. I have a picture of it right here. Hold on. I'm going to bring it up for you guys so you can see it. This is the Excalibur in Final Fantasy XI. Look at the modifier on this frickin' sword. Damage proportionate to the current HP and also grants the effect Knights of the Round. It's a tank weapon specifically made for tanks that increases your damage based on your hit points. The more hit points you have, the more damage you do. It was insane, and everybody wanted it, and nobody could get it because it was literally gated behind years of hard work to obtain. You don't have to claim the bonus to get the skill points. The skill points come automatically. Like, I'm fairly certain the skill points come automatically. We can test that real quick though. I mean, I'm more than happy to test it. Let's just test it. Welcome to the season of the malignant. Your mom's a hoe. Testotron 9000. Oh, I can't put numbers. Testotron. So, the question has been posed by dummy_86. If the skill points require you to claim the bonuses to obtain the skill points. Right now, I currently have access to 10 skill points at level 1. Claiming the bonuses. I've gotten 1 more skill point because I leveled up. So the answer to that question is no. No, you do not need to claim the bonuses to get the skill points. The skill points are not going to, it's not going to help you at all. You know, I just realized something really stupid. Am I dumb, or is this actually a thing? Well, it's only 90 gold for the first 2, isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty low. I was thinking you could use these to farm gold, make a new character, claim, farm all the gold. But it's only 90,000 gold a claim, so it's absolutely terrible. The third claim, however, is 25,000 gold, but that actually requires a little bit of effort. I bet you that's why they dropped the gold on the first 2 to 90 gold, so that you couldn't farm them. Testotron, I am sorry, Testotron. But Testotron, you need to die. Testotron, goodbye, Testotron. I am sorry, Mr. Testotron. I mean, Mrs. Testotron. My bad. What do you think of Thorn's build for Barb? I think it's OP as all get out, Salzmere, and I literally have seen videos of like people just standing AFK in PvP and murdering everything. There's tons of ways you can build up Thorns and make it really effective. A lot of people are using Razorblade, but believe it or not, there's actually another really good option besides Razorblade, which is Rage of Heragroth. Where is it? Because Razorblade has what, like, like I think like 14, like 11,000 thorns or whatever, right? So it's got about 9,582. If you take a look at Rage of Heragroth, where's Rage? Where's my Rage? Where's my Rage plate? Do I not got my Rage plate in here? I know I have one. Man. So I gotta go on my Barbarian for it. Anyway, Rage of Heragoth is an interesting armor that offers thorns as well. Oh, there it is. So it has 1,066 thorns on it. It's not bad, but it does have some other effects on it too. If you wanted to make like a thorns slash build instead, which could be interesting. Like I don't know if you wanted to go like full Donkin thorns and put on your godlike razor blade, or if you wanted to go like more mediocre thorns and put on like Rage of Heragoth. Heragoth. There's definitely some options. I'll say that much. Like you can definitely make some pretty cool builds. Pretty cool.
I must wait a moment.
Thorns is basically dead. Why would you say that? They didn't even touch Thorns in the patch for the most part. Is there some sort of unintended Thorns nerf that happened that I'm unaware of? The only things I saw in there that were regarding to Thorns was a couple buffs, actually, to the Necromancer Thorns. They nerfed the number of Thorns. Not quite sure what you mean there. Oh, because you have to survive to work. Yeah, I mean, that was something that we talked about as well, is you have to survive. So, obviously, you need to get your damage reduction up. That's part of being a Thorns Barbarian, though. You're going to have to build damage reduction. There's some very easy ways to build damage reduction on the Barbarian and make that happen. It does reduce your overall other damage type besides Thorns, but you can definitely do it. One such way, which is actually surprisingly easy, is the Frenzy Amulet. So if you grab if you do a basic barb like my Barbarian, you can actually set up a basic Barbarian utilizing the massive damage reduction that comes from Frenzy. So you get a pretty huge amount of stacks. And, let's see here. Oh, I logged out in a spicy place, didn't I? So Frenzy gives 8% damage reduction per stack, and if you're utilizing the Battle Trance Amulet, you can get 2 more stacks. And you basically get a huge damage reduction bonus just for stacking Frenzy. And you utilize that with the basic damage reduction. You can get a you can get basically I think it's called the Aspect of Might. It has a 20% damage reduction when using basic skills. And so by the time you're done, literally just from utilizing your basic skills, you've got 8 times 5, which gives you a 40% damage reduction. And then you get another 20% damage reduction, which doesn't stack cumulatively, but in a different way. So you end up with a 40 and a 20 literally right off the bat, like all the time. And you could also add in the Aspect of Disobedience if you wanted to, and you could make yourself even tankier. But like in general, like this build, the basic build, is actually surprisingly tanky, and then you can add on all your Thorn stuff on top of it. Like you don't necessarily have to be a basic barb, but utilizing Frenzy along with the Aspect of Might can get you literally almost 60% damage reduction. Like literally just between 2 skills, and then you start adding in other things that you can use to make yourself even tankier. And I think by the time you're done, you could probably still make your Thorns Barb extremely tanky and also dish out tons of Thorns damage in the process. I mean, this guy has absolutely no issue with tankiness, even after the patch, because he's just a freaking tank god. And there's really nothing more I can say about it. Like he gets in there, and once he gets in there, he just starts dishing out damage. And the more he hits with his Frenzy, the higher his damage reduction goes, until eventually he has his full damage reduction stacks. And then he also starts building Fortify while he's attacking too, so that's a whole other thing. So basically you get in here and you start building your damage reduction, and then once you get your resources to max, then you start building your Fortify, which is really easy to do with this build too, because you basically have this aspect called the Aspect of the Numbing Wrath. which gives you a 21 Fury, or sorry, 21 Fortify every single time you generate 1 point of Fury. And Frenzy generates 4 points of Fury. So you get 21 times 4 every single time you attack while at maximum Fury. So it essentially allows you to just be a super tanky character, utilizing Fortify, the damage reduction from Frenzy, the damage reduction from the Aspect of Might, and also the damage reduction from the Undaunted Paragon board glyph, which the Undaunted Paragon board glyph is amazing if you're going to try and make your character tanky. It gives you an extra 10% damage reduction when you're fortified, and you also get a little bit of additional damage while fortified. You combine all those together, even with the nerfs, you will be extremely tanky as a barbarian. You won't be able to just stand there. You're not just going to be like, hit me. Come on, guys, hit me. No, you're going to have to be active, and you're going to have to actually attack things with your Frenzy ability. But for the most part, you will be able to absorb the damage, pretty much all of it, and then the thorns can reflect it back. Is there anything left that can even beat 100 Lilith? Yeah, there's quite a few builds that are still demolishing Uber Lilith. Even despite all the nerfs, the Bone Spear Necromancer can apparently still do Uber Lilith in relatively short time. So they did nerf the Bone Spear Necromancer heavily, but they didn't nerf the Bone Spear Necromancer enough to completely counter the ability to like just wipe the floor with Uber Lilith. What it comes down to now is that your Bone Spear Necromancer basically has to be set up perfectly. And if he's set up perfectly, he can still dish out a pretty decent amount of damage. He ain't doing 50 million a shot anymore, but he's still putting out a really decent amount of damage. The Necropanster, I like the Naked Mancer. My Naked Mancer doesn't wear pansters. Blizzard hates Sorceress. I think Blizzard hates Barbarian. I think Barbarian got the most number of nerfs out of just about every class. I mean, let me demonstrate something silly to you guys. Like, so when I was doing my research for the potential builds that you can do for like early leveling, I made a season prep guide. So I have a season. If you haven't seen my season prep guide video, I'd recommend that you take a look at that before the season starts. But basically, in my season prep guide, I have like all the starter builds, which are pretty decent for, you know, like each class. And you notice that like every class has a lot of starter builds that are actually pretty decent, right? You know, you got like Chain Lightning, Firewall, Ice Shards, Arc Lash, etc. Like Bone Spear, Blight, CE, Sever, you know, blah blah blah. Rogue has multiple good, you know, leveling builds. The Druid has multiple good leveling builds. The Barbarian had 2. There's literally only like 2 good leveling builds on the Barbarian. It's Rend and Hoda. Like those are your 2, and they nerfed Hoda. So Hoda got nerfed. It did. And the Barbarian already doesn't really have even that many good leveling builds already. Like it was just kind of silly to me that they even went that far to knock that out of their hands. Like, why did they knock that out of their hands? Like, I don't... Like, even in the patch notes, they're like, we understand that we knocked your juice to the floor. And we're sorry that we knocked your juice to the floor, but your juice had a fly in it. And we didn't want you to drink that juice because you might enjoy eating flies. I'm deliberately being stupid, by the way. And welcome to the channel. I do this all the time. I'm deliberately stupid.
I must wait a moment.
I also sing songs. Oh, by the way, there's something in the patch notes they didn't show. They didn't tell anybody. So I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but they didn't tell anybody this. Look at my druid. Look at him. Do you notice something different? Because I do. Do you guys see it? Like, let me pull up a picture of a werewolf before the patch. Okay, let me pull up a picture of the werewolf before the patch. All right, and I'm gonna pull this up on the screen so you can see the difference between the werewolf before the patch and the werewolf after the patch. All right, let me see if I can find a good image, because I don't want to find a crappy one. But if for those of you who can see it, you already know. Like, you're already well aware that something has changed. Here we go. This will work. Alright, so this is the color hair combinations from before the patch. Alright. And this... where is it? This is what my werewolf looked like before the patch. And this is what my werewolf looks like now. They completely did an overhaul on the coloring of the werewolf color, like the brightness, the color patterns, all of it. The werewolf colors and like the vibrance of colors has been completely changed. Like, they don't look the same at all anymore. If you guys don't know this, by the way, let me just go ahead and let you guys know about this. So the color of your hair chooses your werewolf or werebear fur color. If you guys are unaware of this, you can't change this in game, by the way. You can't just go to a barber shop and change this later. It doesn't work, okay? You have to actually do this when you create your character, okay? That's why I'm telling you now, before the season starts, so that all of you druids out there choose the proper hair color for the kind of, you know, like, color that you want your druid to look like. Okay, I made a video on this and somebody was like, this is such lowbrow, blah blah blah, like, why would you even make this video? Why would I make it? Because once you choose the hair color, you literally can't go back. Okay, so this literally, there are like 30 different hair color combinations, and like I said, they've changed. Okay, so they've gotten more vibrant, and you might actually have to check them out, but that is the link right there. Take a look through it, see which one you actually like, so you know which hair color to choose, so your werewolf and your werebear have an appropriate color in response. I'm actually kind of interested to see what some of these look like now, because they were kind of like muted before, and now they're very vibrant. Like, they're very like bold and stated, and they weren't bold and stated before. Now they're just, now, you know, before they were just kind of like, you could kind of tell, you know, like, but they weren't really like fully in there. But as you can clearly see, they are much more vibrant now. Like, the choice makes a huge difference on how your werewolf or your werebear looks. And I think I can do the werebear too, because I got the green werebear. Hold on, I just need to hit something. Something, come here, let me hit you. Oh, silver ore, I can't pass that up.
I'm not ready yet.
So, werebear. Burr. That's my big burr. He's a big bear. Look at him, he's green. He's a big bear. Look at him, he's mean. He's a big bear. Look at him, he's green. He's a big bear. Look at him, he's mean. Got a big bear and he's gonna eat you up. He's real hungry, gonna eat you all up. Gonna do his Hulk dance. Gonna kill you up. Got a big monster hulking butt. Why does it look like he's going like this? Whoo! Like, every single time my bear uses an attack, it just looks like he's going, whoo! Look at him, look. Whoo! Whoo! What's my dog's name? My dog's name is Cody, although we just call him Kubus the Monster Dog. You can call him Kubus the Monster Dog. Kubus the Monster Dog. Kubus the monster dog is here for snacks. That's all he cares about in life and in death. He does not care about anything else. He only cares about snacks. Snacks are life. Snacks are love. Snacks are Jesus. Snacks are the devil. Snacks, snacks, snacks. Kubus has once been known to eat an entire tin can, and he pooped out said tin can. I don't know, I don't even remember him having access to a tin can, but one day we just saw him pooping out a tin can, and we're like, okay. Apparently he ate a tin can. And wow, alright. Don't even know where he got that from. He used to raid the trash, so I would assume it was from the trash. He also pooped out a pine cone. I don't know why he decides to eat some of the things that he does. I don't know why. I really don't. I mean, it was a smaller pine cone, but it was still a pine cone. I think he's dumb. Well, he's smart enough to be dumb. I guess that. I think that would be more accurate. Because he's intelligent. He's just not intelligent enough to know he's doing something stupid. Yeah, I'm going to be starting Druid. I really, really, really like this new aspect. So if you guys haven't seen this new aspect, it's actually kind of insane. It's called the Subterranean aspect. And it makes it so that Landslide is cast in the circle that the Poison Creeper uses when you activate the Poison Creeper. And it also gives you a damage bonus to Earth skills when you have it activated, so like when they're poisoned. So like you can also combine it with the Landslide's Earth Spillers. Each strike a second time, dealing an additional 12% bonus damage per hit. So when you utilize it, it causes Landslide to go off in a circle, and then it goes off again. And so you can basically just spam Landslide. Now, there's even more to it than this, and this is the reason why I'm building a character around this, is because there's also the Terramotes. So the Terramotes are, when you immobilize or stun an enemy, you gain a Terramote. Each enemy hit by Landslide consumes a Terramote, causing guaranteed critical strike with a 40 times critical strike damage multiplier. Bosses always have a 10% chance to grant a Terramote when hit. Okay? So, Poison Creeper gets reset by crits. So when you go into the Spirit Moon tree and you grab this pack leader thing here, its critical strikes have up to a 20% chance to reset the cooldowns of your companion skills, right? So you basically have like almost infinite use of Poison Creeper because the Terramotes are providing free crits to the Poison Creeper, which then, when the Landslides crit, automatically reset the Poison Creeper, and in big packs you can often use the Poison Creeper 3, 4, 5 times sometimes before it fails to reset, and it's absolutely insane. On top of this, the Ravens and the Wolves are pretty good too, so you can reset those as well at the same time. So you do things like you spam your Ravens, you use your Ravens, use your Wolves first, then you use your Poison Creeper, which then has the possibility of resetting everything. And if there's enough monsters, it's almost like a guaranteed reset. Didn't happen that time, and it doesn't happen every single time. But it happens often enough that, like, it's amazing. And let's try it again here, so... Ow, you're just being rude. Here, have some of this. See, and it's back up again. And, God, that is a lot of poison. Like, holy Jesus.
I need more spirits.
Boom. It does seem to scale with landslide skill points, and it also seems to scale with other aspects that affect landslide, and it also uses the Terraboats, the primal landslide. It also gains the effect of the enhanced landslide, which is damaging enemies 4 times the next immobilize. Hit will immobilize for 3 seconds. So you get like a lot of stuff going on here with the landslide. It does a lot of stuff. It's a lot of fun. I think that aspect is going to be like a really fun option for this build. I actually have this build already like set up in a build planner and everything. I think I posted it on my last video. It's not completely finished, and I still need to refine it, obviously. So I'm gonna make some changes to it. It's not gonna like from what I have here, which is basically just a theory craft. I am going to be expanding on it as I go forward, trying to make it better. I've already made some changes to it, unfortunately, so I might need to redo this completely. Or not redo it completely, but I might need to remake it in another builder. Which, speaking of builders, wouldn't you guys know it, Proner has created a build planner on Diablo 4.life. So I push Diablo 4.life a lot. And I don't know if you guys have ever taken a look at Diablo 4.life, but we got lots of cool tools on here. Obviously, there's the HellTide tracker, which is useless right now because the HellTides are broken. World Boss tracker, the zone events like the Legion events and whatnot. There's also the tools. Proner and I came up with the gambling and the unique target farming tool together. And then on top of this, now he has the build planner, so you can actually build characters. So I'm probably going to redo it in here. And he also has the hearts, by the way. So he's got all the hearts in here. So if you guys want to do builds with the hearts, the malignant hearts, we have all the hearts in here, so you can decide to try and figure out exactly how you want to do your build. I would recommend you check out the planner since it has access to all the new legendary aspects, and also the malignant hearts to so you can do your builds. In fact, you know what? I should probably go ahead and redo this build on here because this character is mostly correct, but I do need to like fix some of the things. I've been making some changes here and there, and one of them is the landslide earth pillars. I added that in because I didn't know if that worked at first, and that was something that I wasn't sure of. There may also be some other changes that I'm going to be making. I don't really have this guy set up fully yet either, so that's another whole thing. You're raw dog in season 1. Oh man, that's terrible. Put on some protection. Unless you know the girl, put a glove on it. So just out of curiosity, David, since you wanted to make a nasty comment, you're not playing on the season. What are you doing here then? I mean, you obviously don't seem to like Diablo 4. Are you just here to, hate on the game? I mean, I don't particularly like the patch that just happened either. Like, I think it's kind of a terrible patch all around. And they dropped too much on us all at the same time. And I literally, for the whole first part of this video, I was very critical of Diablo 4. I think I was probably about as critical as I've ever been about the game. But like, seriously though, like, what's the point of hanging out in a Diablo 4 stream if you just like hate the game? Seeing how bad the game is still. Well, I hate to tell you, I know people love to hate things, but there is a lot of fun to be had in this game. I wouldn't be playing it otherwise. Builds like this character that I just put together are literally most of the fun. I love creating new characters and new builds. It's one of the most cherished things that I hold from Diablo 2. Is literally just theory crafting characters and coming up with crazy builds and like making stuff that nobody's made before. Like my North Star Smiter in Diablo 2, which is pretty amazing. If you guys haven't checked out my North Star Smiter in Diablo 2, it's pretty sick. But I don't know like what to tell you, because like if you don't have fun like making up crazy builds and like theorizing like stuff that probably shouldn't happen, like, you know, like one time I literally made a bow paladin in Diablo 2, and then I got my enchant sorceress and like that uses the demon machine crossbow, and like I've come up with some crazy builds over the years. I mean, if you don't enjoy that kind of stuff, then I could totally see why Diablo 4 wouldn't appeal to you, because it's probably the same thing with Diablo 2, because Diablo 2 also is primarily about theory crafting fun builds and creating interesting combinations that maybe otherwise wouldn't have existed. I mean, I won't disagree with that. I actually hold that opinion myself. Diablo 4 was released too soon. I feel like it wasn't ready. They definitely needed to do more refinement. And I think many people feel like Diablo 4 is kind of still in a beta. Like, kind of like an open access, like early access kind of a thing. Where we're literally just testing the game for them. I mean, I would agree with that.
I'm not ready yet. I need more spirit.
Yes, companion, pack leader resets all the skills.
I must wait a moment.
Let me see if I can demonstrate it. Hold on. It usually takes a decent amount to reset it guaranteed every single time, so let's try it. Nope, that one didn't get it. We'll try again. Hold on. I don't have enough monsters here. It really works well in big packs, and I only got like a couple monsters, like a handful hanging out. Let me try it again. Nope. I killed everything before I think I even got the crit. These monsters I just don't have enough monsters here. I'll see if I can show you in an area that's a little bit more densely packed. I feel like this one just doesn't have enough actual monsters in it. One of the things about it is it's a lucky hit. So getting a crit, you have to get a crit to cause the reset, okay? And it's a 20% lucky hit chance to reset all your skills. So once it triggers, it only has to trigger like once, and you basically get the full reset. But it does require a decent number of monsters to get the reset. If you don't have a decent number of monsters, you might not get it. Like I said, I've been able to get it to reset about 5 times within a big pack of monsters. So like in a really big pack, I can get like 5, sometimes even 6 resets in a row. But smaller packs, it tends to be a little bit more difficult to get it to reset. But at the same time, like, you don't even really need it for the smaller packs anyway, because you could just bop them on the head and kill them. Am I going to play Starfield? Eventually. Eventually I'll play Starfield, I'm sure.
I must wait a moment.
So as you can see there, we got the reset. It reset the wolves and the ravens. But it didn't reset the poison creeper because it was the poison creeper that actually caused the reset, which is a little strange. So in that one situation, if it's the actual skill itself that causes the reset, it doesn't reset the other skills. But it's also kind of strange because landslide doesn't seem to be functioning as poison creeper. And this is something that I found out about this particular aspect because I've been testing it, is that the poison creeper and the landslide are considered 2 different effects. The poison creeper is not part of the landslide. I don't really know how else to put it other than that. So the poison creeper is its own separate thing, and the landslide that's coming out of it is its own separate thing. So normally when you have an ability that you're converting into another ability, like for instance, I'm currently converting landslide into a werebear skill. Landslide now becomes a werebear skill, right? So you would think that since poison creeper is utilizing a earth effect, that it would suddenly become an earth skill. But poison creeper is not an earth skill with this effect, which makes me realize that instead of it actually converting poison creeper into an earth skill, it is just simply casting landslide when you cast poison creeper. So they're just side by side. So they're actually 2 separate effects, which actually makes it kind of interesting from a standpoint of like of buffs and things like that. chat is covering me? Oh no.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, COVID recovery. I went through that myself, Blockbuster late fees. Make sure you get some sunlight, my friend.
Spirit.
Sunlight helps in the recovery.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh man, there's a really big thunderstorm here. I hope I don't lose power. If the stream suddenly goes dead for whatever reason, you will know it's because I am currently under storm conditions. I just heard a thunderbolt that, like, rattled through my spine. I'm surprised you guys didn't hear it.
I'm not ready yet.
One thing that helped me greatly when I was recovering from COVID, Blockbuster,
I'm not ready yet.
you're gonna get a fever, okay? But the fever's gonna go away. And all logic would make you think, like from all previous examples of illnesses, they would all make you think that when the fever disappears, you're finished. But that's not how it works with COVID. The fever may disappear and come back several times during. So just because you feel good one day doesn't mean it's over, because it came back and it would hit me again like quite a few times. Like I would literally, like, one day I'd wake up and I'd be like, wake up, it's easy, and then literally like a couple hours later I was like literally just like on the couch completely out because the fever had come back and just like knocked me on my butt. And that's that's just one of the things. Let me hop into Discord. I forgot to hop into Discord. Let's go say hello to everybody. What's up, Leon? You're the only one in here today?
What's up? Yeah,
I thought there'd be more people on today.
I think a lot of depressed people.
There's a lot of depressed people. Oh man, at least we're all depressed together though. You know, normally with patches, it's like one guy gets buffed and he's all like dancing and he's like, my bill got buffed. My bill got buffed. And then there's another guy over in the corner who's like, his build got nerfed into oblivion, and he's just like, he's got his head down like a sad dog. And like every time the guy who's happy like starts talking about his buffed build, the other guy's just like, yeah, well, I could do like 10 damage now.
I'm not ready yet.
Cody, why do you always stand outside of the range of the Dujang? He's doing his little frowny thing again. Cody, why are you frowning? What's the matter? Why are you frowning? I see you frowning. You got a big frown on your face.
He's sad about all the nerfs we got.
He unfrowned.
And you were talking about all your food. He was just like, I can eat that. I'll eat that.
I'm gonna make fun of you. What do you want? Your mama's not coming home right now. He gets on a schedule and he learns his mama's coming home, and then when she's not here, he gets upset. Wah 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 wah. Why are you throwing a big fit? You want to go out there in the rain? You don't like the rain. I know you don't like the rain. He's scared of the dark, too. It cracks me up. You ever seen a dog that's been scared of the dark? So if I take him outside at nighttime to go to the bathroom and I leave him out there, We got like just a little tether that we hook him up onto just for going to the bathroom, so that he doesn't jump over the fence because he's an idiot that likes to play in the road and try and like play with cars. So anyway, we got a little tether out there for him, and if I leave him out there at nighttime when it's dark, he sits by the door and he won't go out there. He won't go to the bathroom unless I'm out there with him. He's scared of the dark. I got a dog that's scared of the dark.
Foolish dog.
He said, "Do not."
Fine.
It wasn't worth posting. That was like 30 minutes of me ranting. That's all it was. It was just 30 minutes of ranting. What the hell is this? Like a friggin'... Why are you so talkative? Your mama. How about that? I gotta show you my dog frowning. I gotta show you this. You guys gotta see it. It is the weirdest thing. He literally frowns. Look at his face. Look, he literally frowns. He has a frown on his face. Why is it so bad quality? That is terrible quality. Just play it and stop being weird about it. Look at this frown. Look, he frowns. Straight up frowns.
Now he's blinking.
About to start doing a leveling test.
No, he's just frowning.
What
He's
character,
just a
Leonard?
frowny face.
I'm doing a druid. I'm 100% doing druid. They have the most builds. It doesn't matter what gets changed. I like multiple builds of theirs. I like bear builds. I like werewolf builds. I like the stormcaster stuff.
Yeah.
I like all their stuff.
There's like, they can't go wrong with the druid because there's just so many options. Like, I feel like there's just a lot of options, and you're gonna find something that you want. I mean, like, I don't know. They're really tanky too. Like, and everybody's so weak right now. Like, the sorceress and necromancer specifically are just like really weak. Pretty much just class cannons at this point. And those people who decided to sacrifice the minions on the necromancer are even weaker because they've got no fortify. Like, and that's like a big chunk of damage reduction right there that's just missing. I mean, the druid on the other hand, like, he's got no trouble building fortify. He's got no trouble building barrier. He's got no trouble with anything. He's got like tons of defensive mechanics. I mean, it's kind of hard to go wrong with, like, as far as tankiness goes. It's kind of hard to go wrong with the druid.
So it's the season of the druid.
I mean, between that and I think the rogue didn't get hit very hard, but
if I was to quickly rank them based on all the feedback and my knowledge, that everyone's ranking like druid rogue kind of similar, maybe druid above rogue, and then necro, then barb, then sork, in that order.
I feel like barbarian is still like in a decent place depending on what build you choose, but if you choose the wrong build, it could definitely be painful.
I mean, barb has no build that's ranged, so if as soon as you try to push high content on barb, you're taking the hits and you're gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. So my frenzy barb, he's still fine. But he's got so much DR though, like, you know.
Yeah, queue up at tier 90. Tell me how fun he is.
I mean, he's not even high enough. He's not even a level 100 character yet.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about like normal content. I still stick to any build in the game can do normal content. I'll stick to that forever.
No, but I mean, I know this is pre nerf, but when he was like level 54, with just the Battle Frenzy amulet, the aspect of the might, and just using frenzy, he had the 40% from the frenzy, and he had the 20% from the aspect of might. He was already like literally sitting in there taking like level 90 world boss hits to the face, and he was fine. Like, I don't know, the amount of damage reduction you could stack on that character is kind of insane. I would imagine, and this is just my thinking, that like a frenzy Thorns build would probably still do pretty well. Like, if you stacked frenzy, you got all the DR, and you just basically like ran around with your little thorns, your little thorn setup and just did the needle flare aspect and whatnot, you could probably
I
still
must wait a moment.
push out some pretty serious damage. And not die to pretty much anything. But like regular builds, like you're not going to get that kind of damage reduction running a regular build. I can't believe they nerfed Hoda though. That one was a surprise. I knew they were going to nerf Bone Spear, but I didn't think they were going to touch Hoda.
Well, they fixed the bug, which makes sense. Fix the bug because
I mean,
no one really liked that playstyle, but compensate it. But they said it.
I don't get it though because like so if you look at my guide, you know my little prep guide that I did for like season 1, like start like leveling builds. Like there's only 2 builds on there for the barbarian, and it's Rend and Hoda. Like they only have like 2 really good leveling builds to begin with, and they were like, yeah, you know what? No, you get 1. That's it. So it's pretty much just down to Rend. I mean, I hear Hoda is still decent. It's not like they completely donked it into the dirt. But the aspect is completely ruined. What is wrong with you? I got a piece of plastic in my hair and you act like I'm holding a knife. I'm gonna cut you.
Hoda's damage, even before the nerf, was pretty inconsistent because you had to get the shockwave perfect, then it had a cred and all that good stuff, and it had to be vulnerable. I had trouble even pre-nerf killing blood blisters in tier 99 dungeon, for instance, even with the Hoda pre-nerf.
You back it up. I say back it up. I ain't gonna fight with you all day.
Wow, less than 24 hours to ladder start.
Yeah.
Although I guess we don't call them ladders in this game.
I don't know if this counts as a ladder. So, because they don't have an actual, because they don't actually have a leaderboard, I don't know if this verse would actually count as a ladder.
Anyone else coming for the level 1 to like 20 or 30-ish testing?
1 to 30-ish testing? I was still trying to refine this character.
Sorry, I'm still at work.
Okay.
Just lurking.
Right.
Want to have experience with this for tomorrow?
Yep.
I've seen
I'm
like
assuming you're starting right away, right?
yeah, I've seen enough global knowledge of like what people are doing
Actually, I moved away from it. How was it like? Oh, sorry, go ahead. I'm talking to myself.
that I just want to experience it for myself and see. I think they don't start the strongholds until they're 20-ish or 17-ish. So you got to get to like level 17-ish just by events and dungeons. That's basically what I want to feel it out. I want to feel like doing the events and dungeons and then doing like, the stronghold a couple times and just see what it's going to feel like. And
I was literally just talking about that. Literally that you have to kind of like feel things out to actually see how they work. Like, that literally you can't really get a good feel for it without like making a new character. Aspect of Mending Stone.
Yeah, they've basically done a hard reset on the game.
I mean, basically, like, I mean, at this
They
point,
just didn't delete our characters.
well, I'm surprised they didn't give us a reset, like, with how much they changed everything. I'm surprised they didn't give us like a free reset coupon.
That would have been nice, actually. But I was thinking about it, like you've gone to the occultist and you've done enchants on your gears and you've rolled your gear to get different affixes on them to do what you want. So like, you know, you rolled crit chance or you rolled damage reduction to close enemies and things like that. And they've drastically changed these. There's no fixing those if you're at like 2-3 million for a re-enchant.
I mean, it's just standard. It's just standard, like, procedure. Like, I feel like the problem is that, like, in most MMOs, when you would have a like a reset, like a big giant change like that, they would always give you a free reset. It's just standard procedure. Like, we understand that the changes that we have made may have broken certain builds, like blah-de-blah-de-blah, your mom is a hoe, and, you know, like, here, have a free reset, fix your character. Like it's just standard procedure in most MMOs and other games that have systems like this where you have to like set up your character in advance. Is that they give you the free reset? It's like it's a conditional thing. Like if you're gonna screw up my character, then I deserve a free reset so that I can fix my character. Like why are you? I don't even know why they didn't.
Yeah.
I'm
Like some
writing.
things just aren't fixable, are they?
I'm writing down the aspects that I need for my character. But I mean, the free respec certainly would have gone a long way. Like, I feel like it would have gone a long way to smoothing things over a little bit. You know, like, hey, we know we changed a whole lot of stuff, but just in case that you need it, here's a free respec scroll. We'll reset your whole character so that you can, you know, try and get things fixed. Like a little bit of recognition there, you know. Whispering Spines.
I think that's why they're gonna have their little talk after they launch the ladder.
Yeah, I think that's freaking bullshit. Oh, sorry. You're streaming.
I'm glad you have those hiccups every once in a while too.
No, I mean
Makes me
it's
feel better when I do it.
Skaz Glenn. No, it's just I feel like the fact that they're holding it after the season starts is pretty much just an admittance that they're not going to change anything. Because if they were really interested in what we have to say, if they were really interested in changing things or fixing things, they would do it before, not
Have
after.
they made a post
before.
anywhere asking for questions for that campfire?
I usually take them live.
Because it seems like we have a lot of questions already, and they should be asking us now for them so they can answer them on that campfire stream.
Dark Ravine and Dressed House. Honestly, I don't really ever think that they actually take questions. Every single question that they take, even if they do take questions from the community, I feel like it's pretty much always like hand chosen. It's like hand chosen, right? So they just sit there and wait for the question that they want, and then they're like we want a question about, you know, like Battle Pass, and then like somebody asks a question about Battle Pass, and so then they harvest that question from the chat. Like maybe they are actually real questions that come into play like from the community, but I doubt seriously that they are like legitimate in terms of like just pulling a random question from the air. You know, like you know that thing that the president does on a regular basis, where like he goes into this conference room with a whole bunch of news reporters, and the news reporters ask a question, and sometimes the question is not what the president wants to answer, and like it gets really awkward, and like you can tell that the news reporter asked a question that was like off script or something, and you know, it's like you know that question wasn't intended, and the president never wanted to answer it. Like these people, like they're only answering questions that they want to answer, like and it's apparent.
Yeah, it's scripted. They have their answers for the questions ready to go already.
And they double down a lot on stuff, which I think is really stupid. It's one of my pet peeves about the way that they're dealing with the community a lot. Is they'll literally, the community will be like, we don't like this, and they're like, well, we understand that you don't like this, but we feel that it's the right decision, and we're like, okay. So you're not going to change it? No, we're going to keep it the same. But we do understand that you don't like it, and we hear you, but we're not changing it. but we're not changing it. I think that's all the ones that I need. So I think I'm trying to get my dungeon list because I need certain aspects for this character, and I'm trying to make sure I got them all listed. I think Crashstone aspect could be useful early on as well. I don't know if I'm going to be using that for my character specifically at the end game, but early game I think Crashstone could definitely be useful. So that is the Stockades in Scotland. All right. Well, no, this is, I'm not going to be able to track them until later. That's the problem. So this is for season reset. So when season reset starts, I just want to have a list so I don't have to go through here looking and picking. I'm just gonna know exactly which ones I want. I think that's pretty much it for the aspects I'm gonna get access to early on by the codex. I don't think there's any more. Just trying to make sure, but I always want to work Hurricane into a build somehow, but it's just never always active. I just don't like the fact that it's not always active. I liked in Diablo 2 that it was always active. That was one of my favorite things.
I felt the Cyclone Armor passive kind of took that place, if that makes sense. It's not nearly as effective or powerful, but...
I mean, you could have the Hurricane always active if you do a Nature's Fury build. Nature's Fury has a built-in aspect that reduces cooldown reduction by a flat number, even though it was nerfed. Still 5 seconds flat.
Even though it was nerfed?
Yeah, and as long as you're proccing it enough, you'll get permanent uptime. Like, you have permanent uptime on Bulwark, you have permanent uptime on that. It's definitely possible. I was like,
Nature's Fury. Oh, I see. I see how it works. So every single time you cast an Earth skill, which would be my Poison Creeper, it will automatically give me a 30% chance to trigger a free Earth skill of the same category, but Poison Creeper is not in the same category as Hurricane. Hurricane is in the same category as Trample, Hurricane, Boulder, and Rabies.
yeah, but you don't need that. You need the aspect, is what I'm talking about. So you use that, and say you're casting Landslide. Every time your Landslide procs that Nature's Fury Keystone, there's an aspect that will reduce your cooldowns, your non-ultimate cooldowns, by 5 seconds. So that tied with cooldown reduction, every time that procs, you'll have it up. Because the Hurricane lasts like 10 seconds or 8 seconds. So you'll have it up all the time.
I think about it.
You're not trying to proc Hurricane, you're just using Nature's Fury to proc the aspect of cooldown reduction.
Yeah, I know. I'm set up for the other one at the moment, and if I change it, I'm gonna lose that Bestial Rampage. Like,
Yeah, it's just something to think about.
Like, Bestial Rampage just gives you flat damage increase, doesn't it?
there's an aspect that applies Bestial Rampage to my companions.
Yeah,
which basically allows the wolves, the ravens, and the poison creeper to get all those bonuses as well, though, which is really the key of it, because it's a 30 times multiplier for damage on the werebear portion, and it's a 25% increased attack speed on the werewolf version. So they attack faster, and they also dish out more damage. And since it's a multiplier, that's the real reason I'm looking at it, because it's a 30x multiplier.
Yeah, that's the one I'm using in my build. Basically the exact same build you're doing.
It's so beautiful. Like, I like just using the... I'm gonna have fun with this.
I must wait a moment.
I mean, honestly, I don't even need that aspect to make this build, like, work. But, like, eventually I will get it, I'm sure. I've found it several times already. I think you found one too, so like it doesn't even seem to be all that hard to get. And also I noticed that that this particular aspect is in the season journey. So like all I have to do, it's like one of the first aspects that you get from the season journey. Quite a few of them are in the season journey page if you guys haven't paid attention, because you can basically just get like most of, if not all of them from that. I think it's like 5 out of the 7. So there's like 5 of the new aspects out of the 7 are sitting in the season journey panel. So you just have to go do the season journey and you can get access to them in the codex entry. And honestly, this one in particular, although I do kind of want that extra 20% damage, actually I think it's 10%. On the non-two-handeds, but I do want the extra 10% damage. It's not even a multiplier. It's just an additive effect, because it doesn't have the X unless it's just miswritten, like some of the other things in the game are miswritten. So I'm not even too it's not critical for me to get like a perfect version, I guess, is what I'm saying. So I'm just gonna try and grab one like from the codex. That way I can just apply it to all my weapons, like as I'm leveling up, because I'm gonna switch my weapon a lot, I'm sure. I bet it'll just be that one thing that I can just throw on just about anything for the most part. I still need to get this character set up right. Gamble totems.
Quality. Well done.
Yeah, that new aspect is pretty simple to get a hold of. I got it within 10 minutes or so of playing.
Leaving so soon?
The Malignant Heart, I think, is going to be a real game changer for your companion, for the wolves at least. 6 of those guys running around, it's going to be real fun.
I'd also like to find that unique. There's the new unique actually has something to do with poison too, and I was actually considering that maybe that one might actually be good for this build. I'm not entirely sure if I can squeeze it in, but it does have some interesting effects. Let me see if do I still have that pulled up, the patch notes. I do not have the patch notes still pulled up. But it has an interesting effect that revolves around poison. It's called the Flesh Render. And where is it? There it is. Unique one-handed mace. Debilitating Roar and Blood Howl deal 0.5 to 1.0 damage to nearby poisoned enemies. So as long as the enemies are poisoned, every single time you use Blood Howl, you get a damage bump. Now 1.0 is kind of hard to represent, but 1.5, which is on this, at level 100 was like I think it was like an 800 item power item, was sitting at like 6,000 some odd. So like I'm assuming this would be a little bit less than that, probably somewhere around like more like the 4,000 to 5,000 mark. So you basically just get like a free like 4,000 to 5,000 damage AoE as long as the enemies are poisoned around you every single time you use Blood Howl, which could be an interesting way to go also.
Be alert. Bandits haunt the roads around here.
They have a new list of nightmare dungeons? What do you mean?
Oh, new tier list probably is what he's talking about. Yeah, a lot of creators been doing that.
So what's top on the list this time?
Leave dungeon. I haven't even looked at it because it's all new dungeons. I don't even know them by heart.
I mean, and these aren't even including the new ones, right? So the 6 new ones that are part of the actual, like, Malignant Hearts. Which, quite honestly, like, as far as I can tell, the Malignant Hearts are extremely powerful. Which means the Malignant Heart dungeons will probably be priority over the other dungeons anyway until you get the heart that you're looking for. Because those Malignant Hearts, honestly, like, some of them are so powerful that they seem like they could just propel you through the game. Like, we're talking like we're talking like efficiency, you know, like if you can get access to one of the really good ones, you might have like ridiculous efficiency at that point and be able to just plow through the dungeons and level up even faster.
Are they locking those in World Tier 4? I think I saw something about that.
Some of them are locked in World Tier 4. Some of them are locked in World Tier 3. Some of them are available to everybody. So like when you look at the patch notes, you'll see that there's just like some of them are just like everybody gets access to them. Like we should be able to find those even at like a really low level, like you know, like World Tier 1 apparently. I'm pretty sure I can pull up the list real quick. So the ones that are available to us early. So basically what they said in here was, where is it? Unless specified, the heart can be required by playing in any world tier in the season realm. So only a couple of these are actually restricted. For the most part, it does seem like they're labeled whenever they're restricted. So if they're restricted, they do say specifically World Tier 3. But like, there's definitely a whole lot here that are not. The Picana, which is basically just free lightning damage, is apparently accessible to all world tiers. The Lionheart, which is a defensive one that actually seems pretty nice as far as increasing your barrier generation and also heals you for life per second while you have an active barrier. Seems absolutely amazing, and that is available like in all world tiers. That one seems like it would be great for the Druid pack because we're probably all going to be using freaking Earthen Bulwark. And Earthen Bulwark is a barrier, and so every single time you proc the barrier, you get a heal. The Determination one is also all tiers, but I don't really like the Determination one. It looks weird. I don't really understand it at all. Where's the other ones? There's a couple other ones. This one right here that says Super doesn't have a world tier attached to it, and I don't know if that's a mistake because all the super ones usually do have a world tier attached to them, but these two don't. And that's the Malignant Pact, that one that has that weird one where you killed like 20 monsters and you get like an effect every 20 monsters. And then the other one, which is the Creeping Death, your damage over time effects are increased by 30 to 40% for each crowd control effect on a target. This one, like, oh my god, it's like perfect for my character. Like my little poison boy, he literally poisons everything, slows everything, immobilizes everything. Like there's like tons of crowd control effects like on the monsters like all the time, and the damage bonus that I would probably get from this from the poison, because the poison would go way up, would just be kind of insane. And I'm gonna have like 2 or 3 poison effects besides. So like the poison creeper, and then there's also a I'm gonna do the Creeping Death Paragon board. So, like, this one's kind of crazy. I doubt I'm going to be able to get my hands on this, but since it doesn't have a world tier thing on it, maybe. And then some of these even ones for the classes, there's no world tier listed. So, like, 3 of the Barbarian ones have no world tier listed. 3 of the Druid ones have no world tier listed. The Moon Rage one, the one that I'm interested in to give me the extra wolves, that has no requirement. So I might be able to get that early on and get my 6 wolves and my 5% chance to summon additional wolves. I should be able to get that pretty early on if I try. That Inexorable Force one is kind of nice too. The up to 30 to 50 distant enemies are pulled towards you whenever you have an ultimate skill active. That one's pretty cool. The Necromancer, I mean, there's a couple really interesting ones in here for the Necromancer. This one's kind of cool. I'm not really 100% sure how that one's going to work, but it looks pretty cool. I mean, all in all, there's definitely going to be a lot of Malignant Hearts that we can get our hands on early. And some of these are extremely powerful. Like, getting access to 3 additional wolves early on the Druid can be pretty killacious if you're running the companion build like I am. Getting access to the, what is it? This Resurgent Life seems really nice. On the Barbarian, which is while below 40 to 6% life, you receive 50 to 60% more healing from all sources. Basically just lets you full heal yourself, like, whenever you want to. Kind of like increases your sustain. I'm also really curious about how this one works, the punishing speed. I mean, I can read it, obviously, but, like, I'm not really 100% sure what they mean by, like, when that skill's attack speed is higher than 35 to 20%. Like, I'm not sure about that condition, but a 20 to 30% chance to knock down all enemies for 1.25 seconds sounds kind of insane. I mean, you basically... knockdown is pretty amazing. Like, when the monster gets knocked down, they can't do anything during that time period. I mean, and then they have like kind of like an animation where they have to get up too, and that like slows everything down as well. And a couple of these more generic ones seem pretty interesting as well. I'm actually really curious about this one, not for my druid, but like that one seems kind of insane. The Dark Dance, which is every 5 seconds while above 60% life, core skills cost 68 to 51 life instead of your primary resource. So you can basically just burn your life to fire off attacks. And this might not sound like too amazing, but if you think about it from the perspective of, let me see here. If you think about it from the perspective of like a skill like Hoda, for instance, which builds its damage based upon the amount of fury that it has, or Bone Spear, which is the more essence that you have, the more damage that a skill has. Imagine being able to fire off several full damage attacks instead of your essence going down every single time you fire. So you basically just be able to continually fire like as many hits as you possibly can at full damage instead of firing them off at, you know, like one full damage, then one slightly less full damage, then one even less than that, then one even less than that, and so forth and so on. Like, it basically just gives you the ability to spam a couple hits just like for free for at full damage. And then on top of that, as soon as you go below 60% life, it stops working. So it immediately will stop draining your life once you fall below 60%, which means that you can automatically just, you know, at that point start using your essence, and you can heal back up if you want to. You could also utilize this to more to go down to like injured status and things like that if you need injured status for your character. Like, it's a way that you can literally just drain your own life, forcing your HP down lower. It doesn't go quite down to the injured status, but it's definitely a way that you could reduce your life down to at least 60%, if not a little bit lower once you get donked a couple times. Cody, did you just throw your bone at me? That's rude. Why would you do that? Get it. Where is it? Where's your bone? I think I'm probably going to be running the Creeping Death. The Moon Rage. And then I'm not really sure what I want to run for the third one. Creeping Death, Moon Rage, and... I think Tempting Fate, probably. This one's kind of interesting, is that it basically gives you a 40 to 60% critical strike damage bonus. But then it also reduces the damage of your non-critical strikes. And the Terramotes basically guarantee me crits. So the way that this build works is you basically get guaranteed crits for every Terramote that you generate. And then the landslides are just guaranteeing their crits anyway. So the majority of my attacks are almost always crits when it comes to landslide. Which means I would just get that critical damage bonus just all the time. I mean, other than that, either that or maybe go with a more defensive one. Maybe go with a something that's going to help keep me alive instead.
Yeah, this one's not worth doing. This is good knowledge. Not coming here.
I must
For
wait
what?
a moment.
The stronghold. Too early.
Ah, yes.
Have they really messed with any of the strongholds?
Power.
No, it's just I came here too early. I'm not coming this early.
I think the lowest the strongholds get is 20.
This one's 15. Nostrava.
Nostrava's 15.
Yeah.
It's not a bad number of monsters in Nostrava. It's actually not bad. I mean, you've got 3 bosses, a decent group of monsters in each house, and then you basically just reset it. That's probably a pretty good one for leveling. Yeah, definitely. Dungeon I got is Nostrava. I don't know. I wouldn't expect them to dial anything back. I hate to say it, but I wouldn't expect them to dial anything back at all. They're gonna come on stream, and this is my prediction. They're gonna come on stream, and all they're gonna say is like, we understand that you guys are upset, but and they're gonna throw the "but" in there, but this is the direction that we want to take with the game, and we're sorry that you guys are butthurt. They're not gonna double back. They're gonna double down. That's pretty much all that's gonna happen. So it's gonna be a double down. I mean, they might surprise me. I don't know, but I doubt it. We're gonna get a double down from KFC. That's what we're gonna get. We're gonna get a double down.
I'm not ready yet.
Kind of wish there was a way for me to work in Storm Strike into this build, but I don't think I can. Yes, Cody. What do you want? Would you like a kick in the butt? Do you got to go do this? Do you gotta go
I
Peppas?
must wait a moment.
I would say that that's a yes. Dang, alright. I'll have a heart attack now just because I asked you if you gotta go Peppas. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take the dog out to go Peppadoodus. Oh, I hear you. I hear you. The Peppadoodus gotta go. Okay, Peppadoodus. I'm a druid in real life, if you guys can't tell, because I got my own little doggo, and I gotta take him out to go Peppadoodus. You guys think being a druid is all like flashy and smashy? No, no. You gotta take your dog out to go Peppadoodus all the time.
forgot to upgrade my potion.
It's pouring cats and dogs out there. Like, literally raining down cats and dogs. Like, he went out there, and he looked out the door. It was the most hilarious thing I think I've ever seen. He literally looked out the door, and then he was like, he looked back at me, and he was like, are you kidding me? And then he looked back out the door, and then he looked back at me. And I was like, go Peppa do this. And he, like, ran up to the edge of the rain and was like... And then he ran out there as fast as he could, did his business really quick, and then ran back. He won't playing around today, not with the rain, not with it coming down cats and dogs out there. What's up, Irene? I forgot to say hi to everybody. What's up, Thaddeus? What's up, Kimo Sabe, Irene, Aaron? What's up, man? What's up, freaking Baxter? King Trot, KSG, Q Freeze, Arc 27, Nick P, Bootos, Blockbuster, H2O Intolerant. Scroll up the list. Brandon Vic Boss. What's up, man? Pure Dubs. Spank me, daddy. Please don't spank me. Chronicles of Nar Inc. Travis, what's up, man? What's up, Jesvin? How's it going? What's up, Joy? Scrolling up like 10 million feet. What's up, Mavis? What's up, DD7AA? You sound like you belong in a Star Wars chronicle. Like, I got the new DD7AA bot. This jank is fly. It'll shoot me my lightsaber when I'm in trouble. People calling for a delay in the season. I mean, they did drop this on us so freaking hot. Like, I don't even know. That'd be like if you were in the middle of your family's, like your dad's 50th, 60th birthday or something, and your wife just drops it on you in the middle of the birthday party that she's pregnant, and you just be like, and everybody else is like, oh my god. I mean, yeah, it might be kind of cute, but at the same time, it's a little much all at once. You got your stepdad there looking at you, his stepmom looking at you, you know, and the freaking brothers and sisters want to beat you up. They don't even like you. We don't even like you. We don't even consider you a member of the family. I'm like, dang, all right.
I'm not ready yet.
You knocked up my sister. I love the way the bear just like herka-jerks when he attacks. It's got to be the coolest thing I've ever seen. He's just like, he doesn't actually hit anything. He doesn't like swipe his hand or like, you know, he's just like, I'm a bear. Cody, you were wet. Okay? You were very wet. You went out in the rain and you were very wet. Go lay down on your bed and dry off. Go on. Go lay down. He said, don't tell me what to do. I'm a dog. Don't tell me. Oh, man. So ladder, if ladder doesn't get delayed, it starts tomorrow. Tomorrow at like 1 o'clock.
21 hours from now.
So 21 hours. So we can, I mean, we've got time. Obviously, get some good sleep beforehand. That's a big one right there. I think honestly, our best game plan is to focus on doing events and things like that until we get to around like at least around level 10, like maybe even closer to 15, and then we can start doing Nostrava. And then we can do Nostrava for a while until we hit like, God, you were just covered in saliva and water. And do Nostrava for a little while until we can get access to Core Dragon. I think Core Dragon's probably a better one than Nostrava, EXP-wise anyway.
Apparently good too. But then Nostrava is just something you can do early, but I don't even think the speed guides call for it. I'm pretty sure the speed guides are saying to do events and dungeons until 17.
Yeah.
And then you can start doing Onyx Hold, and then you do Onyx Hold until you're like 25 or 20, whatever, to do Core Dragon at 30. Because Core Dragon, I think, starts at 30. So I think that's what the speed guides are calling for.
I thought Core Dragon was like 25? No. No, I can't remember. I thought it was like 25.
In the beta, it was 30. That's why everyone was going there for the higher item levels. I remember that. It says level 30 on my map. Stronghold level 30, it says Core Dragon on my new character.
I mean, if we do the events instead, which I feel like the events is also good because you get the Obols. And Obols is not bad. I mean, I think the Obols, we're going to need lots of Obols for gambling. That's one of the things you don't really get a lot when you run the dungeons either.
I must wait a moment.
Congrats? What are you congratsing me for? What's up, Gonzo? What am I getting congratulated on? Having a horrible dog? He looks at me sometimes and I swear he knows what I'm saying. He's like, "Did you just call me a horrible dog? Did you just, I'll bite your face?" I said, "How about that? Then how horrible I'll be."
Well, it took us like 3.5 minutes to get a level in from 11 to 12 in Nostrava. I want to test a dungeon. And that's 2 people though. 4 people could be much quicker. That's the problem with testing only 2. 4 people can just split up.
Cody, I'm gonna fight you. I mean, we're gonna have access to 5 skill points, not 10. Are you also counting that in?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you just not spend them, right?
Right.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, how long do you think it would actually take us to get access to those 5 more skill points, though? Because, like, I think those 5 skill points are going to give us a lot more power than just leveling up will give us. So, like,
Well,
if we could potentially mix the two, I think it would be a better alternative. And what I mean by that is, like, I mean, it should be pretty easy to make up the missing renown. Like, how much renown are you missing for the
Like 250 to.
So that's like 3 strongholds then. So 3 strongholds, and you're gonna get access to, well, 3 strongholds per zone. So 3 strongholds per zone, and you'll get access to the extra 5 skill points, which I think is worth it. So I mean, I think if we prioritize it from that perspective as well, we might be looking at just simply doing all of the strongholds that are not the ones that we're gonna farm. Just complete them, basically, and get the 100 renown, because that's the easiest way to get renown is the 100 that comes from the stronghold.
And then you do a couple dungeons, and you got your skill point for that zone.
Yeah, and then so if we do that basically 5 times, we'll have all 5 of our additional skill points, and then we can start working on, you know, grinding. We can start grinding, but like, I think that's the better idea than just simply going straight for the EXP, because
I'll get you the aspects too. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, get you aspects, and it gets you some other stuff. We're gonna push it. We're gonna see how far we can push it.
That's what today is for me. Is just experimenting with what's going on, XP wise, dungeon wise, renown wise. I'm just testing everything.
I must wait a moment.
Like you thought you
yeah,
were
but-
saying I have a child on the way? I wish. That'd be pretty cool. When Llama was announced he had a kid on the way, I was pretty jealous. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not ready yet.
Pretty jealous. Really?
I don't know if we can handle a little ginger.
I must wait a moment.
The gingerest of gingers. What's up, Raxy?
I must wait.
Foreman.
Is anybody doing a storm build for the druid?
I will be. I'm not leveling as Storm, I don't think, though.
Well,
I'm leveling as one side.
I was just thinking that with the amount of like immobilizes that we're gonna have from the poison creepers, a storm build might actually work really, really well. Because I know
What do you think, Lightning Storm, or do you think Tornado? What do you think?
lightning storm. So there's a whole like
Oh, that whole passive section?
that whole thing where you basically get like free lightning attacks every single time you hit a monster that's immobilized, and then like you could combine it together. Like you probably wouldn't even have to run lightning storm, but like if you ran the full passive suite, you could potentially run like massive amounts of just free lightning strikes happening all the time. Especially considering that like every single time one of us spams poison creeper, we're getting it immobilized. And then on top of that, the landslide is also, I just realized, also provides an immobilize. So when the landslide, it's the first passive. It's after landslide damages 4 enemies, the next hit will immobilize enemies for 3 seconds. So there's another immobilize coming from the landslide passive, and then there's a third immobilize coming from
Yeah, we need some AoE, so I think
what
that'd
is
be
it?
useful.
I'm trying to think here. I remember what it's coming from, but I can't remember where.
Wait a moment.
I think it's the creeping vines, constricting tendrils. That's it. So the constricting tendrils is a paragon board that gives nature magics have a 15% chance to entangle enemies with vines, immobilizing them for I think it's like 2 seconds or something. Yeah, 2 seconds, and poisoning them for 120% of their base damage over 4 seconds. So, like, there's like 3 different immobilizes every single time I use my stupid, like, poison creeper. Like, everything is going to be immobilized, like, all the time. And that thing scales off of, like, damage to immobilized targets. What is it, like a 30% chance every single time you hit an immobilized target or a vulnerable target, or I think there's another qualifier too. But like you just get like free lightning strikes all over the place. I don't know, it could be interesting. Like we were talking about like building characters that kind of like support each other. And that kind of sounds like a situation where like a storm druid would probably do really well in a group with us.
Yeah, I think you can respect to that around level 15 to 20-ish. Probably 20-ish, because you need a lot more skill points, actually. So probably 20-ish. So that's not a problem. I think it's useful, because there'll be a lot of AoE damage to support the group.
Yeah, if I had the skill points, I'd probably put some points into it. It'd probably be funny just to see all the lightning strikes going off all the time.
Yeah. You don't get to that tree right away, so it'll be a while before you have the skill points to do it.
No chinchillas in the new patch? Oh, man.
That's
This is a bad patch, though. Why are we doing this patch? Cody. Cody, what is wrong with you? Come here. Pull your bed over so people can actually see you. They want to see you. They want to see you. I don't know why, because you ugly.
Okay, it looks like Nostrava is actually going to be more XP if you were in a 2-man group. 4-man group, I still don't know. But just interesting concept there. Just very fast.
I mean, the other thing is, though, is like, Nostrava is one that we're probably not going to run late game.
Right.
Why did I log out? Did you hit my buttons, Cody? The ham biscuit? It's Strava's probably not going to be one that's going to be like late game, so we can complete it and we can use that as our free one. So we can do like a free, you know, if like our 100 renown basically for the to get into the next skill point. We could do the other one too. What's the one with the big ice goat demon thing? I can't remember.
Malnock or something?
Yeah, Malnock. We can do Malnock too. Malnock is another one that I don't think is really all that great for EXP.
We basically have to pick at least 2 in each zone, and then the rest of the renown be covered by the like a couple dungeons.
Malnock actually has 2 dungeons in it.
It's hard to plan what dungeons to do without knowing the group composition, because what aspects people want, unless you just want to plan general routes.
I mean, I don't see anything super wrong with just like running a dungeon for an aspect if somebody needs it. Like, it's just it's a one-time thing.
I made a list of the zones, the minimum level to do the dungeon, and the aspect like of what I want. I made that list already.
I did.
I could send it to you.
I ran my list already, so I want the Skinwalkers, the aspect of the Mending Stone, Shepherd's aspect, Ballistic aspect, aspect of Might, and the Crash Stone aspect. I was going to get those early on. I'm not going to use all those in my end game build, but like I figure early on I'm going to be hurting for aspects, so some of these will probably just go on anyway until I can get like the full Monty.
I think there's gonna be a lot of overlap with what you just said with my list. I sent you my list in a message, but it's not like I'm desperate to get all those. But those are the ones I would want to get if we're doing dungeons, if we're by them, whatever. At least I know now in my head.
Alright, look at your fancy ass list. Get out of here with this fancy thing. What is this fanciness?
Hey, dude.
What is this fancy crap?
If I make it, I need the information in front of me.
Fancy pants stuff.
Yeah, we got several lineups. I mean, we could do that real quick, like for the groups that are all going to be forming together. Like if we figure this stuff out, let me see who we got signed up real quick, because I'm kind of curious if it hasn't increased a dramatically large amount since the last time I looked at it. I might just form the teams today, and anybody that shows up later can just show up later. So, arranging by available at launch. Will you just Z to A? There you go. So Z to A, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We've got 15 people, and then of those 15 people, one of them is a maybe. 3, 4, 5, like 5 of them decided not to rush. So if we go by rushing, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got a probably, so a 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we've got 11 that actually want to rush, and everybody else is kind of like a take your sweet time or show up when they want to, sort of a doojink. I'm going to go ahead and put my class in here. I do think that, and this is just my my thinking on this, is that unlike in Diablo 2, where you would like almost set up where you had like multiple different classes, right? I almost think that the way that the items work in this game, and the way that everything's sort of like customized toward each character, that it would be more beneficial to have like multiple of the same class in each group. Because if you have like 4 druids in a group, then you can share items. All the druids can share items between each other the entire time while you're leveling up, and you can look for gear for each other. So it'll make it a hell of a lot easier to find what you're looking for. Same thing goes for like the Sorks and the Rogues and whatnot. And I don't necessarily know if like it would be a bad thing to do it, but I kind of feel like it would be better if you just had like especially for a rush group, if you had like all the Rogues in one group and all the Barbarians in another group and like all the Druids in another group, because it basically we can just share equipment and we can just like build off of each other. That way we're not just like only finding gear for ourselves, we're also finding gear be like, hey, you need this axe, or you need this two-handed mace, or you need this whatever, you know, like we're going to be able to share equipment with each other like all the time. I need to come up with a name for my character too. I totally forgot about that. I always do that in advance.
Well, you know, in this game you can just name your characters all the same name.
Oh, I know. I'm not going to do crit poison for this game. I like crit poison, but that was a different build. I don't know what I'm going to name this guy.
Which I thought was pretty cool.
Rujangs. Or potentially you could incorporate something with the word nerf in it.
Actually, I was thinking quicksand. Kind of makes sense if you think about it. I put the poison creeper out, right? And he's like underneath the ground, and he like comes out from underneath the ground and like grabs you and pulls you down, right? Which is what immobilizes you. And then the rocks come up and hit you in the face. I don't know, quicksand sounds pretty apt. I like quicksand. That sounds good. Let's do quicksand. Make sure I got this all filled out. I decided my build finally. Look at me. Oh look, I'm in group 1. What do you know? It's almost as if I'm the one who's making the groups.
Looking at the sheet, I don't see anybody that's kind of stated they're doing a late start.
There was a couple people. Yeah, there was a couple people who said they were gonna do late starts.
I'm gonna be there when I be there. Because tomorrow I gotta clear up having a place to live.
Well, dang.
That seems pretty important.
That's pretty important.
Seems like a priority task.
Hopefully that goes quicker and more effective than you thinking.
Yeah.
Ooh, man.
Playing the Necro, I keep trying to trigger corpse skills. I'm playing a Barb.
Well, that's why you need to put whatever it is that you're spamming on the place where you were triggering the corpse skills.
Yep.
Follow a strict methodology, which is usually what I do. Is I always set it up so that all my skills are kind of in the same place, so that I know like where my defensive cooldown is, and I know where my offensive cooldown is, and so forth and so on. And that way, like, I'm constantly spamming that one. Like it works. It's a pretty interesting way to set up your characters, and that way, no matter what character you're on, you're always instinctively pressing the right buttons. Yeah, the lidless wall on the Necromancer does look really awesome. I wish I could, like, go find one. Like, just go find one, but I don't really want to play my Necromancer right now anyway. I don't want to spend... Let me just put it this way. He's kind of ruined. The Necromancer's kind of ruined. And I don't want to spend a whole lot of time rebuilding him and making him into a proper character again, when he's literally gonna... I'm literally gonna move on to Seasonal Realms, like, tomorrow.
Yeah, he's just there now to test things. Like when you want to go back and test something or whatever.
Yeah, I'll use him for testing purposes and stuff like that, but he's just going to sit there and he's going to be a testing character.
Gone to the land of forgotten
I'm
toys.
not ready yet.
The land of the lost. Hey, I'm proud of that character. I started that character from scratch. It was my first character I ever really played. I made some mistakes on him, sure, but like, I feel like overall I made a really powerful character for knowing absolutely nothing about the game, so I'm pretty proud of myself about that. A lot of other people just copied build guides. Like me, on the other hand, I'm over here actually leveling up my character, just having fun. And then people come and chat, and they're like, oh, Icy Veins Necro, huh? And I'm like, what? What? Like, no. I made this character myself, thank you. Gotta slam something down. You can't just say it. You gotta slam something down. You gotta pick something up and be like, I made this myself, thank you.
Maybe Icy Veins copied you.
It wouldn't be the first time people have copied me. I ain't got no problem with it. Go ahead. Just give me some credit. How about that? That's all I want. A little bit of credit.
I'm not ready yet.
What's up, Silver Raku?
We got separated.
My friends were cut down.
I won't last on my own.
I hate you, quill rats. My mortal enemies from Diablo 2 is your name, oh. Evil frickin' quill rats. Evil frickin' quill rats. Evil frickin' quill rats. They're evil
And
frickin'
Stygian
quill rats.
dolls.
There's no Stygian dolls yet. Yet.
No, just corpse siege foes. And the poison shooter.
This
dudes
game
for-
doesn't even need Stygian dolls, okay? It doesn't even need Stygian dolls. There's already enough in this game. Like, there's already enough. Like, explodey things. Like, everything explodes, just about. I
But
feel
it's
like
too easy.
I feel like you could just rename this game from Diablo 4 to Everything Explodes. Or you could make it a more ironic video game name, which is Nothing Explodes.
That's what they are. The Sand Wasp from Diablo 3. They brought those into Diablo.
D4 tower defense version.
Those wasp things are so annoying.
I'm kind of curious, like, what kind of damage control they're doing. I'll go take a look on the Twitter page real quick. I'm gonna take a look at Pez Radar's account, because Pez Radar usually has a bunch of damage control.
You gonna pull it up on stream?
Freaking Riker. He's cracking me up already. He said the votes are in. Looks like the most popular class for Diablo 4 Season 1 is the uninstall wizard. Oh, God. He said, seriously, though, apart from Sorks, things aren't as bad as they seem. Don't wait for max roll. Make your own guides. Don't wait for max roll.
People who just build off of guides confuse me.
I mean, they're like the people that look to the back of the newspaper for the crossword puzzle. Like that's what it's like. The people who go to the back of the newspaper whenever they go to the crossword puzzle, and they don't actually do the crossword puzzle. They just look up the answers to the crossword puzzle. I mean, half the fun of doing the crossword puzzle is figuring out the crossword puzzle. I'm just looking at some of the comments on this page. Honestly, man, nobody expects your campfire chats to be anything but insular noise and back padding.
Wow.
Oh, man.
That's some good word choice.
Insular noise. What does insular even mean? Like, now I want to know. I don't think I've ever actually heard that word before. And I read a lot. Like, I've read a lot of books in my time, and I don't think I've ever heard insular. Ignorant of or uninterested in cultures, ideas, or peoples outside of one's own personal experience, a stubbornly insular farming people. Huh. Well, it fits.
Yeah, they're surrounding themselves with the
An
info
echo,
and
an echo
people-
chamber.
Exactly. That's why I was thinking some sort of video on these are the questions we want answered at the campfire is not a bad idea to do before 21st.
Can you ask the developer team why they hate me so much, as well as all the other sorcerers? Oh, man.
These are gold. Pure gold.
I haven't read the patch notes or played yet. Someone want to fill me in? Thanks. Oh, man. You gotta find your joy where you can get it. Come on, you gotta find your joy where you can get it. So they nerfed all our characters. So they nerfed all our damage. So they took away our toys. Well, we'd still laugh. Come on now. Don't touch Necro, please. It's finally doing better and quicker damage than before. What?
I'm
Is it-
not having any issues
How
with
is
my
that true?
blood necro. Running around on level 17 barb, just picking up waypoints.
Oh, man. You know, patch notes are always a day where everybody's super excited to find out what's in the patch notes. And it's funny because, like, one of my options on my poll yesterday was literally just like, what do you think's in the patch? And one of the options was, like, disappointment. Whoever chose the disappointment option, you chose correct.
Should have been a shock option.
Alrighty then. How bad was the 1.1 nerf? Yes. I mean, technically, you know, in the strictest terms, you know, if you have 10 cookies and you give everybody one cookie and there's 10 people and everybody has one cookie and you take away all 10 cookies from all 10 people, then everybody still has the same number of cookies. Yes, that is the kind of
A
logic.
convoluted way of saying diddly.
That is the convoluted way that the patch notes nerfed us all by basically nerfing no one because we all got nerfed. So they're like, well, we didn't nerf any one particular class. Like, it's, you all got nerfed. So I was like, but none of us have any cookies anymore. I was like, no, you still all have the same number of cookies. Yes, we all have the same number of cookies. You are correct. We all have 0 cookies. Which means that we have no cookies. No, you all have the same number. Just keep repeating the same thing over and over again. We all have the same number, boys.
Hilarious. We've all been burned by the same fire.
Wow.
I wasn't really burned by it. It was more like, huh, what can I do now?
I mean,
Absolutely nothing.
I will say this. Okay, let me say this. So yesterday, I was testing out my crit poison character, right? And I was going in the dungeon and I found the butcher. And I barely managed to kill the butcher. Like it was rough. Like I'm going to be perfectly honest, it was pretty rough. But thinking back now, that was like more heart pumping action than I had like the entire time I've been playing the game up till then. Like normally my encounters with the butcher go like, oh look, there's the butcher, ha ha, and then I just like one shot him and kill him. Yeah, I guess from the strictest perspective, sorry, I was cleaning up my keyboard. I guess from the strictest perspective, like, I mean, a more difficult game isn't necessarily a bad thing. As long as it's more difficult for everybody, I guess that's not terrible. But I really feel like they could have done it better. Like I really feel like they could have done it better. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but like they could have done it slower. They could have done it over a couple patches. They could have They could have done like 100 different things to make it less of a horrible, startling, like freaking just like Band-Aid rip.
A big problem, Ginger, too, is that's your experience, a knowledgeable player experiencing gaming like me over 20 years. Imagine all the mediocre, normal, casuals, whatever you want to call them, noobs, just everyday people. They already were struggling. When the butcher came, they already were getting clapped before the patch.
Now they definitely get clapped.
That's what I'm saying. It's like they affected everybody, not just us.
I mean, and for an example, like my druid has no problem with the butcher. Like before the patch, he had no problem whatsoever. So he was perfectly capable of dishing out more than enough damage to kill the butcher within a very short period of time. He went from being able to hand the butcher his butt to literally almost, it was so close, by the way. Like it was like within a fraction of a second. Like, if I had messed up one of my cooldowns, I would have been dead instead of the butcher. It was very close. Like, can you... that's a stark contrast to go from literally, like, you are demolishing somebody to literally you barely, by the skin of your teeth, managed to survive.
The thing, too, is there was a lot in this patch. It wasn't just like the game is harder. No one wanted XP nerfs. No one that I ever talked to, nothing I ever seen in comments on YouTube, anywhere. No one was really asking for XP nerfs. In fact, everyone celebrated when they did the Nightmare Dungeon XP buffs. Everyone was happy on that patch. And then they basically reverted with all the nerfs they put in. Nobody liked that. I don't think anyone liked defensive nerfs because people don't like dying that much. And people want to be tanky. Like people want to like have the tank archetype.
Yes, Mick Jukes. So that's the thing. Nobody had an issue with damage, but everybody had an issue with survivability. Like we talked about that yesterday. Like everybody was having issues with survivability. None of us felt like we were tanky enough. None of us felt like we were survivable enough. And they basically just like took our characters that were already not capable of surviving and were like, here, have even less survivability.
Yeah, and then the lack of, we knew the quality of life wasn't coming in, but people were just still hoping that the stash tabs were coming or some kind of relief was coming in. That didn't happen.
Well, that wasn't going to happen. They told us that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, I agree, but I bet you there's still like at least half the people.
Yeah, but plenty of the people probably were still disappointed because they thought it was going to happen, even though we all knew it wasn't. Like I could totally see that. I think I can like 100% see that.
People probably wanted the drop rates on Uber Uniques adjusted. Maybe not sort of dropping all the time, but that you have a chance to get it.
Well, you know what they did? They made Uber Uniques even rarer. That's what they did.
Yeah.
Because by making it harder to level up, by making it take longer to hit level 85, which is the wall, by the way, that you have to pass to be able to even have a chance of finding them, because they made it harder to get to that wall. They've made them even more rare because people are going to have so much trouble getting to that point.
I'm pretty confident when I say I don't think anybody wanted HellTide nerfs. Nobody wanted HellTide nerfs. People loved HellTide because of the way it looked.
I think HellTides were like one of the most like favored things. They're very fun. Lots of monsters, fast pace. There's like elites there that actually are challenging, like Kicksarth and whatnot, that take a little while to kill. Like in general, like you get good loot. It's a good reward, like risk reward scenario. If you die, you lose your freaking cinders, which again goes along with the risk reward scenario kind of a thing.
But now the cinders don't drop for diddly.
And supposedly that's a bug. And even if we assume that the cinders are even slightly higher than they were before, they still increased the freaking mystery chest to freaking what was it, 250 from 175?
Yeah.
And then you multiply that by 4 chests. I mean, that's 1,000. Oh, I got the butcher. I'm about to get my
And-
cheeks clapped.
And I think
Yeah, and the-
I'm about to get my cheeks clapped, boys.
a big hope for people for the balance patch was to see the overpowered builds be brought down and the underpowered builds be brought up. And very few cases was that happening. And where it did happen, I don't think it was the percentages were brought up enough to even compete anyway. Like, people are disappointed that they didn't get like all the other builds just like super buffed to have more enjoyable builds in the game.
Good luck, Ginger.
I'm trying my best here. The butcher is... This character is not even fully functioned. I literally just set him up yesterday, and I don't even have all the aspects I need. I wish I had a full set of... Oh, good, he's dropping some potions. Nice.
It's actually looking pretty decent.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on, butcher, what are you running for? Come on, it's you and me. Mano y mano. Mano y mano. Ow. Ow. Stop hitting me in the face. Mano y stop hitting me in the face.
Like, it definitely feels like you could use some more cooldown reduction.
Oh, I need aspects. That's what I need. I'm missing several of my aspects that I need. The Skinwalker's aspect is one of the biggest ones. I need that like immediately. That's one of the... I think the Skinwalker's was the one that I was going to use for healing. What is the... Isn't Skinwalker's the one that gives you like healing when you shapeshift? So every single time you shapeshift, you get like a heal. Yeah. When you use a shapeshifting skill that changes your form, you gain 88 life. If you are at full life, you gain the same amount as Fortify. So, like, that one's going to go up a lot when I put it on an item. But the general gist of that one is that I'm constantly shapeshifting back and forth between the wolf and the bear. And so I can just constantly heal myself, like, for every single time I shapeshift back and forth. Fading Echo in Kyrgyzstan, not unlocked yet. Where's the Fading Echo in Kyrgyzstan? You know, let's go get that. Oh wait, hold on. We gotta look for the treasure goblin. There should be a treasure goblin in here because the butcher showed up. Oh yeah, I am missing tons of aspects. I don't have hardly any of the aspects that I need for this build. I've got a couple, like, but I'm missing so many.
Back onto the HellTide. I mean, Terror Zones are a great comparison in Diablo 2, and those are a huge success.
Oh yeah, Terror Zones I think were one of the best additions to Diablo 2 in a long time. I mean, if anything, like, it's obvious that Diablo 2 players really enjoy events. World bosses. Like, let's just pretend for a second that Uber Diablo is considered a world boss, which I feel like he could use a difficulty bump if he is considered a world boss. But I mean, look at how excited people get when frickin' like Uber Diablo shows up. You know, it's like, oh my god, Uber Diablo. And I mean, Diablo 2 could definitely use some more world bosses. I think it would be cool. I think if they introduced other such of monsters like Uber Diablo, I don't think most people would be upset about it.
I'm not ready yet.
The world bosses and Legion events right now feel very vanilla in Diablo 4. They're all kind of...
The Legion event needs
I'm not
more
ready yet.
difficulty. Even with the current changes, like, I don't know what it is, but the Legion events just aren't very tough. I don't know if it's the way they have them balanced or what's going on, but like, they just feel really easy.
I must wait a moment. I need more spirit.
I need more spirit. Another cool thing about this build is I'm completely ignoring Landslide for the most part. So like, most builds are so focused on their core skill that they need spirit to spam their core skill. And I'm basically set up so that I don't care that my core skill is even there. I'm basically only using the core skill to switch back and forth between the werewolf and the bear forms. So, like, I don't care whether or not I'm using a basic or a core skill. My entire goal is basically just to flip back and forth between the core and the basic over and over again to make sure that I'm maintaining the bestial rampage. And that, of course, goes to the minions, and then I spam the minions. So, like, it's a really interesting setup because, like, I don't need those 2 ring slots for a resource regenerator, so I'm not using, like, Ring of Umbral or, like, one of the other rings that gives you, like, massive amounts of resource regen. And it really kind of opens the build up a little bit because a lot of the other characters are just, they have to use one or both of those ring slots for resource regeneration.
I'm not ready yet.
Man, when things die to poison in this game, it's freaking gruesome looking. They, like, melt away.
The plague has got them.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm out of spirit. I must wait a moment.
So many DR boys up in here. Get out of here, DR toy. I also kind of like how the build is a little bit ranged and a little bit melee at the same time. Like, as much as I say that I don't really utilize Landslide all that much, because Landslide is a ranged attack, it's actually kind of nice to just, like, be able to just pop off a Landslide every now and then. Like, on a target that might be, like, out of your distance. Like, if you got, like, a DR target that's, like, way off in the back, you know what I mean? And, like, you're like, okay, I gotta kill that DR guy before I can kill everything else, and you just pop a couple Landslides off on him, and you don't even have to run over there, which is kind of nice. It's kind of nice.
The counter that appears in the bottom left corner of your landslide.
That's the Terra motes.
Oh, okay, so it goes 2, 3, 4 on the
Yeah,
ability itself.
watch the Terra motes. You ready?
Yep.
Oh wait, hold on. That's right. It doesn't really work very well for the bosses.
I must wait a moment.
Hold on. Let me get out of the dungeon first, and then I'll show you.
Okay.
Let me get out of the dungeon. Very, very frightening. Get out of the dungeon.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, the Terra motes are kind of crazy with this ability. I think, honestly, ever since I saw how they function, like I've pretty much immediately been super impressed, and I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, we're doing that from now on, because now that I see how they work, it just really makes sense just to use the Terra motes, because where's that dungeon that I need to go to get this Skinwalker aspect? Because I really need to grab this.
Yeah, I was really hoping the Terramote thing would work without it being on your bar.
It says Fading Echo, Kyrgyzstan. So down here in Kyrgyzstan, I don't know where Fading Echo is. So basically how the Terra modes work is that every single time you hit a target that is under a, like, immobilize, I think there's more qualifiers than just that, but every time you hit a target that's under that effect, it automatically causes a Terra mode to be generated. And then when you hit them with the next subsequent attack, it uses the Terra mode and then causes a crit. And then on top of causing the crit, it also gives you extra crit damage as well. So it guarantees you a crit, and then it does extra crit damage. The really cool thing is that like when you use the poison creeper, everything is immobilized upon using the ability. It then hits the it then hits all of those targets that are immobilized, and then generates a terror mode for every single one that it hits, and then it spends them all at the same time. Like it's absolutely crazy. Like the way that it works is it just hits and spends very, very quickly. I think this is probably a stronghold that I need. That's the reason why it's not working. I'm just gonna have to look it up because it's not showing me where this one is. It says not yet unlocked. And it won't show me where this one is. It works for this one. It works for all of them, pretty much. Okay, there we go. I tried that earlier, and it wouldn't let me do it. Where the hell is it taking me? Oh, that's why it wasn't working. Okay. Because it doesn't want to, like, tell me how to get through this area. That's what's going on. See how the line is just traveling straight through nothing into the sand? So, we need to go here, which I don't have that one, so let's go here. We'll grab this waypoint on the way. Aspect of the vampire chinchilla. I don't even know what that would do.
Not while I'm in town.
You're so pumped for Season 1, Lonsdale? What class are you going to pick? What's your build? What are you going to do? Are you going to be a chinchilla master? I want to be a chinchilla master. The fluffiest there ever was.
Time.
I got chinchilla fur stuck in my teeth, 'cause it's everywhere, dear Lord, save me. I think I'm dead, 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 dead.
I need more time.
Do I think Bone Spear will be fine in Season 1? I don't know. I'm very unimpressed with Bone Spear at this point. I mean, you could probably still build it, and if you built it correctly, you could probably still do decent damage. A couple people have been saying that once they have their perfect setups, that they're still doing very well. But
While I'm in town.
I can't answer the question whether or not you're going to be able to do good without your perfect setup. I think that's the way to talk about it, is like, as a leveling build, is it still going to be decent? And then the answer to that question is I don't know.
I need more time. I need time to do that.
Yeah, if you get your Liliths before the new season, they will carry over. You also want to explore the map before the new season, so make sure you're exploring the new map, the whole map. That way you can, when you load up your new character, you'll get access to the whole map. This is that quest zone, isn't it? It's like part of the, the Andariel quest. So... Sandy Ruin. So. You teach me and I'll teach you, Chinchillamon. Got a chinchilla mole. hell's going on out here? Calm it down. Oh yeah, there you go. So if you want to see it now, let me get a big pack here, and I'm gonna show you the Terra motes. Alone. All right, you ready? Watch the Terra motes. 3, 2, 1. You see them like count all the way up, count all the way down, count all the way up, count all the way down. Like they literally, it literally generated like 10, maybe 15 Terra motes. And then it used them all, like, in that same time period. Like, there was a whole bunch of guaranteed crits there. Like, we're talking about, like, probably about, like, 10, maybe even 15 guaranteed crits if you, like, really, like, slowed it down and watched it. Because it literally goes, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of crazy. Alright, where is this dungeon?
I must wait a moment.
I think that's the coolest part, is that it actually uses the Terra motes at the same time as it generates them. Which is, I think, with the landslide ability when you're using it, it's only generating the Terra mote, and then your next attack uses the Terra mote. But, like, the way landslide works, because it's a circle and because it goes in sequence and because it immobilizes all at once, it literally just sits there and like generates massive amount of Terra motes and then utilizes all the Terra motes just as quickly as it's generating them. And so you end up with like a whole bunch of guaranteed crits really fast. I'm definitely going to want to build crit damage with this build for sure.
I must wait a moment.
And maybe some crit multipliers as well. I think crit multipliers would work really well with this build.
I must wait a spirit.
You teach me and I'll teach you.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Can't wait till I get access to the Skinwalkers aspect. I have a feeling that's going to fix a lot of my survivability issues. Because I can take the damage, I just can't heal myself. And the Skinwalker aspect is going to allow me to basically heal myself every single time I swap back and forth between forms. And I think that's going to be a drastic increase in defensive capability.
I must wait a moment.
You give the patch a D4 out of 10.
I must wait a moment.
I feel like the fact that they still haven't even fixed some of the bugged builds, like the shred build apparently still works. Like, what the hell's my boy doing up there? Hey, Mr. Werewolf, like, what you doing up there, man? Like, I mean, okay, all right, you know, you just doing your thing, all right. Attack that guy.
I'm not ready yet.
Do terramotes work with the aspect if you do not have landslide on the bar? No. I tested it without landslide on the bar, and it does not work without landslide on the bar. So if I take landslide off, and you want to try and generate terramotes, it doesn't generate them. So the terramotes appear here, and I'll show both real quick. Hold on. So let me find some monsters. So as you can see, nothing appears here. So we don't get any terramotes there. If I take it and I put it back on the bar, and I use the ability, give me a second, just gotta refresh it. And you use the ability, you'll notice that the terramotes appear here. You don't see them like come up quickly enough, but like you also see the terramotes come up here on the ability, this little 2 number down here in the corner. It takes a little bit to actually like see it and pay attention to it. Here, hold on, let me try not to die here. Good lord, that is some spicy meatball there. So that's the terramote right there, you see it? It says consumed by a landslide to deal a guaranteed critical strike for 40% increased damage. So unless you have it on the bar, you're not going to get the terramotes.
I'm not ready yet.
Now that doesn't mean you can't still use it. So you can use it, you're just not going to get the terramotes. So like, you know, if you want to do it that way, you totally can. It still gets the enhanced effect from the enhanced landslide, which is I think the immobilize. So it's interesting because the terramotes are just free crits. And it's kind of hard to turn down free crits. Like, it basically makes it so the ability always crits. Because Poison Creeper always immobilizes, and the terramotes are always generated when you hit a monster that's immobilized, and you spend them immediately on the next hit, which means that literally the first hit is the only one that might not crit, and then everything after from that point will generate a terramote and then use it, generate a terramote, use it, generate a terramote, use it, generate a terramote, use it. And sometimes they generate multiple terramotes because one attack, one landslide spike can hit multiple targets. So you'll actually see it generate like 4 or 5 terramotes and then burn them in the same time period that it created them. Like, you can literally see it on stream if you go back and you just like go frame by frame. You can see it count up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it goes back down to 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it goes back down to 0. It's pretty cool. Pew, pew.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, that's just rude.
I'm not ready
You
yet.
teach me and I'll teach you. I'll help. I'll help by hitting you in the head.
I'm not ready yet.
I think the other cool thing is that when you think about it from this perspective, so landslide is one attack. Right? That's one attack on landslide. Like, landslide is just one little doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo, right? Poison Creeper is literally it hits like a lot. It hits many, 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 many times. I don't know where I get the motivation to keep on playing. Honestly, it's the fun builds for me. Like, I was never really so much interested in the power of the character and more so in the functionality of like whether something was possible. If you followed my channel for a long time, like Joy has, you probably know, like, I really enjoy the underdog. Like, I'm a big proponent of the underdog, and I like to take characters and builds that nobody else likes and nobody else wants to play and make them into viable builds. like find a way to make them work. And I don't always succeed. So like that's also a whole other thing. Like sometimes I fail miserably. But I fail with style. Okay. The only way that they could kill Diablo 2 and Diablo 4 for me, honestly, at this point, is they would have to find a way to completely kill build diversity entirely. They would have to make it so that, like, there's absolutely no way to make a unique build and something fun that you can play around with. I do not play overpowered meta builds. In fact, my Necromancer was actually way before people discovered Bone Spear was overpowered. Occasionally you'll see me play a meta build, but it's totally by accident. It's not even a joke. I'm still laughing though.
I must wait a moment.
Ginger playing a meta build? It's gotta be by accident.
I'm not ready yet.
Yay, Skinwalker's aspect. Now I get to be a Skinwalker, cause I'm walking with skin and I got the skin walk. Come on down and walk with me, cause I got some skin and I'm gonna give them to thee. Yes, my double dagger barbarian in Diablo 2 kicked many butts. He was a butt-kicking machine. He was called, what was it? What was he called again? I can't even remember.
How do?
I can't even remember what his name was now.
Double Sting.
Double Sting. Yeah, good old Double Sting. See, I always think of silly names like that. What's wrong with good old Double Sting? I was actually I was thinking of considering adding in this aspect into the build, which is the Rune Workers Conduit Primal, or Rune Workers Conduit, which is a storm skills you cast to charge the air around you. But I don't have a storm skill, do I? I don't think I do have a storm skill in this build, now that I think about it. That was my other character. My other character was using Storm Strike. I'd like to use Storm Strike, but I don't really think it's viable for this build. Plus, if I'm being perfectly honest, Storm Strike is so slow. Like, why? It is such a slow ability. That jank attack like you got a donut in your hand and you're trying not to crush it when you hit a monster. That jank be like, I don't even know what's going on with that ability. Like, I like it. I was using it on my other character, but I had to put some attack speed on that thing because I couldn't even use it how it was. That jank was god-awful slow. Combat skillers. It's all combat skillers, Darkado. Combat, combat. All of them combat, combat, combat. Gotta put the combat. Combat, combat. Gotta do the combat, combat, combat. Gotta do the combat, combat, combat. Gotta do the combat, combat, combat. Yep, yep, yep.
Has everyone made their mind up on the stars?
A Drodad. I'm making a companion Drodad. Companion / landslide. That's my pick.
Oh, it's still fairy crafting the one from last night.
I'm just playing around with it, refining it a little bit, trying to get it in a a little bit more set up so I can test it a little bit better to get a feeling for how it works.
Nice.
So far, it's doing pretty good. I just need to keep at it. I still need some aspects to complete it.
Let's get started.
I am gonna miss my Earth skills replenish. barrier. I didn't even know that was. I didn't even think about that. I guess technically I'm getting more barrier by spamming the poison creeper, huh? Didn't even think about that. Wonder if I can work that in somewhere. I don't know. Might be able to work it in somewhere. This thing really needs a search function. It really do. It really do be needing a search function. Like I don't know what they were thinking when they made this big giant panel and they never put a search function on it. Well, dang, that thing can only go on pants and an amulet. That is unfortunate. Well, that is 301 life with a pretty decently leveled item. That's not bad, actually, especially since it goes up to 517. So every single time I swap between... Every single time I swap between forms, it automatically is going to give me 301 life. And if I'm at full life, it automatically gives me the same amount as Fortify. That seems kind of ridiculous. Like, it seems like I'm going to be healing all the time.
Not while I'm in town.
Let's test this out and see. But I did do it, right? Oh. It's gotta be this one. I don't like this event. You gotta run around and click on all the things and all the spiders coming out of the cocoons and stuff. He's not cool. Trying to get... Stop it.
Bless you.
Protect me! Be careful!
Wow, this is kind of wrecking shop over here. I'm really liking the sustain on this.
I must wait a moment.
Like, I felt like before I was having more trouble with my life constantly falling. And this time, it feels like that extra heal that I'm getting is just like massive. Because I'm constantly just switching in between forms. And every single time I switch between forms, I'm getting the heal. So, like, that's not bad at all. I like it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I killing these monsters with my big old werewolf, and then they come on down and they be real mean to me, and they're mean, and I don't like it because they're jerk faces.
I'm not ready yet.
Jerk faces. I need a better armor. I need A armor.
Was there another update?
Is there another update?
I'm just logging in and it says updating. It's like, oh,
Maybe
well,
there's
another
a maybe,
fix.
maybe there's a hot fix. Let's see.
Hot picks for the HellTides, hopefully.
I would hope there's a hot fix for the hell. Dang name it.
Yeah, I'm downloading that 6 gigs.
What?
Did you download the patch from yesterday?
No, I played yesterday. I
Hmm.
downloaded the 12 gig patch yesterday.
Boom.
So weird.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, there's a note of Pez Radar specifically saying that the cinder drop rate is a bug. Everybody keeps talking about the cinder drop rate, and it's a bug. So it's confirmed a bug. Pez Radar confirmed it. It's not. That's not the accurate amount that's supposed to be dropping. I mean, I think everybody pretty much figured it was a bug when you walked out and did like, you killed like 100, 200 monsters and you had like 13 cinders.
That was just icing on the Nerf cake.
I must wait a moment.
Definitely not something that's in their favor, you know. When one thing goes wrong, and you know, like you have somebody who's upset about something, like it definitely doesn't help to have other subsequent things to go wrong because it gives them more to complain about.
It's a snowball.
They'd be like, "Man, you nerfed my character and you nerfed my HellTides? Oh hell no!"
I'm not ready yet.
Send you another little list, Ginger, for what I think about leveling for the renown reasons.
Ready yet.
Obviously, we have to put more dungeons in, but I put the amount of dungeons we have to do to get the extra skill point and 2 HellTides per zone.
Prep. And it's fancy too. And it's fancy. I be pulling up a notepad. That's what I pull up on camera. You guys see me pulling up a notepad. Leon be pulling up like he's got like it all gridded out and it's in like a fancy little thing and he's got all his little he's got his little headers and he's got like the thing and it's got like a nice like dark background.
Formulas, calculations.
Dungeons needed for renown. Did you see the thing that I posted the other day about the quests? Because we could utilize that too.
Yeah. But you can see it's very few, besides 2 zones. 1, you don't need to do any dungeons. Just the 2 strongholds alone are enough.
How come Scotland says 0? Oh, two strongholds is enough. With
Yeah, because it's 100 per stronghold. You need 190.
Okay. Yeah, I mean we could knock that out pretty quickly, and then like it shouldn't take all that long. Like we'll finish Fractured Peaks really early, and then Skosglen really early, and Dry Steps, and then it might take us a little while to work into Hawazar and Kyrgyzstan, but like we should be able to hit them up pretty quickly.
Yeah, we should be able to get the bonus 3 skill points relatively quickly. I agree.
Where's the countdown on the screen? What? A countdown?
I must wait.
Yeah,
a
we're
moment.
under 24 hours.
Man, you guys always asking for countdowns and jank.
We need all your fancy little OBS tricks for using XSplit.
You the little doojanks.
Little
Now,
dong dong.
you could even just use Diablo's specific one.
I'm
They have
not
like a
ready
countdown
yet.
on one of their programs or websites.
So aside from Gingy, who started his companion druid, what is everyone else starting?
I'm not ready.
I'm still very much considering starting a sword.
I mean, if that's what you want to start, that's what you want to start. I mean, we're gonna support each other, so like, it's not gonna be the same as starting a solo. Like, we'll be able to carry you a little bit. I mean, some builds are gonna be way better at single target, and some builds are gonna be way better at AOE. I would be surprised if nobody did my freezing arrow rogue, because honestly, that freezing arrow rogue is like insane for like density clear. And it would be really nice to have like a character capable of density clear like that, because she can just like one-shot kill like like freaking 100+ monsters. Like it's
not ready yet.
really kind of stupid.
You're McGinn, yeah.
Then-
I'm actually doing the same build that Ginger was doing. I was starting it right just before he did it on stream.
Oh sure, Wolfie's first. Wolfie's first. I was talking about this thing. I was talking about this aspect before it even came out, Wolfie. Before it even came out, they leaked a picture of it during one of the little campfire meetings, okay? I've been thinking about this one since the campfire meeting.
It's a great build. Watching you play it right now, it's just like, yes, I want to be playing this right now.
I mean, I don't know how good this guy's gonna be at like boss fighting. I feel like boss fighting might
Oh,
be
that looks pretty cool.
might be a little bit of a weakness. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Oh yeah, it looks really cool. Like here, look. Let's just watch it. You ready? You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the double landslide thing is so cool.
Mm. That looks pretty cool. So
Am I
would
still-
that
yep.
work with the landslides aftershock aspect as well?
Yes, it does.
Oh, that's okay.
That's the one that does 2.
Yeah, the 2. That's
landslides.
that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I have. So when I use it, it does one, and then it comes back and it does another.
Mhm.
It does not though work with the what is it? The other passive, which is when you strike an immobilized or stunned enemy with landslide and additional pillar of earth is formed. It doesn't work with that one. I don't know why. And do not.
What's the aspect that makes them spread out across the floor and explode like
I'm not
mines?
ready yet.
I think that's a different one. I'm so glad that Chunk's choosing the absolute worst sigils for me has become a meme. Everybody's like, where's Chunk? So we can choose a horrible sigil.
Alright, let's go see how bad this NATO druid really feels with his nerfs.
So, a couple people were doing the XP test, right, for the renown yesterday.
Mhm.
What? How much XP do you get? Is it percentage based? What is it? How's it work?
Level
When you
based.
claim?
You get 100 at level 1, you get 102 at level 2, you get 105 at level 3. It's
So it's a percentage.
pretty bad. At higher levels, you get like a lot. Like I think when I checked it on my 70 character, it was like 57k or something like that. It was a lot more. I'm not exactly sure what level we would actually want to like use it at, but I feel like using it at level 1 is just painfully
waste.
bad.
Yeah, it's just a way.
It's just very bad. Unfortunately, a lot of people I think are going to make that mistake, despite the fact that I told everybody earlier not to. Don't do it.
I haven't really tested my character since the changes. I've been too scared.
What are the one-handed weapons that you can get for the blah 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 blah?
Druid.
The
the
druid. It's what is it? Mace, axe, and anything else? Just mace and axe.
I think that's
I
it.
think it is just basic action.
Because I'm probably going to be using a one-hander. I guess maybe it's going to be axe. So here's a question, and I don't even know if you know the answer to this one, Leon, because I don't know the answer to this one either.
I'll try.
So
I'll try my
damage.
best.
So damage to healthy enemies. If
Okay.
if I poison an enemy when he is at full HP,
It should snapshot.
is it? Yeah. Does it snapshot? That's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
everything in this game snapshots. It seems like
So
it should snapshot.
so healthy probably would be better than overpower, because I think that's
You're not
I think,
overpowering with poison.
I think those are my two choices though. Like I have a choice between overpower and healthy, and I think healthy actually would work with poison, and it would probably work pretty well because you hit off your main ability, poisons everything. They're healthy at that particular moment, so it snapshots the damage, and then they take lots more poison damage because of it. It could work, maybe. I don't know if I have any axes. I don't think I saved any axes, because axes aren't really my favorite weapon, but I think axes is what I'm probably going to have to go with. One-handed axe. And a totem. What's the buff on the totem? I forgot.
think it's
Cooldown
CDR.
reduction. Okay. Which they nerfed recently.
Very badly.
Which they nerfed. They nerfed it so hard.
I can't believe they hit global CDR though. So many builds rely on CDR and they just said nope.
Well, I don't know. I feel like the problem with cooldowns is that obviously people are going to want them up all the time. I've never been a big fan of cooldowns. Like, even in Diablo 2, I don't like the cooldowns that are in Diablo 2 either. Like, I usually like to increase the duration of the abilities to the point where they're, like, always active. Like, I feel like that's kind of like the thing that you do in Diablo 2 to make the cooldowns bearable. So, like, Holy Shield, for instance, like, you never just use Holy Shield, like, at level 1. It's terrible. Like, you use it, and then you gotta cast it again, like, 30 seconds later. It's basically identical to, like, a 30-second cooldown in this game. Like, you're just like, Holy Shield! Holy Shield! Holy Shield! Like, when you level it up a little bit and it lasts for a good period of time, then it becomes less like a cooldown and more like a buff. And a lot of the abilities in Diablo 2 are like that. Like, you know, like at lower levels, they're just absolutely terrible and nobody wants to use them because they're such short cooldowns and they're not always active.
Yeah.
Silo, you ready?
Feel
You
sorry
wanna
for
do?
Bobs.
Yeah, I was just I'm creating that new character right now.
So have we tested speed leveling yet? How bad it really is.
Speed level? No, it shouldn't be that bad. Speed level. I mean, there are XP nerfs for sure, but I fully expect to be in World Tier 4 5 hours in.
No, I mean boosting.
Oh, boosting! I haven't
Yeah,
tested
have we
boosting.
actually tested, like, is it...
I mean, I don't care about boosting because that'd be a second character, and we're all starting our first characters come tomorrow. So I that's like down the road for me. I don't even care about testing that.
Oh, you want to know if you can boost? The answer to that question at this point is no. No.
Well, not as effective at least.
It's basically just no. Like how they have it set up is basically you are getting about the same amount of EXP that you would if you just killed the monsters yourself. Like, so if say if you're level 10 and, you know, you can kill up to like level 20 monsters. I don't know if you could do 20 monsters, but you can kill like a level 20 monster. The amount of EXP you're going to get for that level 20 monster is the same amount of EXP you're going to get from the level 100 monster. Like, it doesn't... They've got it set up so that you're just not going to get it. And then on top of that, now they locked out the level 1 character from getting to World Tier 3 to get that EXP bonus, and they locked out the level 1 character from level 4 to get the EXP bonus. So you're stuck in level 2, or World Tier 2 or World Tier 1, which means you don't get access to the higher EXP bonuses either. And, like, they've killed it in several ways, even more than what I think anybody has ever realized. They also... Another one of the nerfs that I found out was for the power leveling that we haven't seen, or people aren't talking about, is that they basically kind of disabled, like, proximity objective completion. So, like, you know how, like, when you're near an objective, when somebody else is completing it and you're not actually there and you didn't actually participate, but it still gives you the completion for the objective, even though you did nothing? That was in the patch notes, and I realized later on that was just another stealth nerf to power leveling, because it's gonna like kill the shared objective completion.
Wow. Very goofy.
I mean, G-Rush is a G-Rush is a G-Rush. You guys know from my Diablo 2, I don't like rushing. Like, G-rushing isn't really my personal style, but, like, there's a reason why I kind of embraced it in Diablo 4. And it really... And the only reason I was really doing it was because as a content creator, I need to have characters up. And I need to be testing things. And, like, in Diablo 2, it's easy. I can just, like, hero edit a character. No big deal. Like, I just hero edit a character in. Like, you know, change it up, get to the level that I need, test out the items, like give the items that I need. Like it's super duper easy to test out a character in Diablo 2. It's much harder because this is an online service. So I was more than willing to boost up a couple characters so I could level up and test things out and get as much information as I possibly could. And I'm actually glad I took advantage of it while it was available because, to be honest, like it brought me a lot of necessary information that I needed for leveling up my character.
Nice. It makes sense.
I must wait a
I don't think I would have had as many cool videos if I hadn't been able to G-rush my characters up. 300 subs today? Nice.
not ready yet.
Exploit early and often. I don't think that's going to be enough in this game, Irene, or Little Jimmy. I don't think that's going to be enough. As I demonstrated in my Eye of Sauron video, the Eye of Sauron is upon us, and I think the age-old exploit early and often is now unfortunately dead because they are patching things faster than anyone can even recognize that the exploits exist.
So that's a 59 cleared okay on the Nado Druid. Felt good. Didn't feel too bad.
First DC character loss. You lost your character from disconnecting.
Oof.
They have a fix for that coming in hardcore. There's these scrolls of escape or whatever, and apparently they're trying to work in a patch which will basically make it so that the disconnects will use your scroll of escape and send you back to town. They're basically calling it some form of disconnect protection, and it's an automatic feature. So like if it detects that you disconnected, it just automatically uses your scroll and saves your life by sending you back to town. They don't have that feature in the game just yet, but they are working on bringing it in. They talked about that in the last campfire patch. So losing a hardcore character is pretty painful, but let me tell you a story about my character when I was on my way to level 99 in Diablo 2, which is very painful. I think I was like level 97, and I was working on my way to 98, and declone spawned, and I was running around helping everybody do the declone. And you lose EXP when you die in Diablo 2. And even more if you don't recover your body. DC'd right in the middle of fighting Declone, and he ripped my head off. And I came back, and I had lost like, I think it was like 2 days worth of progress toward level 98. It was like 2 full days of progress that I had lost. It was awful. Freaking like I had never felt like worse in my life. Literally just have like 2 whole days of my progress just ripped from me like that. And something that wasn't even my fault.
I'm not ready yet.
The campfire chat? I think the campfire chat is not tomorrow, but I think it's the day after tomorrow.
It's weird that they do it a day after the season. It made sense to do it today.
I must wait a moment.
I reckon they're going to revert a few things, or at least adjust a few things. The amount of negative feedback.
I mean, I could give them a list of things that they need to adjust right now. If they really want some goodwill toward the community, I could give them a whole list of things that they could adjust right now. Like, first off, that level cap on the sacred items needs to be adjusted to 50.
Yep, I'd say 50 or 70 respectively on there.
50, 70 would be a hell of a lot better than 60, 80, which is honestly, in my opinion, terrible. 60-80 is terrible. 50-70 is like amazing. Another thing that they really need to adjust is Legion events. I think Legion events are enjoyed by people because they give lots of EXP, but they're really weak overall.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't really care about the damage nerfs. In fact, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, they could lower the damage even further, and I still wouldn't even care.
Wait a minute.
But the survivability nerfs were harsh. Like that was just cruel. Like we didn't deserve that. Our characters were already struggling to survive in most scenarios. Like, and now it's just even worse. Like, I don't think the survivability nerfs were warranted. Especially considering we're going to get another survivability nerf when we hit the season. A lot of people aren't considering this, but right now you're utilizing 3 skulls in your amulet, your ring, and your other ring, right? Which is 750 armor value. It's a pretty hefty amount of armor that you're gaining from just your rings and amulets. And you're not getting that anymore in the season of the Malignant because you're going to be using gems, the new gems, the Malignant gems in those slots. So you're going to be even weaker.
No, please.
I'm struggling with this 63.
Another thing that would really help out a lot is give us some frickin' dang more inventory space. I know they have the power to at least just give us a couple more shared tabs. I know it's already coded in the system. They're not. That is not something that's not coded in. You can't tell me that's not already coded in. All they got to do is press a couple buttons probably, and then we have new tabs.
Oh my god.
I'm not ready yet.
You know, I forgot that was a cellar. I went into that cellar. That cellar was spicy. Boy, that thing had a lot of monsters in it. Oh dang! I just dropped my liquid death. That thing is gonna be all shook up. A little bit of liquid death. Everybody asks me if I'm drinking beer. It's just sparkling water, guys. It's just sparkling water. I tell you what. You think the inventory problems are bad right now? Wait until we get these 32 Malignant gems. Wait until you start holding on to some of them for other characters. You guys just wait. Y'all just wait. They added in more stuff for us to hold on to, not less. It's not yellow, it's green, Silveraku. It's green. Like your envy. What are you talking about? Blizzard did buff the companion druids heavily. Some pretty heavy companion druid buffs. Shall I go over the companion druid buffs? Let me count the ways. 1, 1,000. 2, 1,000. 3, 1,000. If this is pea colored, you got some really green pea. I don't know if you've been drinking a lot of like lime Kool-Aid, but y'all need to get your eyesight checked. All right, so let's count the ways that they buffed the druid, right? So first off, the companion druid got a buff in the form of this beautiful thing, which is called the Moon Rage. This is a 5% chance to summon a wolf companion to your side for 20 to 30 seconds. In addition, gain +3 wolves. So you go from 3 wolves to 6 wolves, which is kind of crazy. Number 2. They also increase the companions by allowing... Where is it? This beautiful thing. The Creeping Death, which applies to the Poison Creeper. Your damage over time effects, poison, are increased by 30 to 40% for each different crowd control effect on the target. And the Poison Creeper likes to put crowd control effects on targets. Slows, immobilizes. Unstoppable monsters and staggered bosses instead take 110 to 130% increased damage from your damage over time effects. The Creeping Death is a buff directly to the Poison Creeper. And then on top of that, the Poison Creeper is all about crits. And we have other buffs. So I'm going to go over the other crit thing later, but there is this really interesting one here, which is Tempting Fate. Vicious Offensive World Tier 3. You gain 40 to 60% critical strike damage, but your non-critical strikes deal 20 to 15% less damage. So basically lowers your damage of non-critical strikes, but increases your damage of critical strikes, right? So then we go take a look at the patch notes, and you find this beautiful thing right here, which is the Druid Subterranean Offensive Aspect. The Subterranean Offensive Aspect gives you Poison Creepers active also cast Landslide in a circle around you, and Earth skills deal 10-20% increased damage to poisoned enemies. You then stack on the Terramotes, which give you guaranteed critical strikes on basically all of your attacks, which means that all of those crits that we're getting a huge amount of damage for, the Terramotes, which are created by the Poison Creeper and used by the Poison Creeper, will also obtain the huge critical strike damage bonus granted by that particular Malignant Gem. Then you stack in other things like the massive amount of damage bonus that you can get from the Shepherd's Gloves. So you get a 10% damage multiplier for each active companion. And because they added in more wolves, you can have 6 total wolves, which you cannot test right now, Samael, because they don't have 6 wolves in the game right now. The 6 wolves will give you 60% damage multiplier on the core skill, which is the Landslide. Then on top of that, you also get another 20%, I think it's 30% actually, or 40% from the Ravens, depending on how you have them set up, which is a 100% damage multiplier on Landslide. And you also get one for the Poison Creeper. So you can have a total of 110% damage multiplier with the Shepherd's Gloves total because of those +3 wolves that the new Malignant Gem is giving you. So an additional 30% damage multiplier there. In total, we're looking at some pretty crazy damage multipliers once everything is set up, and I think it's going to be kind of nuts. I don't really care about the DPS of the wolves. The wolves are basically there to give me the multiplier. The Poison Creeper is there to give me the free crits and to reset everything and the poison. And the Landslide is given to the Poison Creeper, and since this gives the 110% core damage skill to the Poison Creeper's Landslide, which is considered a core skill despite the fact that the Poison Creeper is not a core skill, all of the damage bonus from the Shepherd's Gloves goes back to the Poison Creeper. It's very quite interesting.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Chunks? How's it going, man?
Oh, alright.
He's so overly concerned about my build. Where is my... There it is. There. Have fun. There's the build. Go take a look at it. Of course, you still don't even understand what I'm trying to do. You still think I'm trying to get damage out of the wolves. I'm not trying to get damage out of the wolves. I don't care about the wolves. The wolves are just there to give me extra damage to my landslide. Which, the landslide goes around the poison creeper. Which, the poison creeper gives me poison. Which, the poison gives me more earth damage. Which, the immobilize gives me more crits. Which, the crits give me more damage. Which, the crits give me more damage because I'm not critting. It says +3 wolves. Moonrage Heart says +3 wolves. I read it. It literally says +3 wolves. I'm going to pull it back up and I'm going to show you it says +3 wolves. The Drodad. It literally says gain +3 to wolves. Oh, it gives. Oh, okay. You're saying it gives +3 skills to wolves, and I'm saying it gives +3 wolves. I guess we're gonna find out. The way that it's worded, I guess it would be +3 to wolves, not +3 wolves. Either way, I'm still gonna use it. Either way, I'm still gonna use it. Arr. Yeah, that's the way I usually see it too, is +3 ranks. Usually they use the word ranks. Like for instance, +1 rank of all companion skills, +3 ranks of Call of the Wild. Usually when they say +3 wolves or plus companions, it's written differently. That's why I read it as +3 wolves, but... honestly, either way, it's still more damage. I don't really care. I'm going to be running the bonus companion mod too, the one that gives you 1 extra companion to all your companions. So that way I have more damage output from the shepherd's aspect as well.
I'm not ready yet.
Honestly though, it really seems like even if that's the case, so even if it's just giving +3 ranks to the wolves, it also says right here that kills have a 5% chance to summon a wolf companion to your side for 20 to 30 seconds. And it's the 20 to 30 seconds that makes me think that this is actually a wolf companion separate from the ones that are allowed by the skill. Because why else would it say 20 to 30 seconds? So in other words, the more wolf companions that I'm able to summon using this 5%, the more damage that I will get, because it will most likely count as the shepherd's ability. So literally, this is my assumption anyway, is that every single one of those summoned wolves for those 20 to 30 seconds is going to count toward the 10% damage bonus on shepherds. Which means that if I have lots of them summoned, I don't know how many I'm going to be able to summon at a 5% chance. I don't know if it's 5% chance or 5% lucky hit. If it's 5% lucky hit, then it's a lot lower. But as you can clearly see by the way that this ability works, that is a lot of hits within a very short period of time. It is a butt ton of hits within a very short period of time. With a 22% lucky hit chance on every single one of those hits, I mean, if you counted them all out, I mean, that's a lot of freaking hits. It goes doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot, and it also has an outer ring too. Doot 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 doot. And I would assume that every single time I spam Poison Creeper, I would probably get like 1 wolf, just like that. It would probably be like one wolf from that. Like with all of those hits, a 5% chance, I would probably see at least one wolf pop up just about every single time I do a poison creeper. Within a big group of monsters. Versus like a single target, probably not as much.
I'm not ready yet.
Rom. I really need to get a better armor for this guy.
I must wait a moment.
You have a good night too, Gage. Y'all are welcome to hang out with me all day. I'm just gonna have fun playing until tomorrow.
I must wait a moment.
This is the day. This is the day. The day before the patch, Toady. We're going to play some season tomorrow and probably get wrecked.
I'm
You
not
gonna
ready.
use your battle pass?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my battle pass.
What time does it start, do you know?
It's like 10 a.m. PDT, so it's like 1 p.m. EST or something like that. Like it's kind of earlier in the day. I'm not really.
Odd. Normally it's like 9 or 8 at
Yeah.
night EST.
You're gonna try it.
I'm gonna miss a few hours, but I think I'm gonna try a druid, to be honest. I'm actually playing one right now, and I've never messed with one yet on this game, and it's pretty fun so far.
My companion build's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I was just listening to that. I got the wolves and the poison creeper right now, and I am just playing, like, I skipped the campaign, but I'm like level 10 right now, and he's pretty strong. He's kind of slow, but strong.
Well, the you don't get the full benefit of that build until you get access to this spirit boon right here, which is the pack leader. So critical strikes have up to a 20% chance to reset the cooldowns of your companion skills.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
was looking at that, and that seems kind of cool, like something that no other class kind of has.
And then the really cool thing about this is that when combined with the new aspect, which is the subterranean aspect, you basically get the landslide comes out of the poison creeper, right? And then it builds the terra motes, and each one of the terra motes is spent, and then it guarantees you an automatic crit. So in big groups of monsters, with the combination of that pack leader and the terra mote, you get like basically almost like a guaranteed reset in any big group of monsters. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, I'm just kind of messing around with the different skills. I'm using trample right now, and I'm just like, I don't know, I guess I'm just so early on in the game. Everything I just run through, I kill it in one hit, pretty much.
One thing that you might like a lot about the druid is like, I feel like the druid is very much so indirect damage. Like he's a very much indirect damage character, which is kind of strange. So like, landslide, earth spike. There's a couple different abilities that he has that are just like they'll just hit anything. It doesn't matter where they are.
Yeah.
Do you remember when I played my my druid on Diablo 2? And I could just put like a volcano right underneath the monster's anus, like you know, volcanus under the anus. Like it's kind of like that. Like you can literally just kind of run by a monster and just be like, boop, and you just like shove something under your butt and you just keep running. Like my landslide works like that. You just boop, landslide. You know, like boop,
I was
landslide.
looking at some of the stuff, like what's that one I was just reading?
Molten boulders in here too, if you like that.
Armor, how you can give your team cyclone
Yeah,
armor.
so you can give
That's
your
kind of cool.
That is an interesting one, giving your team cyclone armor. If we have a full druid party, we might have to have one druid with like
I'm not ready.
running the cyclone armor one just for fun.
Yeah, that actually sounds really fun. The yeah, that's kind of like normally it's always been the paladin that kind of helps everybody else.
Oh, Luke Goblin! Goblin, gotta get you, Luke Goblin! Come here, Mr. Luke Goblin! No, come back here, Mr. Luke Goblin! I said, come back here, Mr. Luke Goblin!
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, give me my junk. You didn't even drop me anything good. That cyclone armor aspect is broken? I was unaware of that. I'm not sure. Did they
Oh,
fix
there's
it?
an aspect? Yeah, see, I haven't even, like, looked at any of the aspects yet for the druid. Like, I'm still, like, a virgin with the druid.
Oh. Well, yeah, you might want to get a little practice in beforehand.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of messing around right now, just trying out different stuff.
The druid is a complicated beast. I mean,
There's a lot of stuff on the tree versus, like, the rogue where there was not as much. Like, there's a ton of different, like, I guess passives or whatever you call them on the tree.
Well, I mean, you think about it like this. Most of the passives are usually set up specifically for
a certain skill,
like a certain set of skills, like earth passives, you know, like storm passives, etc. So like you generally don't have to worry about them too much unless you're building into that kind of a setup. I mean, you got earth, you've got storm, all right, and then you have werewolf and you have werebear, and then you have companions. Those are the major categories.
Hang
and
on,
then from
there.
there, oh, okay.
I'm not ready yet.
Sorry, I had a package.
I must wait.
Good old Amazon.
I was saying though, so the druid has the storm, earth, werewolf, werebear, and companion. Those are your like your main categories. But then from there you can cross over a lot of abilities into other abilities. So like a lot of the earth abilities can become werebear abilities, and a lot of the werebear abilities can become earth abilities. A lot of the werewolf abilities can become storm abilities, and a lot of the storm abilities can become werewolf abilities. And back and forth like that. And then
Yeah, I saw one with trample that looked kind of cool, where once you use trample, it does a landslide, where you're like doing trample and landslide at the same time.
I must wait a moment.
Yep, and that's kind of like what's going on is you're getting like a whole lot of like switcheroo back and forth. There's all sorts of crazy stuff that you can do. Like there's like when you take a earth skill and you turn it into like a werebear skill, there's an ultimate called Grizzly Rage. So basically when you're in the Grizzly Rage, you can only use Grizzly Bear or Werebear abilities, right? Well, if you turn an earth skill into a Werebear ability, then you can use it while you're in Grizzly Rage too. So it becomes like a whole thing. And there's people that set up like ranged Grizzly Rage bears, because you can put range skills in there, and then you can have like a ranged Grizzly Rage bear, which is a whole thing. Hey, you never see the gaming pillow? It's a really cool pillow that you put in your lap, so you can use your controller. If you guys have never used one, if you use a controller for anything, if you are on the console at any given time, you should definitely check it out. It's pretty cool. I have one, and whenever I play with the controller, I usually use it because when you put your arms down, you don't have anything to put your elbows on, right? So it gives you something to put your elbows on, and then also you can rest your hands on the pillow. It just fits really perfectly within your hands. It's really great. And if you use that link, I get a kickback. So, haha. I don't think I've gotten any kickbacks since I started putting that link in my on my bot, but whatever. Not a single kickback. What's up, Rum Rover? Welcome to the party, Sam.
Yes, yes, I'll
The
take it.
pre-party. This is the pre-party.
Yeah, the druid so far is pretty fun. I've only really played the rogue. I made a sorcerer and played it to like level 20, and then I was like, since we're gonna restart anyway, I might as well just wait. But I just kind of played around with some of the skills. I just haven't had as much time as I had in the past.
Oh, no. I mean, yeah, it happens.
Which I'm actually grateful for, because now I get to, like, I feel like I get to enjoy the game longer. Like, I feel like a lot of people that, like, we played with in like D2, like some of the other people that have made like 4 level 100s, 5 level 100s, they're kind of burnt out already. And with like the MMO aspect of the game, they feel like what we're doing now is pointless. Because it's like, it doesn't like carry over as a side form. Oh, hang on. Somebody else knocking on the door. 1 second.
It sounded like a cop knock.
A cop knock.
That's what it sounded like.
It did kind of sound like a cop knock. You're not even wrong. It did. It did. That sounded authoritative. That was an authoritative knock.
Yeah. I might have heard one of those once or twice.
I may or may not have called 911 on my brother. Because he wouldn't leave me alone. He didn't think I'd do it, and I called him and dialed the number, and then they answered, and I hung up. And I didn't know, as a kid,
They'll
I
call
didn't
you
know.
right back.
Well, they sent a cop out.
Yes, they will.
You know it's a serious offense to dial 911 when you're not in danger. Look, I was in danger. My brother was trying to eat me.
Mm-hmm. Darkness.
He was mean. He was all sorts of mean.
I don't want to swap my generator on the Necro.
Highly recommend swapping to Landslide Trample Bear. I didn't really particularly like Trample. I tried it for a little while. I didn't. It wasn't my cup of tea.
Have you tested see how it performs in a level 40 plus dungeon yet?
The what?
I said if you tested it in Nightmare Dungeons yet, I did say level 40, but I just noticed it's only a level 73. So.
Yeah, this character's one. This is the highest level druid I've got.
Hmm.
I have tested it in some dungeons. Nothing too, super fancy. Killed a butcher earlier, which was pretty impressive considering I was missing most of my aspects.
Nice.
It was a little bit of a tough fight, but I totally pulled it off. Considering all the nerfs that have recently happened, I was actually kind of surprised that my half-blood character with mostly wrong aspects was able to take them on at all. I'm not even using, all the aspects that I need to make this character, complete. I think somebody even at the time commented, they were like, for a character that doesn't even have all his aspects correct, you're doing pretty well.
What do you think would be a better generator for a minion Necro? Decompose or reap?
What are you trying to do?
Get away from bone splinters because it's only bone skill I use.
I mean, I didn't particularly like bone splinters either. Are you switching off a bone spear?
Yeah, I already have. I'm minion. I'm using that ring that I found.
Oh, your minion?
Yeah, that.
If you're minion, I think you'd probably be better off with Decompose. Decompose has that secondary affix that gives you a
slow.
Well, no, the one that gives you the 10% damage bonus when the monsters are under the effect of Decompose.
Yeah,
There's also another aspect that lets you hit multiple targets with Decompose.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So then what you do is so your minions are beating the crap out of stuff, and so you're basically just spamming Decompose, hitting all of the targets, Degenerating corpses, of course, which is important because that gives you more corpses to use for your minions. Like if you're gonna go Minion Mancer, I think it's important to
I'm not ready.
not use the corpse generation on the minions. Like you don't want your minions to be your corpse generation as a Minion Mancer because you want them to be your damage. You're trying to focus on them as your damage. So they need to be using damage aspects, like like when you're choosing them. There's a couple different ways you can go, but like that way you're creating the corpses instead of them. There's a couple.
So don't use Hued Blush.
I mean, yeah, you can use that too. That's another way that you can generate more corpses. That's for you though. That's another one for you. That doesn't work for the minions.
What are you talking about then?
Hued Flash. I'm talking about like don't choose the Reapers that have like the carved flesh. Don't use the Bone Mages that create their own corpses. Don't use the Bone Golem that generates his own corpses after a certain period of time. Like you don't need them to generate corpses if you're going to be a Minion Mancer. You want to generate the corpses yourself and let them do the killing.
I'm using Iron Golem, Cold Skeletal Mages.
I'm not ready yet.
Are you using a core skill at all?
No.
So you're using
Just using Bone Storm, trying to keep it going. That way the Shadow key passive can proc on the ring and make it proc on all my minions.
Ginger, where's the link for the build guide to this druid?
I'm using the Band of Ultimate
Do I have a
Shadow.
build guide for this druid?
Yeah, where's the did you do a D4 armor setup or something?
I did one on builds, but it kind of needs to be redone. Like, especially since the Malignant Hearts aren't in that one.
I'm not ready yet.
I was gonna make one in the new build guide, the one that's on D4 Life. I think I'm gonna start using that one now. He's got the Malignant Hearts on his, and it looks like it's pretty good quality.
I'm using the Band of Ultimate Shadow.
I have the link to my. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I have the link to my original one if you want that one, but it does need to be reworked, and the Malignant Hearts aren't in there. I can link it for you. Let me pull up Discord real quick. So yeah, obviously when you theory craft a build, like it's not always going to be perfect. Like you're gonna have things change. I'll put it in Kinship Ladder. So with this build, some of the changes that I made was I found out that Landslide works with it. We didn't know whether the aftershock aspect worked with it, so that's the one where Landslide can hit a second time, so that actually got worked in on one of the rings. And then I think I made another change somewhere. I can't remember what it is. No, I think Vassally's Prayer was in the build guide. Some of the skill points I adjusted as well. Like there was a couple adjustments on the skill points that I made here and there. I think I ended up grabbing more into the quick shift and like the height senses and stuff like that because it was a nice damage bump. You can get like a 15% damage multiplier when you shapeshift back and forth.
No.
I mean, everybody pretty much helped me build this one, Smokem. I feel like you're being a little too judgmental there. Like, we kind of all sat here one day and we actually put this character together, so, like, I mean, yeah, like, he didn't personally put it together himself, but we kind of, like, all sat here together and, like, worked it out, and everybody put in their 2 bits, and, you know, like, talked about specific aspects, and even after it was online, like, we spent a little bit more time, and like they were like, hey, why aren't you using this aspect? This one would be pretty good, and I tested it out, and then that one didn't work, and then we tried another one, and then that one did work, and like we kind of went back and forth with it. So it's kind of like a community build, really. We do that a lot, by the way. We come up with builds
I'm not ready yet.
like the Party Paladin. That is a lot of lightning. Like, dear Lord Jesus, can you just calm it down with the lightning spires?
I'm not ready yet.
You freaking turd boy. Whew. One that I do want to try and work in somewhere that I haven't really figured out if I can work in it or not is that really nice one from the Druid that, it's like fortify, multiplier for the more fortify you have. I was kind of interested in that one.
I must wait a moment.
So the ring of the damned aspect, you deal, X% increased shadow damage to enemies affected by both Decrepify and Iron Fate. Does that mean either or do they have to be affected by both at the same time?
Oh, you said you're using the shadow. If you're using that one, you should be using the Shadow Mages.
No, I'm not. I just have it. I have it in my inventory. I'm just curious about it. I'm using the Band of Ultimate Shadow for my Bone Storm as a darkness skill.
I think I remember looking at that one too, and I was trying to figure out how to make that one like work. It sounds like if you're gonna go with a Darkness Bone Storm, you should probably go with that new unique shield, the Lidless Wall, the one that makes it so that you have tons of Bone Storms like spawning all over the battlefield.
Yeah, I don't have one of those.
I mean, you might find one. A couple people have found one already.
I just did a 29 solo. And it's slow going, but
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
now the Hellbent Commander passive, that would be one if I found that on an Ami. Would be good to use.
Where you're in there with them fighting?
I'm not ready
Yeah.
yet.
Well, I mean, if they're close to me, they do more damage. And I've got a bunch of fortifying barriers, so pretty much.
I mean, if you build around Bone Storm and you grab that barrier aspect, you should probably be able to just keep your barrier up all the time. That's why I think the Lidless Wall probably is going to work really good with your build, because you're building around Bone Storm.
I've got the barrier pretty much always active, so I'm building around Bone Storm. Really all I do.
I must wait a moment.
Summon minions and cast Bone Storm as soon as it
Stupid bees.
drops.
Sorry, I'm trying to find a million bees.
I must wait a moment.
And they're shooting more bees at me. Bees are shooting bees. I don't like it when bees shoot bees.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
I don't like the inconsistency in the way that the wolves work versus the way that the other two skills work. The ravens can be spammed essentially anywhere your mouse is. So like, with absolutely no exception, you can just simply pick a target, put the ravens down, and they instantly affect that target. The poison creeper is an instantaneous action that goes around you in a circle, and so you don't even have to aim it. You just have to make sure that you're where you want the poison creeper to be when it happens. And then the wolves are kind of like a disconnect from that. Like, you have to target something for the wolves to attack that area. And it's a little more like specific. Like you have to actually pick a specific target and be like, jump on that target there, like, and hold the mouse over that target and then press the button. And then sometimes it doesn't really activate right away. It's a little less intuitive than the other two, which are more like target abilities.
I must wait a moment.
Sometimes the wolves still don't care. They're just like, you literally target something and press the button. They're like, That's
a lot of damage reduction.
Need something special? You don't want that.
Since pretty much everything is affected by shadow damage.
Man, it sounds like you got a pretty sweet build cooking there.
To work out the bugs in it, my aspects are all like the bare bone right now. Like the blighted on my weapon is
Yes, I'll
very
take
minimum. 50 out of 120%. Because I just got it out of the codex.
Well, there's a sword that you can farm. Obviously, you're not going to spend time doing it right now, but like that super unique that drops that sword that's like all based around shadow damage that can go up to like 850 item level. You could probably pair that with the lidless wall, and then it's actually really cool because the lidless wall is 80% of the damage of whatever your weapon is. So you do lose 20% damage output, right? But since you can't really get a secondary item that's 850 item power, if you were able to get a really nice, like, 850 sword, you put the shield on, the shield's going to copy the stats from the sword, and it's going to get 80% of the 850 item power level. So you're still going to have an item power level shield that's going to be higher than 820. I don't know what 80% of 850 would be, but
I feel like I had one shadow damage weapon that I found for the necro.
So
some kind of side.
850 minus 20%. Oh, that's a lot lower than I thought it would be. It might not be 20% of the item level. I don't know. It might be 20% of the damage. I think it's 20% of the damage. I think that's more what it is. So 2,352 minus 20%. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be like full damage, but you definitely get much better damage out of the lidless by having the higher item power sword to go with it. Certainly.
Would Bloodless Scream be worth using?
I mean, it's a shadow damage do-jank. It gives you
darkness
chilling
shield.
effects with your shadow. Some people said it wasn't working.
I don't really need the essence though.
All things have value, I suppose.
Grind Hard TV. What's up, Grind Hard TV?
Not a 58. We'll try a 30. This death pulse by myself. I know how much you love them.
No, how much you love them.
I'm not ready.
I don't mind them.
You just like to torture me. That's all there is to it.
I'm on my necro, not my barb, so everything won't die.
What level's your necro now?
82, 81, 82. 81, about to be level 82.
I'm trying to figure out whether I want to just like, I want to do a dry run and like level up this character and see how terrible he is outside of a group setting, because Yeah, Hunter Zenith. Well, one of the issues I think with this, like, you know, doing a big group is you don't know how powerful you are specifically. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of want to figure out exactly how powerful you are. How powerful you are, not just how powerful everybody else is. The wolves are always so angry. They're always like, dang, calm it down. Look, Cody came over. And Cody came over here to see what was going on.
I don't blame him.
They said, what was that? It sounded like a demon. It sounded like a demon. I said, there was a demon up in there. Where's the demon? Gotta exorcise the demons. Cody, did you burp? It sounded like you burped. Did you toot? Cody, you toot? Did you toot? Would you like a pork rind? Would you like one of these? You want one of them? You want to taste it? Give it a taste. Come on, taste. Taste it. Taste it. Get taste. That's the taste. What does it taste like? That tastes good? Yeah? Yes. He said, tastes like, give it to me right now. He said, that's what it tastes like. Give it to me right now. He said, you got some more? He said, I'm big dog. Need many. Need many porkum rinds. I'm put it on your nose. We're gonna put it on your nose. He said, no, don't put it on my nose. Why are you dripping all over the floor? That's grody. Dripping. That's grody. You should see this. It's like it's like a water fountain coming out of his face. It's no wonder he always has so much saliva to give me. Check the latest tweet from Icy Veins. I don't even know Icy Veins had an account on Twitter. Level requirements for World Tier 3 and 4 will be removed in patch 1.1. One of the undocumented changes that went live in patch 1.1 includes the introduction of level requirements to unlock world tiers. Currently you need to be level 40 to unlock World Tier 3 and 60 to unlock World Tier 4. The global community lead Ad Fletcher has responded and confirmed the level requirements will be removed. We will be removing the level requirements. He didn't say there were a bug. He just said that they will be removed. So
I think I said we know how angry everyone is.
So the community probably backlashed hard on that one. I bet you. I bet you the community backlashed real hard. I bet you they was just like, boy, you don't get that crap out of here.
Seems like everything on YouTube has been mostly hateful.
I mean, they nerfed every single character. What did they expect was gonna happen when they nerfed every single character? Like, I'm trying to figure this out. Like, did they think that nerfing every single character within the game was gonna somehow just like, and my voice is getting higher and higher each time? Did they think that it was gonna somehow like not end in darkness? That'd be like someone who just like that'd be like someone who just went into a room and donkey punched every single person in the room and then just like stood there in the center and then they're just like, what?
Really donkey punch.
Donkey punched. That's right. Like, they basically donkey punched every single player in the game. Like, it didn't matter what character you were, you got donkey punched. They're like, rogues?
know.
They're like, oh, you're a melee rogue. Oh, donkey punch. Oh, you're a ranged rogue. Well, that's special. Double donkey punch. Like, they did not care, like, what you were doing or why or how or any of it. Like, they're just like, here, have a donkey punch. You get 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 a donkey punch.
And tomorrow's, Friday's campfire thing, right? That wasn't even planned until after this patch, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a response, a direct response to, them, obviously. Cody, will you get your butt... Get away.
Hatred.
Get away, yeah, direct response to the hatred. Speaking of hatred, you better back your butt up unless you want some of my hatred. You ain't ever getting another beef jerky the rest of your life, you steal. I will withhold all jerkums.
He's bluffing, Cody. Bluffing.
Ain't not a single another jerkum ever.
Do what you do, buddy.
Why do these druids, why do the druids look like they're... I mean, I don't know why, but they all look like they're, slightly Asian. Like Genghis Khan, kind of characters. Like, they went with, a Genghis Khan kind of a character. Like, they all just seem slightly Asian. Like, not like full-blown Asian, but like a Genghis Khan character, like somewhere in between. It's a good thing he's got a beard to cover everything up. I don't know why he's got, freaking kiss makeup on.
Now, what sword are you talking about? I should try. You're not
So-
talking about Azarath, are you?
No, there's a super unique that drops that's a special rare blade. It's called the Dark Blade or something like that, and it has a bunch of shadow modifiers on it, and it can drop as high as 850 item power. So if you were going with a shadow build, and you're going with Bone Storm, then I would recommend going with that one-handed sword, and then also going with the lidless wall shield.
Now, is this uber unique?
Yes, it's one of those super unique monsters, the ones that I did the video on.
Oh, I thought you meant like a uber unique.
Mm-mm.
Like, you're throwing this out there like, is this something that I could easily get?
I'm not sure what hair color.
I
I
appreciate
want to test
the-
out some hair color variations for my quicksand boy. Let's there's this one that's it's like fire. It's called red fire. Let's test this one out. I want to see what the red fire looks like. That way I already know what to do when I start my character. Why does it look so shiny? It looks like it's fresh blood. Like, it's a tattoo. It's not fresh blood, is it? Oh, no, it is fresh blood. Never mind. I'm completely wrong. It totally is fresh blood. It says fresh blood on the thing. Look what I know. How little do I know? Alright, let's get this ugly kiss makeup off my boy's face. Am I trying to make myself? Maybe. Maybe. Well, you don't like my slick back. Come on now. You don't like my little ponytail? Come on now. Come you here? Got a little bit of do-janks in my life, a little bit of go in with my strife. I'm only going to have 5 skill points here, but I can do a little bit of this without fear. Ooh. My dog just said, ooh. Alright, so I'm only going to have 5 skill points available to me when I hop on my character. So this is how my character's going to be set up when I launch on season. So we're going to play around with this. And we got an event right here. Let's go to this event and let's see if we can do it. And we're already level 2. Alright, let's go ahead and grab our poisoning for our claw. Jonakas. Boom. Boobus. What do you do this? It is a boobus. A kubus, a boobus. Once, a long time ago, there was a boobus dog. His name was a Kubus, Boobus, Rubus, Dubus, Kubus, Boobus dog. In the Kubus, Boobus dog land there was a big old monster Kubus, and he slept like a log. He got all the treats and he made it to the law. And then when he was gone, they cried all day, 'cause the Kubus monster dog was gone.
I'm not ready yet.
A fine harvest for my master.
Well, I am level 5 relatively quickly. All I did was this one event. Literally one event and I'm level 5 already. And I got a hammer. Look at that. Ba-donk, donk, donk. Diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-donk. And I got a hammer, gonna hit him in the head. Get the big old hammer, gonna hit him till he dead.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, so from this point, it's pretty much run some seasons and stuff like that. I was actually thinking this one might be a good quest to start with right here. It's a really easy quest. And quite honestly, all you gotta do is ride up here to Menestad. You hear him?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh yeah, he's
sad.
He's so sad. My life is so horrible.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, a treasure goblin. What luck.
Out of spirit. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Man, this treasure goblin's fast. That's right. Give me some do-janks. I just wasted time chasing down a treasure goblin, and he gave me some antlers. Ow! The hell is that? A totem? Oh.
On spirit. I must wait a moment.
Alright, so we are almost there.
I cannot do that here.
I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure this quest is a good first option right here. Gold well spent. Gold well spent is a little quest that I've done like 1,000 times. It's right up here. It's super easy to get in the beginning. You get a little cash or whatever. I think it's of crafting materials. And there's an event right next to it that spawns sometimes, so you can do that event on the way.
Need more time.
And relatively quickly, you'd be much closer to level 10. You basically just come here, talk to Luskus. Kick Luskus' butt.
not ready yet.
You get a payment of gemstones. Super easy. You take that payment of gemstones back to the place. We're going to this event right here.
I'm not ready yet. I'm out of spirit.
All right. Honestly, like, I think this is going to get me to level 7 easily. And then from here, just ride back to the town real quick and drop off this quest. Actually, I don't even have to ride back, but it is right here. I mean, literally I did 2 events, 1 quest, killed a couple monsters, and I'm already, what?
So, the deed is done.
Almost level 7, and I get my little cash. So this is the only reason I came here was for the cash. Which I'm pretty sure, yes, is crafting materials, which is what we need. So, very easy to get crafting materials that we can grab for making ourselves some potions, some EXP potions, so we can level faster. I think that's a really easy one early on to just grab some extra, some doojanks so we can get some potions. What was the gold event located on the map? You're talking about the capstone dungeon? That's the capstone dungeon, level 50.
I'm not ready yet.
Ladder is tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, actually, or afternoon for me. So, I want to make myself the dirt cheapest potion, which is the Potion of Iron Skin, from what I understand, which is really, really cheap. So we're going to make a couple of those with that Gallow Vine and whatnot that we just got. Of course, I could make like 1,000,000 of them because I have like 1,000,000 resources. But we only got about enough for two or 3 potions. Let's just say 3 potions. Which is going to give us an EXP bonus. So now we can get a little bit of an EXP bonus. We could probably farm this event right here. It's probably back up already.
Not while I'm in town. I cannot do that here.
Alright, so now that we've got our earthen bulwark, we are working on landslide. Oops. I don't want to get a false impression, so we don't want to get any more skill points than we actually have access to. We're only going to have access to 5, so... So this event doesn't pop up very quickly. I know for a fact there's a pretty easy to do quest right here. I'll spend enough time in Fractured Peaks over the beta that, like, all this stuff is second nature to me, so...
I need more spirit. I'm not ready yet.
I might as well do these while we're at it.
I must wait a moment.
Cody.
not have
Are you okay, Cody? A boobus.
I'm not ready yet.
What's the matter, boobus? Do you? Do you got to go? Do do you got to go? Hepus? Do this? I'm gonna take Cody out to go to the bathroom real quick. He obviously has to go to the bathroom, as you guys can clearly tell.
Reanimation.
My girlfriend got me a green apple do drink, and you guys don't got one. You can see it's green apple because the green screen is literally reacting with it, and it looks invisible. Yes. Freaking delicious. Yeah, I'm gonna be on mute for a little while I eat my delicious ice cream. Hey, Cody. You want to lick the top? Hold on, shitbird. Language. Take it. Go ahead. This stuff's good. You guys can watch me torture the dog. How about that?
Is that ice cream?
It is delicious, is what it is. It's
I'm
it's
kinda
green.
Jealous.
It's green apple. I don't even know what the kind. I don't really know if it's frozen yogurt or if it's ice cream or what. I can never tell. But it's green apple. It's delicious. It's so green it triggers with the green screen. Look, it's really cool. And Cody's super jealous. Watch Cody. Watch. You ready? You ready? Watch this. Watch.
I saw his little tongue go there. Is that super salivating?
Oh my god, he drips. He looks it's like a leaky faucet. I already did give him a taste. He got to lick the lid. There was a bunch of ice cream on the lid.
Did you start another druid?
I'm doing a dry run to see how fast it takes to level up, or how long it takes to level up. Within
What have you
about
found out so far?
within about like 15 minutes, I was able to do like two events and a quest, and I hit level 7. Like we ain't gonna be low level for very long. It's gonna be very quick. We'll bust out of these low levels before we even know what the hell's going on, and then by the time we're actually like running strongholds, we should be more than fine.
I'm not ready.
There's a couple strongholds that are like or events that are like right outside of the frickin' door, too. Like there's one that's right outside the door of frickin' Kyovashad, and then there's a couple really easy quests that you could do like right off the bat too that give you like some free EXP. Like I think even in Kyovashad there's a couple really easy quests. I was actually looking to see. I'm trying to remember which ones were the easiest.
Yes, well, Boza.
I think, yeah, I think that one's really easy, too. If I remember correctly, this is like literally just you go out here and you just like click on one thing and you get like something for free. Didn't even take like a whole lot of effort. Unless I'm thinking wrong.
I cannot do that here.
We were all stuck in Kyovashad for a while, so... Oh, look, a second? Are you kidding me? A second freaking loot goblin? What kind of... Oh, he disappeared, little turd. You better get off my ice cream.
I think he sensed your distraction.
I was distracted for a fraction of a second. I'll fight you, Kubus. Don't get fought. Gotta click on all the little doojanks as we're going around because we're desperately gonna need materials. So like, every time we see these little bite berries and gallow berries and stuff, we gotta make sure we're clicking on all of them. Another event.
I need more spirit.
Pants? Are they better than my pants? You know, it's funny. The first time we leveled up, I don't think we had any clue what we were doing for stats. And now I feel like we really do know exactly what we're doing for stats, and it's going to be completely different.
I must wait a moment.
Like I was putting on resistance equipment when we first started.
Yeah, it was definitely applying a lot of the Diablo 2 thought.
I must wait a moment.
Well, I mean, we weren't wrong. The game's just broken.
think that's part of why they
I'm
made
not
the
ready
monsters
yet.
5 levels below you, so that your armor and resistance values are more effective.
They definitely will be.
I must wait a moment.
I think that's a
Well, thank you,
Crunch.
Manatee Handies. I appreciate it. I try to make good videos. I try.
Chaos. I'd suggest you watch the Druid I Choose You video for how to best start your character. It's good
What you
info
should
in that.
prioritize to start. I mean, what kind of druid are you making? Like, that's kind of like the topic of the Druid I Choose You is like, I mean, first off, there's so many different druids. Like, are you doing a melee druid? Are you gonna do a
I'm not
you gonna do a
ready.
ranged druid? Are you gonna do a caster? You're gonna do earth? You're gonna do storm? You're gonna do werebear? You're gonna do werewolf? Like, one of the things about druid is there's just so many options. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why everybody likes the druid for the starter is because, like, even if they nerf something, not to say that they will, but even if they did nerf something, you could very easily just switch to a different build, to a different style or whatever. Like, it wouldn't be too difficult. A lot of other characters are a little more pigeonholed into, like, what they're trying to do.
Pivot. Pivot.
I'm not ready yet. I do not have enough spirit.
I choose Druid, Shred, or NATO. Shred is pretty fun, not gonna lie.
The poison landslide is gonna be great. I'm really gonna enjoy that.
Oh, now I get access to the new janks. Oh, I still don't. Oh, dang it, dang it, dang it. Dang it, dang, 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 dang. And a dang it, dang, 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 dang. Still don't quite have access to my poison creeper yet.
How you doing, Chunks?
I'm not ready.
I'm
yet.
alright. How are you?
Oh, you know, workday's almost over. We start my second job as a Diablo 4 new character.
Yep.
The polar bear.
I'm not ready yet.
Would be fun if there was an ice druid.
I must wait a moment.
I like making fun of him. I don't think he understands, like, waiting to eat something. Like, he can't understand why I haven't devoured my cup of ice cream in 2.5 seconds and then complain that I don't have more. Like, he doesn't he's completely incapable of understanding. Alright, now I got my poison creeper, so I'm level 8 and I got access to my poison creeper.
Nice. The other thing that's nice about the poison landslide build is it's pretty easy to level. And you get access to it quick.
Just make the dog look up to the sky. Make him look down. Make him look up. Make him look left. Make him look right. Make him look left. He said, "You better stop teasing me or I'm coming up there." He said, "You can't tease me forever." He sits too, like I'm gonna give him some. He caught it too, look. He's getting good at it. When he was a puppy, he couldn't catch nothing. Jank would just hit him in the eye, and he would just be like, "Ah! Oh, that hurts so bad! Oh, why you doing that at me? Why would you do that?" And now he's like, just grabs it right out of the air.
And he's like, more?
He gets upset if he can't grab it, too. This is freaking delicious. I'm sorry. I didn't even know this was coming. I walked out there to take the dog out, and she had this in her hand. She's like, "Oh, here. This is for you." And I'm like, Green apple!
So you had a Kubus moment?
Pretty much. You ready, Kubus? Ready? Don't let him down. Oh, no, he missed that one. I got him a couple times. Season starts tomorrow, Diego. Is it a service dog? No. We're pretty sure that the breed is Prisa Canario or Cane Corso or something like that. My girlfriend always just corrects me and she goes, "It's a pit bull." And I'm like, no, it's not a pit bull. Because pit bulls only weigh 70 pounds. He weighs 110. So I looked it up and come to find out, apparently there's a breed called the Prisa Canario, which looks very much like a pit bull. Has very much the same features of a pit bull, but is a registered breed in Spain called Prisa Canario, and they top out at 130 pounds, which he's still growing, and I'm afraid because he's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. He's already like 110 pounds. What am I testing? Just low-level character level ups. Just to see how fast it takes me to get my access to my poison creeper. How powerful I am. Like early on, I just kind of wanted to get a feel for it. Obviously, with all the changes that they've made, things are not quite as I remember them. So
I must wait a moment.
I mean, power-wise, even with garbage equipment at this particular moment, I'm doing just fine. I mean, I'm definitely not having any trouble. I'm just kind of collecting some gear here and there, like anything that might help me out. No, I tend to use Poison Creeper more on this build, so it's kind of my reflex. I've been doing it a little bit too much with my other character. So Landslide isn't really the main ability. Poison Creeper is the main ability. And so I tend to like kind of avoid using Poison Creeper sometimes, or the Landslide. It's kind of like a reflex. I don't mean it.
I must wait a moment.
I'm going to have to get used to that as well. Because I will have to use Landslide at least for the first couple levels. Dang, I almost killed that deer. I'm sorry, deer. I didn't mean to.
Not ready yet.
I'm sorry, deer. No, literally, no, the deer over there. Not you, deer. The deer.
I must wait a moment.
They should drop loot.
Cody, stop roofing at the chinchillas. Okay? They don't want to play with you. You're too big. Weirdo. Look, look. There's the chinchillas right there, and they tease him. Watch. You guys ready? I'm going to show you. Hold on. You guys are going to see the Chinchilla Cody interactions. they're sniffing each other right now. The chinchilla comes up to the bar and teases him, and I don't know if it's something some sort of thing that's happened between the two of them, but they tease each other. So the chinchilla comes up, teases the dog, and then runs away, and then he can't do anything about it because of course he can't chase him or do anything with him. They come up to the bars and tease him, and he can't, and he's just stuck there looking. But he's so interested. He sits there and he watches them. He just sits there and watches. Sometimes he lets him nip him on the nose. And then he keeps looking over at me because I yell at him when he's bad. So when he's bad, he jumps up on the cage and he does stupid stuff sometimes, and I yell at him whenever he does that. Coming over here to root. Quit rooting. Rooting, boy. What are you rooting for? Nothing. You ain't getting none of my ice cream. Gonna bear go on. It's now the 20th. What are you, in Australia?
I must wait a moment.
I was reading the strangest thing the other day in the news about Australia. Something I didn't even know. And it kind of blew my wig back, too.
I must wait a moment.
So you guys know trans fats, right? And how bad trans fats turned out to be, and how they literally were causing, like, heart attacks all over the world. And so they banned trans fats from, like, you know, from margarine, which is the main source of trans fats, and some of the other places.
I'm not ready
So, like,
yet.
it wasn't even, like, a real thing. Apparently trans fats are, like, something that's created. It's not something that you actually, like, see in nature, so to speak. So they banned them all over the whole world, right? And there's, like, an initiative to get rid of them because it's, like, diagnosed that they actually, like, 100% cause heart attacks. Like, it's not even a guess, like some of the other fats where you have, like, you know, studies and they don't really come to a conclusive result, or like they say they're slightly bad, but only bad if you eat them in excess. No. Trans fats are, like, completely, utterly, horribly, nastily bad, right? Apparently Australia hasn't banned them. Like,
Really?
yeah. Like, that was the thing in the news that I found out. Apparently there's a couple countries that have refused to ban them, and Australia is one of them.
Interesting.
I mean, we're talking about something that's, like, straight up killing people. Like, it's responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths a year. Like, just the consumption of trans fats. And it always makes me laugh because, you know, everybody always said margarine was more healthy than butter. Like, remember back in the day, it was like, oh, you gotta eat margarine. Margarine's more healthy than butter. Margarine was the only thing that had trans fats. Butter didn't have trans fats. And all the people that were eating margarine back in the day, from, like, the 1900s to I think it was like the late 90s, early 2000s when they actually started banning trans fats. So everybody who was eating margarine from that period of time to that period of time, like, you were just chugging down trans fats. Chugging down.
Are you a Miracle Whip or mayonnaise?
Oh, definitely mayonnaise. Definitely mayonnaise. I don't like the Miracle Whip. It tastes like somebody dumped sugar in it.
Mm-hmm.
It just tastes like somebody opened up a can of mayonnaise and it just took like a cup of sugar and just, like, dumped it into the mayonnaise and then mixed it all up. That's what it tastes like.
I'm not ready yet.
Honestly, even with, like, basically garbage tier equipment, I'm actually doing pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a really good build to push level with.
Well, the Poison Creeper works really well. I don't have access to the reset yet, so the Poison Creeper's not as amazing, but honestly, even without the reset, it's still like a 20-second AoE, like, wreck your face ability. There's also some other things about this build which make it rather interesting, is that if you build all the companions, which a lot of people do, putting points in each individual companion is actually less effective than running the Call of the Wild bonus. So what you do is you just put 3 points in the Call of the Wild bonus first. So you grab all three minions, and then you put 3 points in the Call of the Wild instead of leveling up any individual one first. And then it gives you a pretty good bonus damage overall.
I need more spirit. I'm not ready yet.
Hey, a ring!
Told me not to go.
Look at that! I got a shiny ring for my finger! I got a shiny ring! Less killing, more singing? Okay.
More singing. Got it.
My bubblegum. My bubblegum. My bubblegum. That's a song, right? I've always been partial to Home, Home on the Range, where the deer and the buffalo play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Cody doesn't like it when I sing that song. He gets mad at me.
Someone wants to know if you're live streaming all the way to launch.
Really?
Say
But then,
yes. Just say yes.
it's,
Just leave the camera on the chinchilla cage and go to bed.
Cody looks so
It'll
sad.
probably get tons of views.
Look at sad Cody. Look at him. Look at him. He's so sad because I won't give him any of my ice cream. Look, see him? He's crying his little eyeballs out. Oh, it's the saddest dog ever. The whole world is so sad. Give him some ice cream.
Poor mistreated Bella.
The sad Cody stream. It'll probably get tons of views. You just play that Sarah McLachlan song and leave a Patreon link.
All right, Cody, the moment you've been waiting for is finally here. The moment that you've been waiting for is finally here. Stick your tongue in there. Get some licks in. Look at that. Oh, yeah, look at that. Zum, 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 zum. Zum, 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 zum. We gotta get a good picture. Hold on. There we go. Here. That's some of that. There you go. Get in there. Get in there real good. Look at them eyeballs. No,
Yeah,
why you
he's so
trying?
focused.
Why you trying to take the cup? You gonna steal it? He's like, give me this cup. Give me this. I said, yeah, thank you. That's mine. I said, that's not your cup no more. Where's my cup?
I'm not ready
Back up.
yet.
All right, now we got the Ravens. Now we're cooking with some bacon grease.
I must wait a moment.
Some patch. That's the understatement of a century, sir. I don't think any game ever has had a patch this crazy. Like if I'm telling the God's honest truth, I've played so many games, and I don't think I've ever seen one that like nerfed the entire player base. The sheer brass cojones. The sheer brass cojones that it had to take.
Mucho grande.
Mucho grande. For them to be like, you know what? Let's nerf everyone. We're like, wait, what? Yeah, let's nerf everyone. Just, you know what? Everyone. What do you mean everyone? No, I mean everyone. Let's just nerf everyone. They're so afraid we're going to nerf one particular class. Let's just jump ahead of the game and let's just nerf everyone. It'll be great. It was not great.
They are known for memeing on their community.
I must wait a moment.
But I just wonder, like, how many people they actually did piss off beyond all recognition that they're just not even going to play Season 1 now.
Well, undoubtedly there were probably some people who jumped on the Bone Spear bandwagon. We definitely didn't have any of those in here. And they probably are pretty upset at this point that their Bone Spear build was nerfed. And I can imagine that there probably is a subset of them that were very upset about it, which they shouldn't be. I talked about this at the beginning of the launch of Diablo 4, and it's like it's very pertinent today as it is then. Is that kind of behavior? Well, that kind of behavior where you jump on the best build at that particular moment is just a really bad form of behavior that comes from a crowd of people that honestly like play the game in the worst way possible. Like I call them the meta jumpers. Meta jumpers are basically people who have no intention of actually ever forming any builds on their own. And all they generally do is they find the best meta build at that particular moment and jump on it. And then as soon as that build is nerfed, then they are on to the next meta build. And they just continue that cycle infinitely, like without fail. They will never pick a class and actually play it. They'll never pick a build and actually play it. It's always, what is the current meta build? And then they jump on that meta build.
Yep. The hammered in.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, let's be honest. For a little while there, the Bone Spear Necromancer was meta. I think everybody and their mom was playing the Bone Spear Necro. I mean, I was playing it because I picked it from the start, and even I could see how freaking broken overpowered it was. I was like, yeah, this needs to be nerfed a little bit. Just put a little skosh of a nerf in there. Just a little smidge. Just a little smidge of a nerf.
Yeah, they took the aspect down from, what, 125 to 50 or something?
I must wait a moment.
Oh, they nerfed that build like many times. They nerfed the corpse tendrils. They nerfed the aspect for the bone spear. They nerfed the special effect that came from the deathless visage that interacted with the cooling wind. They also nerfed the evulsion passive. They nerfed the vulnerable contribution. They nerfed the crit contribution. Like, it was an across-the-board nerf, like, on everything that class uses. Cody, you're making a lot of noise. That's a lot. That's a whole lot of noise.
Has he destroyed that cup yet?
There ain't nothing left in it, so I don't even know why he's still playing with it. He's already gotten every ounce of ice cream out of that cup. Now he's just playing with it.
There are a group of people that have decided to boycott the ladder, but I don't think that's really resulted effective.
I'm considering not using the battle pass since we don't have to use it on the first season.
Well, I want to get to level 100 as quick as possible, so I actually want to try and get to level 100 like really fast. I want to see how fast I can do it, at least one time. Of course, I can't even compare this time to like some of the other times that people had, because like the way that they increased decreased the levels of the monsters, increased the difficulty, like decreased the amount of XP that you get from the monsters. Like overall, like it's going to be a completely different experience from the first time.
I'm not ready.
Yep. Like even through the Eternal Realm, from patch to patch and hotfix to hotfix, they drastically changed things.
Cody, you in that dang cup? You on like a cup marathon over there? Leave the cup alone. There ain't nothing in it no more. Play with your alligator. He's less loud. He did. He got his alligator. Good. I'm glad. Oh, look. It's an alligator. Who would have thunk it? That's the gator of the alum. That's alligator. Do you like alligator? Do you love alligator? Is him your friends? Is him your friend? Does alligator like to attack? Have you ever seen an alligator attack? He backed up. He backed up. He said, no, I don't like alligator attacks. Oh, no, it's the alligator attack. He's gonna attack. Oh, no. Oh, no, alligator. Oh, no. Alligators like to attack, sir. I hate to tell you. But alligators do. They like to attack, and they're going to attack you, and they're going to bite, and they're going to eat you up.
What's actually in this battle pass for season 1?
A bunch of cosmetics. We also get the special ashes that unlock those bonuses, like the XP bonus, which is really the main thing. So like you kind of have to get the battle pass. Oh no, you don't have to get the. Actually, you don't have to get the battle pass to get the little ashes. So it's really just cosmetics.
So there is an XP thing. So if you're looking for placement on a ladder board, you're gonna need to buy the pass.
No, you can get the cinders without buying the pass. I wasn't even thinking about that. You don't need to have the pass to get the little ashes that get you the XP bonus.
Oh, okay.
You get that by doing the like the season journey and stuff, from what I understand.
I was gonna get really kind of frustrated with that if there's a pay to level up quicker mechanic.
No.
You can't access without paying.
Nope, it's free. It's free.
That's good.
I misspoke. I guess it's just the cosmetics then.
Which is fine if you like the cosmetics.
D2 players broke the game, so they had to nerf everything. I mean, he's not wrong. I'm rolling Druid. I'm testing out my starter Druid setup right now. Having a little bit of fun playing around with some of the skills, seeing how powerful I am. I'm not spending the 5 points so that I can get a more accurate representation of my power level.
Where is this dungeon?
Come and knock on my door. I'll be waiting for you. Kicking doggos right in their buttholes. Don't you come over here and steal. Back it up. I'm gonna elbow you right in the head. That's right. You better get back on the other side.
Arms for the light.
Brutus of Buddhas. I think I remember us during the beta, didn't we discover that there was absolutely no reason to sell items in the beta because the items were basically worthless? Like the really low level gear gives you like basically no gold. So you might as well just deconstruct it for materials. I think I remember that.
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
What up?
What's up? Hey man, let me ask you a question. If I'm sitting in this capstone dungeon and I'm at the boss, can I get help at that point?
Come back if you need work.
Yep.
She's 7 levels higher than me, and she has kicked my butt about 3 or 4 times now.
What level are you?
63.
Yeah.
Just turned 63.
I can give you a hand. Let me. I want to test out my druid on her that character anyway. My guy's level. What is he?
I always
Level
forget
70?
how to go about doing this. Just do this right here. I got to her pretty easy, but she went to throwing some of them exotic skills on me and knocked me down a few times, and I don't think I can do it at this level. But I'm all the way to her, so I'm like, no, ain't no way. I'm stalking
Well,
over.
shoot me an invite. I'll come kill him for you. I want to try out my druid on that character anyway, or that
Sure.
boss anyway.
How the heck do you do an invite, man?
Right click on my name. I'll put an X in clan chat so you can see
There we
me.
go. Got you.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow,
appreciate it,
wow,
man.
wow, wow.
That's what
Good little-
kinship is for. Help
May not.
and fun.
Those cooldown reductions just basically almost like killed my build almost, man. Especially on bosses like this. You have to kind of run around and too much waiting on skills to cool down. That
Where's the boss
yesterday
at?
were cool. It's over here, Ginger. I'm sorry.
Defeat Elias. World tier. Boom, 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 boom. I'm a big bear. Look at me, I'm a big bad bear. A big bad mean, I'm a big bad mean bear. I'm a big bad mean monster bear.
Crit poison bear.
Alright, do a song in the theme of Winnie the Pooh.
A poison bear. Poison bear. Poison, 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 poison. He's a poison bear. He's filled with stuff. And it's poison stuff. All the poison in the world is gone and in its fluff. Poison bear. He's a poison bear. Come on down and see my friend. Cuddly wuddly puddly dudley, all full of stuff, and it's a
You wasted
poison
him pretty
bear.
quick.
Poison bear.
Oh, Chunks, come on, it's beautiful.
Why did you do this to us?
Why did you do this? Do it again, because Chunks always chooses the horrible sigils for me, so punish him. Punish!
What did I come in on?
Cuddly wuddly wuddly wuddly, all full of stuff, and it's a poison bear.
What's up, fellas?
Your ears are bleeding. Oh man.
You
I didn't
always do the
sing
fun
I
one.
didn't sing hard enough if just your ears are bleeding. I usually go for the eyes too.
Yeah. Now you need to do one in the theme of Barney.
Oh god.
Barney the dinosaur.
That's
druid
terrible.
version.
That's a terrible one. I'm not gonna
I
suffer.
killed you. You killed me.
That's a common one. Come on now.
I appreciate it, buddy. Now I can hopefully
about
get my frost burns.
This one will probably go for Chunk. You know, Druid
What
version
build are
of
you
this
doing?
is the song that never ends.
Yeah. We had a song that was kind of like that, but it wasn't even the song that never ends. We had a clan based off of it for a while. There was a meme video that was going around. It was called Banana Phone. And
Oh, I love that one.
the song would play inside the guy's head, and he only he could hear it, and it was like ring a ring a ring a ring a ring a ring a ring banana phone, a ring a ring a ring a ring a ring a ring banana phone, and like so he would just keep hearing it, and he would never stop hearing it, and eventually he would go crazy, and he killed himself. And then the person who didn't understand what he was hearing couldn't hear it, all of a sudden he started hearing it.
Over here and turn this thing to tier 4.
Cody, if you don't stop messing with that cup. It's a plastic cup. You already done licked all the juice out of it. Ain't nothing left. Except for you being a turd.
Ow.
My dog is a turd.
I must wait a moment.
Frozen, guys.
What do I need to do to turn this to tier 4? Do I need to leave the party, or
Oh, I'll leave the party, and you can
your entire party must be?
You can do your do, Jink.
Thanks again, sir.
Do your do, Jink. Do.
Is that World Tier 3 or World Tier 4?
For what?
I'm just now going into 4.
Oh,
That
okay.
was to,
I was gonna
that
say
was
I
to
thought
get me
they-
in. That was to get me into 4.
Is it 60 for Tier 4? I thought we
60 for
determined
Tier
that it
4.
had to be... Okay, all right.
They double checked it, triple checked it, and they found out it was 60.
Okay.
Maybe on the
However, Pez Radar said that's going to be removed in patch 1.11. So
I'm not ready yet.
Ready for some ancestral do-janks.
Cody, I have a piece of plastic in my mouth. I'm using it as a toothpick. It is not food, okay? Stop being jealous of everything in the existence of the world.
Hey, I'm getting some 300,000 and 400,000 hit with this Necro now.
Oh, nice.
And that's from my minions.
Is this the
I might
Food
be onto
Network?
something here.
It might as well be if a dog is involved, because the entire world revolves around food with the dogs. Everything. You know, like the cheese tax, the cheese tax.
I'm not ready yet.
When the cheese jar opens, you gotta pay the tax.
Is that similar to like dad tax when they open food for their kids?
Oh, that dad tax is real. Come on now. That's real. If I open your Skittle, if I open your bag of Skittles, I get one Skittle. All right, at the very least. That is a mandatory fee. And if you don't pay it, you may forfeit the entire bag of Skittles. You might forfeit the whole bag. Huh. I remember one time my dad did that exact same thing. Like literally, I think he opened up something for somebody, and he took one, and they threw a fit about it. And he's the one that bought it for him. And he was like, oh, so that's how it's gonna be. He goes, well, you don't get any then. Dad Tex just got a 300% hike.
I do not have enough spirit.
Cody, I ain't got nothing else, okay? You done took everything I got.
I must wait a moment.
I think you would betray me for a Twinkie.
Well, yeah.
Absolutely.
I know he would.
He'd trade you for a third of a Twinkie.
I must wait a
I
moment.
figured you knew that already.
All you need to bring me is a little food, and I will be your friend until you're dead, or when you run out of food.
Then I'll eat.
Dog.
Yeah,
Then I'll eat you.
I think he'd be sad for about 20 minutes and he'd get hungry.
Yep. Pretty much.
Actually, dogs are
Okay.
actually dogs are not animals that eat corpses. It's one of the things about animals. Dogs will wait a really long time before they eat your dead body. You know what animals will eat your dead body almost immediately? Cats. Cats are part of the species that has I can't remember what the exact term is. It's something about like corpse predation or something, which basically
perpetually feral.
like I can't remember the name of the term.
I don't even think they'll wait until you're dead. You lay still long enough, they'll start biting your toe.
What is it called? Post-mortem predation. So it's apparently a phenomenon that's present in cats called post-mortem predation, which apparently all cats are more than willing to eat you after you die. They have no qualms. There are no qualms. They're like, oh, you're dead. Food. It's food. Nom 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 nom.
You don't need this body anymore.
Yeah, you don't need that leg. What are you doing? You can't even walk no more. You don't need this leg.
I must wait a moment.
Let me take that off your leg for you.
It's a delicious leg. Nom nom nom. Hey, the butcher's here. What's up, butcher? How's it going? What you doing, friend? I killed him last time. I changed that one aspect that lets me heal myself more. Let's see how that changes the equation, if at all. Supposedly, I should be able to spam in between the two. So I should be able to go back and forth between landslide, werewolf, landslide, werewolf, landslide, werewolf. And I should be able to continuously heal myself, potentially keeping myself alive forever versus him. Which is why I switched to the skinwalker aspect.
I'm not ready yet.
So basically just constantly switching back and forth, I should be able to perpetually heal. Oh, it does look like he's got a lot of stuns, doesn't he? I tell you what, I'm barely outpacing his natural regeneration or his natural healing, whatever it is. Like his regeneration is freaking massive. I mean, granted, my regeneration is also pretty high too, so.
I must wait a moment.
I always kind of looked at the butcher as a good gear check.
Wow, I am getting some massive resets on my... Did you see how many resets I got on my poison creeper there? Holy crap, that was a lot of resets.
Yeah, it's nice.
I think that was like 7 straight resets on the poison creeper. Like, you can see how crazy that is when you get it all stacked up.
Mm-hmm.
Does the conceited aspect work with the barrier created by temerity? Yeah, it does. But the barrier created by temerity is very weak unless you have lots of DR also to beef it up. And putting on the pants immediately removes most of your DR, so... Oh yeah, let's find the treasure goblin. There should be a treasure goblin in here somewhere. Cody, whiny Cody McBrody. Calm your tits.
Hey, tomorrow's Thursday. Yay.
Thursday. It's Thursday, birthday. What's up, Xanthus? The Skinwalker's aspect is actually pretty amazing. I gotta admit, it's very nice being able to just like apply a heal every single time you shapeshift back and forth between two forms. It's a pretty nice heal too, 301, and this is just the one that comes from the codex. So I basically just get a free 301 heal every single time I switch back and forth. I like it. Cody. What is wrong with you? You want me to bite you?
See how this goes.
That's right. I bit you. What you going? You better stop it. I'm gonna fight you. You will get fought. Sit down. Sit. Good boy. Give me paw.
There you go.
Give me paw. Oh, look at that. That's a good paw. That's a good shaky paw. I think that deserves... He said, that's all? He said, you're not going to give me more than that? He said, I'm a big dog. He said, that's a little teeny treat. Ah. Ah.
I'm not ready yet. I need more spirit.
Everything's dead. I walked into the middle of the room. I put the ravens down in the middle of the room. I put my poison creeper up, and then everything died.
Find that treasure goblin yet?
I have not. I have found a treasure kubus. Yes, treasure kubus. Are you going to bring me a piece of trash? Treasure kubus brings you trash. That's what kubus brings you. He does not bring you. He does not bring you food or he does gold and riches. He brings you trash.
He also delivers the alligator.
I must wait a moment.
I need to teach him the hold command. I think he might actually be able to learn it. Uh-oh, he said alligator and he brought it over. I think he heard you. I think he literally heard you. He said somebody said alligator, that's what I heard. There he is, the alligator. That's some alligator. My alligator. The alligator of justice. Ah! Ready, Texas. Ready, Arkansas. Ready, goatee. Ready, go-kart. Ready, go.
I'm not ready yet.
And I've been encountering the Butcher a lot recently. It feels like I've fought him like 3 times very recently. And like there's some days I go and I don't even see him once. It kind of depends. Like, I know he's not like ridiculously rare, but there are days it feels like where I just don't see him at all.
So,
Cody, can you... Go ahead.
Cold damage, does that just apply to my skeletal mages?
For what?
Like, on a piece of equipment, do a % cold damage. Like, it's only cold damage I have, to my knowledge.
I'm not sure. When it comes to the minions, I think it has to specifically say the minions.
Minion damage.
I don't know. I haven't really tested a lot of that stuff out yet. I know the minions all receive 30% of your stats. So whatever your stats are, they get 30% like just flat. So like if you have, say, you know, like 100% crit chance, then they're getting like, what is it, like 33% a crit chance? Or I don't know, something like that, like 30. I'm not exactly sure the exact number, but it's pretty clear that they're 30% of whatever you have. So they do inherit stats from you, and I'm not really sure how that all works. And there are ways you can increase the stats that they inherit from you as well. So like there's a couple options to increase the thorns from like 30 to 40 or like 30 to 50% or whatever.
I don't really use thorns though.
Just as an example, like.
Yeah, yeah. I did think about
wait
it.
a moment.
Like a thorns minion.
World boss in 20 minutes.
I miss the good old training dummies. I used to sit there. Oh, there's the treasure goblin. I found him. No, he is here.
I must wait a moment.
I see your alligator. But you know what's funny? I never asked you for your alligator, sir. I never said where is the alligator. I did not.
But now I want to have like a bunch of minion life here if I could get it.
Minion what?
Life.
Minion life. Well, you can get minion life on.
Minion life.
You can get minion life on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but I want to utilize that. I'm guessing.
I'm not ready yet.
He's been so talkative lately.
Oh man, he is. It annoys my soul because he's just so grumbly. Like a lot of the times you guys don't even hear it, but he's always talking back, always. Like he's such a talk back and talk backer. Like all the time, he'll just be like, like he just like I can tell he's being snooty. Like talking back, I can tell he's not listening to me. Like I'll be like, Cody, stop eating that cup, and he'll be like he's making fun of me.
I think he is making fun of you.
He's doing it right now.
You make fun of him. He knows that.
What's up, Scourge of the Land? I hear you going to die, cause I'm gonna hit you in the eye. Hear you going to die, cause I'm gonna hit you in the eye. What's going on, Mr. Dead Boss? Hey, I got a staff. Is that what I think it is? The crone staff? Yeah. So after I finally skipped off of this build that I wanted this item for, I finally get the item. Claw is now a storm skill and also cast Storm Strike.
Go figure.
So I was actually thinking about trying to incorporate that in the build if I manage to find it, which I doubt I'm going to be able to find it at the start of the latter season. But if I could potentially find this, I am using Claw as my main ability, and having it cast Storm Strike as well certainly doesn't seem like a bad way to go. Unfortunately for this build, it's too late. Too little too late, unfortunately.
The Nerf hammer beat you to it.
Well, just, you know, I never found it until just now. And it is pretty rare. So, like, it's going to be up to luck, basically, if I do happen to find it. But, I mean, I kind of want to test it out now and see how it works. Let's go beat some stuff up real quick.
I must wait a moment.
Did I? I don't even know if I applied my, my Doojanks. My Glyphy XP. Cody, stop whining!
So, did you ever answer if the aspect of the damned, like if I have to have both curses going at once?
I'm not sure which aspect that is.
You deal 40% increased shadow damage to enemies affected by both Decrepify and Iron Maiden.
Yeah, you gotta cast both of them at the same time. So you gotta go cast one and then cast the other. Oh my god, Cody. You were asking to get a punch in the snoot. I am more than willing to punch you right in the snoot. And I don't even care how you feel about it.
So I don't really need grasping veins anymore, I wouldn't think. Well, not the aspect of it.
I'll shake on that.
Maybe I do.
What's up, Boogie? Good. Cody's been taken away. Big baby. Big baby.
Such a baby.
He's such a baby. Runic Cleats of Audacity. That's one of the new aspects too, isn't it? The one that stuns enemies when you have more than a certain number of enemies near you. It can happen once every 20 seconds.
Yeah, I got that one yesterday. Barb.
I'm using one on my boots right now that I don't even need. Let me just throw it on there just for lulz. Could be interesting. Once every 20 seconds, does it have a free stun that gets you out of danger? It's actually kind of interesting to me that it has a range of 2 to 4. And, you know, they basically say that 2 is the better one and 4 is the worst one. But to me, it kind of seems like 4 would be the better. Like, for this particular kind of aspect... Well, no, no, and never mind. That's for the number of seconds that they're stunned by, not the number of monsters. I'm thinking of the malignant heart. There's a malignant heart that has like a number of monsters near you, kind of a thing. Oh, let's throw it on there for right now because I don't think I have the right aspect to put on there anyway. On my boots. We can test it out and we can see how it works. I want to go test out this staff real quick, but I do need to go and grab my Glyphy XP. Not that any of this matters. I don't know if there's any more monsters alive in here. I'll just test it in here.
I must wait a moment.
Ten minutes on the world boss.
You got room in your party, Wolfie?
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, I'm a party of none.
Okay, I gotta say I really like that. I haven't actually had a chance to use this unique yet because I haven't found one yet. Question to those of you who have been using this unique for a while. If I grab the passives for the Storm ability, so it says it casts Claw at the same time, or Storm Strike at the same time as casting Claw. If I grab the passives for Storm Strike, does it also add those passives into Claw? Basically, is what I'm wondering. So it uses the passives, okay. So in that case, you definitely would want the Fierce Storm Strike, which is the chance to make the enemy vulnerable. Either that, or if you didn't need the vulnerable, you could go with the Wild Storm Strike. Let's test it, shall we? I could always pull a couple points from here or there. Let me just pull. Claw can proc twice and cast Storm Cock twice. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Y'all got room in the world boss group? Don't be an invite. In the kid Bardu. In the kid Bardu. In the kid Bardu. In the kid Bardu.
Well, looks like I won't be able to hang around for the world boss.
Why not?
I gotta run out.
Just sit AFK if you want.
Yeah.
I guess I could do that.
Items
I'll revive you if you die.
The items will probably stay on the ground for a long time. As long as you're not gone to the point where you get kicked.
Oh, I'll be gone to the point I get kicked. Sadly.
Well, you'll get the box in your inventory.
Yeah, that's true. All right, well, we'll leave her.
Actually,
sit here.
yeah, it will just automatically pull them to your inventory, won't it?
Yeah, other than the rares.
No rares for you.
Pretty much.
No. Bruh.
But you'll get the cash box, and anything else important will go to your stash.
That is a smart decision.
If you die, we'll just revive you, and you won't be moving, so it won't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't move.
Can you even see my minions?
They're in that like semi-grayed out, transparent state. Can you see mine at all?
Not over mine, I can't.
Yeah. I find it funny
I
when
can
you.
kind of see your birds or ravens.
Yeah, there's 3 werebears or werewolves or whatever it is standing right by my big bear.
Oh, yeah, I kind of see them.
They look cool. I really like them.
They're on the teeth of the butthole, so it's hard to tell.
It's the sphincter.
Sphincter.
That's my trample landslides. And then I have my circle landslides. I like that they go one way and then the other, like clockwise and then counterclockwise. I thought that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever did that work did way better than they did for the double trample.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that's interesting is when you're in that revived but you haven't moved state, any characters with pets, their pets still attack everything around them and it doesn't knock you out of that state.
What do you mean?
So if you're dead and then someone resurrects you,
Oh yeah. I noticed that a couple times.
your pets continue to attack and do damage to everything around you, even though you're invulnerable. I think it'd be fun to do a Uber Lilith and see if the pets could kill her while you're in that revived state.
Just sit there forever, basically.
Yeah.
As long as she doesn't
Go to bed,
regenerate.
wake up.
If she doesn't regenerate, eventually it might.
That would be a fun cheese strat.
Yeah, 4 months later, you come back and find her dead.
Pretty much.
Well, I mean, first off, you'd have to figure out whether she regenerates, and then from there, I mean, you could min-max it, and you could just obviously put all your points into the minion. You don't need points anywhere else, so you would just put everything into the passive effects of the companions to beef up their passive bonuses.
Yep.
Make sure that you get like the one where the ravens have two to attack. Make sure you're using the thing where you get an extra raven. Make sure you use the thing where you get an extra wolf. I mean, there's a node in the Paragon board that literally gives you like a higher damage. It's like 80% increased damage on the companions. So the passive portion of the companion skills deal 80% increased damage.
Yeah, that's the Wild's glyph, yep.
Is to set it all up right, you could probably have them dishing out some pretty decent damage. And since you can't take damage, they would just slowly kill her. The only problem that I foresee is that you would need a second person.
Yeah, you'd need someone to help you set it up. You need to make sure that you die in the right spot.
Wah 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 wah. What time of day tomorrow? It's like 1 p.m. EST. So we're close, obviously. Maybe I should just leave maybe I should at least leave my stream up with a countdown timer.
Yeah, do it. That'd be epic.
Just
Although
go to
that would
sleep.
go over the 12 hours.
We'll just go to sleep.
You're at, what, 5 hours already? 4.5?
Oh, it would definitely go over the 12 hours, but like... I mean, whatever.
I think that'd be funny. I'd be curious to see how many views you get while that's going on.
Honestly, just a countdown timer, you'd be surprised. It actually worked. Actually, a lot of people would come in and just like sit on the countdown timer and chat.
I'm your favorite person, Chunk.
What?
You guys trying to get the next exploit nerf?
Oh,
What do you mean exploit nerfed? I'm not
No,
exploiting
talking about the pet
anything.
thing.
I'm not exploiting anything. We're theory crafting. Shush. We're just theory crafting, okay? There's a difference. We're not actually doing it.
When you get to level 100 in the series, you'll have to get the Malignant Heart that gives you the +3 to wolves. And we're going to need to give it a try. I
Yeah.
think that would be fun.
We need to, I'm still curious whether that's +3 wolves or +3 2 wolves. Like, I don't +3, because usually when it's +3 ranks, it says ranks. And it doesn't say ranks, and I'm not really sure if that's just a typo on their part or what, but...
I'm really hoping it's 6 wolves. That'll be really...
Yeah, my
really
thinking was it was 6 wolves, but like, I mean, the person who pointed that out there definitely could be right. It could be misworded, and it could just be, you know, could just be +3 to ranks to wolves, which I think will be just fine too, because then I just get more damage on my wolves, I guess.
Yeah,
Which
but it's
I'm not
not
sad
as
about.
cool, because now you're not running around with a wolf pack. You're running around with 3 wolves.
Well, it's more than 3 wolves no matter what, even if it's just ranks, because it says it basically summons a free wolf every. Like, you have a 5% chance to summon a free wolf for 20 to 30 seconds. So, like, if I hit enough and I do enough damage, I could potentially pull way more than 6 wolves. It depends on how often that thing procs. And I think each one of those wolves that spawns from the 5% chance to spawn a wolf does not count to my total, so could be interesting. %5 chance on kill. You get a lot of kills. You get a lot of kills. Little baby spiders, all sorts of stuff.
4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Baby spiders. Good lord, how many baby spiders have I killed by now? Oh. Anyone need a spot for a world boss? You trying to invite some randos?
No, I was in clan chat.
Randos.
And right as I was typing it, Kilgarden was looking for a spot.
Randos.
I almost typed it in local.
Y'all still got room for one more?
We are full.
Okay.
Get a bandage, get a bandage in a burner. Can I activate? Oh, what am I doing? It's too late now. That
Maybe I
jank.
actually will be here. My ride hasn't shown up yet. Seconds.
I must wait a moment.
15 seconds.
I'm gonna set my wolfies on. I'm gonna set my wolfies on you.
Here we go.
Look.
Time to teach a Shava who is boss. Time to teach a Shava who is house. Gonna teach a Shava who is boss. Gonna teach a Shava lava who is the boss. The boss.
I'm I'm not ready yet.
I'm just standing in front of her. I wasn't even trying to hide the fact that I was in the wrong place.
I'm not ready yet.
Come on, kill me, Shava. Let's go. Let's go with Shava Lava. Let's go with Shava Brava. Let's go with Shava Lava. Come on, let's go.
Oh, the poison. Oh, that hurt.
Lots of lovely poison.
I'm not ready yet.
Well,
Like
they
my
succeeded.
poison at Shava.
They succeeded in making the world boss last more than 5 seconds. I mean, that's progress, I suppose.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm still not fond of the way they did it.
I must wait a moment.
I think everybody in the community was spitballing way better ideas on how to solve the problems
I'm not ready
than what they
yet.
came up with. Still get good crit resets.
Yeah, she's so big. I think you can honestly hit her with like every single hit of the landslide that comes out of the poison creeper. So like, so I think she gets hit by all of the attacks.
Crazy.
I got some gloves, some Frosties, 23% Frosties.
Nice. Alright guys, I'll see you later tonight.
Later, man.
Bye.
I was looking at a Shadow Necromancer too. I think there's some pretty interesting ways you can build that character. I'm told that the Shadow Blight passive scales with the Shadow Mages, which is interesting. So like if you run the Shadow Mages with the Shadow Blight passive, they can stack the Shadow for you.
Yeah, I'm using the Shadow Blight passive. And I'm using Reapers.
Reavers.
Reapers.
The ones with a big scythe?
Yeah. Using the burst upgrade on them.
Swing.
I thank you.
And I guess I could go Shadow Mages.
I just remember reading something about something with them having the Shadow Mages, or were able to I can't remember how the Shadow Blight's passive works, but it doesn't it build up or something?
It's
Need something blessed?
shadow damage infects the enemies with Shadow Blight for 2 seconds. You and your minions deal 10% bonus shadow damage to enemies with Shadow Blight. Every 10th time an enemy receives shadow damage from you or your minions while they are affected by Shadow Blight, they take an additional 22% shadow damage.
Yeah, so your Shadow Mages can cause the effect to occur faster, because of course they're all attacking, and you can have like 5 mages. So you can have like 5 mages in the air. So you got one cycle of 5 mages is literally half your 10, and then the second cycle is your other 10. So you can get your effect quicker, I guess.
So you think I should go get away from cold mages?
Well, I just think since you're using the Shadow Blight, you can just add in more shadow, because it's like, what was it, like any shadow damage basically from you or your minions can stack the effect, so you get like the more shadow effects you have, the more basically that's going on. So like I think I remember seeing a it was a patch note, I think back in 1.4, where it said that the Shadow Mages were not properly affecting the Shadow Blight like they were supposed to, and apparently they fixed it. So it wasn't. So if any of you guys had tried it before and you thought it was lackluster, it probably was, because apparently it wasn't working. I can't remember what patch that was exactly.
I've got 2 upgrades I could do on Shadow, and that's 10% chance to stun for 2 seconds, or every 4th attack they shoot an additional Shadow Bolt.
It sounds like the additional Shadow Bolt would be the way to go, since they are stacking your bonus damage. So that just is going to give them another bolt that they could potentially add in. Yeah, here it is, 1.04. Fixed an issue where the Necromancer's Shadow Mages were not applying the extra shadow damage through the Shadow Blight key passive.
Want to try to run something?
Yeah, sure. I can come try and kill
I must
some.
wait a moment.
And I've been running like right at 31s, 30, stuff like that.
Yeah, you got to find the aspects in the season too. So when we get to the season, everything's going to be reset basically. All I got is a bunch of 20s. I've been running 20s, so.
Well, here I got a 27 we can run.
Probably has Death Pulse.
No Death Pulse.
I don't believe you for a fact.
No, it has shock lines.
Probably burn resource.
I don't think so.
Father always wanted to see the markets of Ked Badu. I wish he had made it.
I clicked on it, and then it didn't even go. Will you go?
It's overpower resist.
Alright, 10 imaginary internet points to the first person who can tell me where does this come from? Will you make it go? Can you make my ship go? You make my ship go? Will you make it go? It's broken. Oh. Do not make it go.
I don't have enough spirit.
Alright. Got my minions. What? We're in a dungeon.
We're in a dungeon.
That's my bad.
Somebody said, excuse me? Come on, you don't know where that comes from? What episode that comes from? It's an episode of a famous TV show.
I must wait a moment.
Isn't the answer always The Simpsons?
Nope, not The Simpsons.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Man, we ain't got no fans in here today, apparently. Because anybody who's a fan of this particular show would have caught it immediately. Immediately.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm gonna start doing the Jeopardy theme.
I'm not ready yet.
The answer is Star Trek Next Generation. It was the episode involving Geordi LaForge, where he was kidnapped by a bunch of aliens who pretended to be idiots. so that they could steal talented engineers. They would deliberately sabotage their ship and then act like idiots, saying things like, "Can you make it go? Can you make my ship go? You cannot make it go?" Jordy went over to the ship to repair the ship, only to find out that there was nothing wrong with it. He was so good at being an engineer that he very quickly identified that there was not actually anything wrong with the ship, and they shocked him and put him in a cage and tried to kidnap him.
I must wait a moment.
You're tuning in for another GGM musical performance?
I must wait a moment.
The show's great, you kidding me?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
It's dilithium crystals, not lithium crystals, okay? Dilithium, get it right, sir.
You guys want to do this event or nah?
Sure. Stargate was more action-packed.
I'm not ready yet.
My favorite episode was when Teal'c met Ronan. And they kicked butt together. Indeed. I was very upset when Christopher Judge accepted the award for his performance as Kratos. And he didn't say indeed. I was very upset. He didn't say indeed. He has forgotten his roots.
I had to respec, sorry.
They cut the ovals down.
They
I
wanted to
don't
make...
think you ever got a lot in the dungeons.
Yeah, it wasn't really ever a lot in the dungeons. You have... People are mad at you, Chunks, in chat. Ice Kang said he's disappointed in you because you didn't let the rhino gore me.
Oh, I will next time, don't worry.
How dare you not let the rhino gore me? Ow! Alright, free frozen cold enchanted suppressor. You got like every cold mod.
Not ready yet.
You can tell Chad I ran right by that package. Just for that.
I can handle my business. Okay.
Okay, I'll keep running.
I can handle my business. I got minions too. I got 2 little wolfies, and I got a vine creeper, and I got some ravens. You're just jealous that my minions is cooler than yo minions. My minions got skin. Do your minions have skin?
Nope. But
See?
they'll eat yours and take your skin.
How are they gonna eat it? They don't even got skin to eat with.
They got teeth.
They got no tongue, no. You can't work your teeth without a tongue. Stuff just falls out. Just falls right out. It's terrible.
Got a rock.
What passive am I using with the landslides? The Terramote. The Terramote passive. So I can do the Terramotes. Gonna do a Terramote. Gonna do the Terramote. Gonna hit the Bramble in the face with the rocks, and then he's gonna be like, oh god, it sucks. Cause on the Terramotes. Terramotes!
I cannot carry anymore.
One little Terramote, two little Terramote, three little Terramote, oh my lord. One little Terramote, three little Terramote, one little Terramote, oh my lord.
Upgrading my warrior glyph. Make my skeletal warriors deal more damage.
Hmm. Wow, 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 wow.
What level dungeons are you trying to do?
I'm just a little baby. Y'all's a little high levels. I'm a little baby.
Yeah, but I'm a completely different build now.
Yeah, I'm
So I
not
really
super
don't know.
optimized either.
I really don't know what I'm capable of doing right now. I mean, I did like a 35 or something, but that was solo, so I don't.
And it's even harder now in groups.
Yeah.
All the monsters got extra HP, and they're gonna come down and hit you with no wee.
That's just not nice.
Yeah, they're not nice. I mean, that's just the way of the world. Sometimes the people are just not nice. That's just the way of a tiger.
Does lucky hit? Does that apply? Like things on lucky hit chance that applies to my minions, right?
Like for the Decrepify, the Abhorrent Decrepify, is that what you're talking about?
No, I mean like slow lucky hit. You know, chance to slow or something like that.
I mean, I think the minions all trigger lucky hit because like there's a lucky hit on the Abhorrent Decrepify which says like it's like lucky hit chance to like reduce cooldowns or whatever. And as far as I understand, it does work with the minions. So.
Well, I guess the ring the Mendel lucky hit up to a 10% chance to empower all minions. I wonder if it heals them too, though.
It's tomorrow. Tomorrow, I love you, tomorrow. He's only a chunk away.
Ew.
Just a chunk.
Much thanks, friend.
Blood blisters.
In the sullied crypt. 10 a.m. PDT. 10 a.m. PDT. But do a little bit of this. Come on down and give lip that. Throw some wolves at your head.
What kind of monsters are in here?
Ow.
The alley kind?
Precisely.
What kind are they though?
Ghosties.
Ghosts. I don't think I have any for ghosties. Oh, yeah, I do.
Get back in here, Leon. Leon runs away all the time.
What's going on?
So what'd you determine with your testing?
I did like a playthrough. So I started with a couple events in Fractured Peaks, did one dungeon, got to around level 10-ish. Then I went to Saragar and Scotland, did like a couple events, so I got to 12, did a dungeon, got to 14, went to Turjolar Stronghold, which is like the Druid Stronghold you have to unlock for the Druid class quest. Did that, got to 15, did the Druid class quest, got to 16. And then I did, and then at that point I actually had the extra skill point already in Scotland from the waypoints and the one thing. And then I went back to Fractured Peaks and did like a stronghold or two, and I had the extra skill point from there at 18. So I already had 2 extra skill points at 18. So I have like a route planned for up to that point.
I hopped on and made a character real quick just for lulz. And, so I walked outside of Fractured Peaks, and there's that event that's like, Kyovashad, there's that event that's always right outside of town.
Yep.
So I did that one, and then I also ran up to Menestad and grabbed that waypoint, and then there's the gold quest. It's like you get the gems. So I went ahead and grabbed that quest with the gems and ran that, because I know there's an event right up there by the gem guy. So I killed the gem guy, took the gem bag back, and then did that event, and then went back and it turned in the quest, and I think I was like level 8. Like just doing the 2 events, and then like that one quest.
Then there's another event to the left towards the first dungeon you can do, and you get a codex unlocked from doing that dungeon. You'll be like level 10. Then it'll get you to Skazglen. Then you do a couple more, do another dungeon. That's basically pick up what I was saying. And by the time you do that whole route, you have the 2 skill points and you have your class quest done.
Yeah,
and then you're ready for Onyx Watchtower farming. And Onyx Watchtower, you can go to 25.
Well, by the time I hit level 8, I had my Poison Creeper. And like once I had my Poison Creeper, it was pretty much over. I could just walk into a big group of monsters, tap one button, everything would just be poison.
The Poison Creeper is amazing.
And then okay, everything's poisoned and it dies now. Like, okay. And then, of course, once you get your class quest, you're going to focus on getting the pack leader first.
I got it first right away.
So you can reset, so you can reset it's the first one on that thing, so it's the easiest one to get access to.
I only had 48 of the Spirit Boon things, the consumable, so I can only unlock one thing, and I unlocked that. So when I just did the class quest, I had 48, and I just unlocked pack leader right away.
And it's honestly the only one you really need for a while.
Yep.
Like, to being able to reset all your companions is great. Are you gonna run Ravens first with the basically permanent vulnerability?
No, I'm running right now because I was doing World Tier 2, which is actually pretty challenging on the Druid at least. I was doing obviously Landslide, Storm Strike, Blood Howl, Iron Bulwark, Trample, and Poison Creeper. Was what I had on my bar. I had a movement ability that generated spirit and did damage. I had 2 defensives for healing and shield and fortify and unstoppable already. And then I had Poison Creeper.
I was actually using the so I didn't think I was going to be able to build fortify right away anyway, so I was using the other one, the Earthen Bulwark Explosion, where when it ends it automatically explodes. It was actually working a lot better early on because it only lasts for like 2 seconds without the passive or without the aspect.
You can build Fortify off Trample as well, so you can actually have full fortification with just Bulwark and Trample early on, which is nice.
I wasn't really having any issues with survivability, but...
Do the Nostrava 3 Witch thing. Those things will murder you. It's hard on World Tier 2, man.
Well, I mean, are we going to do World Tier 2, or are we going to do World Tier 1 just so that we can rush?
I feel like World Tier 2... it will be easier with 4 people, but I also do feel like you probably don't want to be in World Tier 2 until you at least have like 1 or 2 powerful aspects. Like even if they're codex aspects. Until you have like 1 or 2 aspects that give you maybe some damage, you probably don't want to be in World Tier 2, but I did a 2-man test earlier, and we got through it as 2 druids. I wouldn't say it was the fastest. So you just gotta see. I didn't do enough testing. It'd be nice to have more testing going on, but I haven't had a full group. I've leveled now 3 druids to like 15, 18-ish. but I did 2 of them solo, and 1 with a second player.
Well, I'm fairly confident, like from testing mine, that I feel like the companion build is just really powerful. I'm not really sure, like, what are you getting your vulnerability from if you're not getting it from the Ravens, though?
You get it from Stormstrike.
But it's only one target.
Yeah, but nothing lives that long, especially when you get in the guaranteed crits and you have 5/5 a landslide and
Well, yeah,
the poison creeper. You're just killing elites right away. It's pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what you
I just
get for running off by yourself.
well, I wasn't paying attention either. So, the
We don't have that much vulnerable multiplier anyway. We have like no stats with vulnerable.
well, vulnerable
Like,
applies its own base damage increase anyway.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's useful. I'm just saying like we're not really scaling it yet, so it's not as important early on.
I mean, I'll be using Ravens anyway, so.
Like I even go for like when I'm using Stormstrike, I go for the double hit Stormstrike, then vulnerable at the beginning, just for more fury and more like immobilize and everything. Because early on, like I have no vulnerable damage on scaling. It's like it wasn't meaningful until I got to the first dungeon boss around like level 14. Then I was like, all right, I need the vulnerable.
I'm not ready yet.
So it just depends how much you want to change things. Because I think I'm going to be changing things a lot. Like 1 to 10 is going to be different than my 10 to 20, different than my 20 to 30, etc. Like I'm going to be constantly changing things.
I think I'm going to be rolling pretty much the same for the most part, but like, my only main issue is the capstone, so I won't be able to run the Bestial Rage capstone until I get the Vassally's Prayer. Which I don't honestly foresee Vassally's Prayer as being all that difficult to obtain.
No, it shouldn't be.
I'm not ready yet.
I think Vassally's Prayer is one of the more common helmets, like, in the quest to find a Tempest Roar. I've seen people find like freaking 20 Vassally Prayers. So.
Ghost.
Oh, the tables have turned, I see. Almost as if someone was mean to me.
I think where my 18 character is now, I can go to Onyx Watchtower and be level 25 within under an hour of that. And then from then, just complete the Watchtower and get the 3rd skill point, and then go to Core Dragon.
Yeah, we should be able to like burst through the early levels. I mean, none of the gear really matters for the most part in the early part of the game, but it'll be nice to be able to share gear.
I must wait a moment.
Oh lord, I didn't even see there was an exploding monster there. Until he was dead and started exploding. You got more Tempest than prayers? You were a lucky person, Chris.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
That was me.
Hey look, a Vassally's Prayer.
He knocked me in the
What
leg.
the ham biscuit? Literally just found a Vassally's Prayer. That's amazing.
So did other dude.
I cannot carry it.
Yeah, I got one this run too.
So I literally mentioned how common Vassally's Prayer are, and then all of a sudden 2 of them fall on the ground. Not 1, but 2 fall on the ground.
Hacks, cheaters.
Oof. And then
Streamer luck.
then later when I actually need one, I won't be able to find one. Hey, he's
Disengage that streamer luck.
no.
Yep, turn it off.
No.
Turn it off, Blizzard. You listening?
No. No.
Turn it up like you did the ding dong.
No. Don't be turning off people's ding dongs now.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Don't be turning off people's ding dongs. That is just rude.
Chant.
Is this Vassally's Prayer better than mine, or is my Vassally's Prayer better? I can't ever tell. Like, one of the things that I think they really need to work on is, like, when you upgrade an item, you can no longer tell whether or not the item is better than the item that you have on your head unless you also upgrade the item. Like, you have to, like, sit there and, like, work out the math and see, like, what the percentages are and, like, whether or not it's, like, equivalent to what you have on. Like, you gotta be like, okay, This has 319 life. 345 is what it rolled. So the minimum is 319. So it's slightly above the minimum. Mine has 557. The minimum is 478, which is slightly above the minimum. So, like, they're probably about identical. The overpower damage I don't care about. Haha. 20 damage while shapeshifted is 25.5% on mine, 16.5% on the other one. So it's not good because that's... Well, they're both kind of like high rolls, actually. Actually, yeah, they're both high rolls. So if you upgrade that, it's probably going to be the same. The Fortify roll is 9, which is a bottom roll. It's like... but then you have to go upgrade it to find out whether it's... So let's see if I was right. So let's go ahead and upgrade it. I don't care about the resources I have now anyway, because they're all going to get poo-pooed on. Alright, so now we fully upgraded it, so let's see whether I was right or not. So my analysis told me that was worse than what I had on. Right? So there we go. So there's the answer to the question. It's worse in the shapeshifted damage, worse in the overpower, 3 higher in the HP, and slightly higher in the lightning resistance, and lower in the fortify. So it is pretty much exactly as I said, slightly worse than mine in just about every way. And now that I spent a whole bunch of money on it, I'm going to sell it to the NPC.
Look all you like.
Higher item level is good, yes, but doesn't always mean it's better than the one that you have on. Doesn't always mean it's better than the one you have on. Rabies.
Unusual, but a good addition.
Everybody has rabies, and they're all going to die. Everybody has rabies.
Is damage to close, does that affect my minions?
I don't really know. I always thought that when you're building Minion Mancer, you focus on other things like minion attack speed, minion life.
I mean, like on a weapon.
I don't know.
Like on a wand, basically, mainly. Because I've got core on my wand, and I don't really use core skills.
Rami, I literally just said that you could math it out, and I literally just talked about mathing it out, but I don't want to math it out. Like, they should be able to show me on the thing. Like, it should be obvious. I was literally, that was literally my point, is that you had to math. I'm coming to your house, Rami. I'm going to kick you in the shins.
Well.
Shin kick.
Right in the shins. I'm just going to knock on your door, kick you in the shins, and then I'm going to walk away.
Always smart to buy surprise inventory.
Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Ding doo 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 doo. Ding 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 ding.
Well, I would like
Doing a tornado test now.
Ding 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 ding. I don't think damage is going to be an issue. No, or you're just trying to see if it's viable.
Yeah, I was trying to see the comparison. And I'm not gonna lie, some of the stuff in the dungeons was difficult in World Tier 2. It's pretty difficult.
That's why I figured we'd just run it all on World Tier 1 until we got our aspects. From what I understand, it's not enough of an EXP bonus to warrant World Tier 2.
Any added difficulty.
Yeah. It just doesn't give enough.
They buffed it a little, and they buffed the drops a little, but still don't know if it's enough.
I still think we're probably better off just we run to World Tier 1 until we get our like
power spikes.
A couple legendary aspects, you know, maybe some rare items in there or whatever, and then we can flip over to World Tier 2 as necessary. Please do. I need a good laugh. What am I doing, Thomas? You want to see my Vulcan neck? You want to see my head move? How about that? Look, Ma, no hands. Mildly creepy. Come on now. Oh, you want me to come to his house and kick him in the shins? How about I come to your house and kick you in the shins, Thomas? Don't step in the spotlight unless you won't get burned. I'm gonna wear my combat boots too. Go ahead. I'm sneaky. You'll never see me coming.
Good business and fortune to you.
Come here, doggo. Have a pet.
Hello.
There. See, you get a little nice little pet like this. That's some goodums, boy. That's a ver goodums. That's ver goodums. I'm not done. You're still very goodums. Get some more goodums. And a couple more goodums. Alright, we're done. Cody, destroy any walls today. Not today. I fixed the wall. And fixed the wall. It's very difficult. Like, it's not in the best of shape. It's a Jimmy fix. I jerry rigged it. I rigged it. Jerry rigged it. You didn't know you could pet animals? You can totally pet animals, Ice Kang. You can even play with the cats. Oh look, I was trying to show you guys them interacting with each other. Look, the rats interact with each other. I wanted to show you guys yesterday, but I didn't get a chance to because they weren't playing with each other. Yeah, the rats will actually like clean each other and stuff. See?
Wow.
And you can play with the cats too. I don't know if there's a cat in this village. I don't think there is. I think for the cats I gotta go to Kyovashad. There's one in Kyovashad. Did I not teleport to Kyovashad? That was okay, never mind. You guys don't get to see the cat.
You can teleport to me right now. You
guys-
won't die, I promise.
You probably in here fighting some demons.
No, they're not demons.
Demons and demons.
No, come on, teleport on top of me.
Demons. Tier 28 demons? I can handle tier 28 demons.
I really wanted you to telly on top of me.
Oh, I know you did. That's why I did not. I said no.
What?
I said I know. Yeah.
I was just in the middle of a fight, it was okay. I had skeletons and a golem with me. You'd been alright.
What's up, Ufta? How's it going? Is everybody excited about season 1? Everybody cheer! Yay! Oh, yippee, yippee, yippee,
Must wait a moment.
yippee, 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 yippee. Oh, What there once was a monster in the yard, and he ate all of the lard. Don't ask me why he did. Don't ask me why he did. Don't ask me why he did. He ate all the lardo. Oh, he went boom.
He go boom on you.
You waiting for Diablo 2 Resurrected latter season? I'm waiting for Diablo 2 Resurrected latter season too. The hell is this salt person? Oh, crumpled piece of paper.
These walls protect all who came before me. These walls will protect all who come after me. Lend me the strength of my fathers. Lend me the wisdom of my mothers. Lend me the bravery of my siblings. Ancestors, lend me the power to resist evil in all its forms, and to shepherd my family to another day. Wind favor us all. Wind favor us all. I'm not ready for it.
Y'all want to hear something funny? So when I was much younger, I think I was like 14 or 15, I don't know. Probably 14, probably more toward 14, 13. My mom got me a welcome sign for my door. It was pretty cool. It had like a dragon on it, and it was really cool, like old style writing, you know, and had like a little castle on one side, and the dragon kind of like curled around the letters, you know. It's pretty cool. And I hung it on my door. And I think I remember watching a lot of Buffy the Vampire Slayer around that time. And you know how, like in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the vampires weren't allowed to come in unless you welcomed them.
You invited them.
So you gotta invite them in. And I remember when I got the sign, I took a piece of tape and I put it on the back of the sign, and I wrote on the back of the sign, I said, welcome to all humans, us like demons and vampires, undead creatures of the night, you know, etc., 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 are not welcome and are hereby banished. My welcome sign had stipulations.
I've just been watching all the Witchers lately too. Got me into thinking about Witcher.
I just found an old staff of the crone, or great staff of the crone. It's my first.
Don't spoil all your luck.
That's
What
my
are you
first
doing?
one. That's my first one. I found it earlier.
You're using all your luck.
All
man.
my luck. Digga 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 doo, digga 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 dee. And now you a big mean necro dancer? I mean, necromancer, naked mancer, sir. That's naked mancer to you.
I thank you.
I'm out for a little bit.
All right.
Thank you.
Would you like to return to your own world?
I'll be back here in a little while.
Spill their blood to be deemed worthy.
Not while I'm in town.
Huh. I've been thinking about this cow level thing for a while. Spill their blood to be deemed worthy.
I actually think I got one of those items, like the metallic fragment, or whatever, on my barb way back when I was doing my renown on him. I had no clue what it was. I just tossed it.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I cannot do that here.
Spill their blood to be remained worthy. You know what? I wonder. What's up, Mortiz?
You are weak and foolish.
Big upgrade. Big rare axe just dropped. We're slamming now.
Oh, you talking about luck? So I was doing my little run through with my level 8.
Yep.
Not one, but 2 treasure goblins.
Wow. We killed the treasure goblin on my other run through, and he dropped a +1 to landslide glove with other stats, obviously like willpower. And I was like, these are godlike gloves for level 8 or whatever it was. I put them out. It felt so powerful. It's like I got the best level 8 gloves in the game.
If I tried last epic yet, yes I did. I really didn't like it. I don't want to be unfair to the game because I know it's not even released yet, and it has, you know, there's time to go for them to fix issues and things like that. It really just wasn't my cup of tea. Like,
Been early in access for like 2 years, right, or longer than that.
Yeah. I mean, there were some pretty terrible issues with the game, like some of the more simple, what I would consider very simple things that have to do with ARPGs, like being able to hold the shift key to stop your character, like being able to assign, you know, like a move and an attack button at the same button. Like, there's a bunch of there was a lot of quirky stuff with the game that really kind of got on my nerves. I also really didn't like the story. Like, it started out in a really cool area, and it looked kind of cool, and the graphics were kind of cool. And then, like, very quickly I ended up in some sort of alternate world, and everything just looked stupid. And, like, I don't really know how to explain it other than, like, it went from looking vibrant and colorful and, like, interesting to, like, dull and bland and uninteresting. And I don't know if they really realized that that's what they did, but, like, it just didn't look really cool. Itemization also felt really bad because it felt like most of the items in the game that you picked up were basically worthless. Which is not how I like my video games to be. Of course, that could be compounded by the fact that literally while I was playing the entire time, there were people who, like, absolutely loved Last Epoch who were chirping in my ear constantly. You don't need to pick up trash. None of it's any good. Stop clicking on the chest. There's nothing good in the chest. Like, they wouldn't even let me play the game without telling me how to play the game, so. Probably should have just played it on my own.
I'm not ready yet.
There's a live stream of me playing it. It's mostly just me complaining. Like, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. It's mostly just me complaining.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
One of the things that I could not get past, unfortunately, was the not being able to move and attack at the same time. Like, it was really bugging me, and it bugged me so much that eventually I kind of gave up. Like, maybe I'll go back and I'll give it another try if they can fix that move and click thing. Supposedly it was a bug with the original, with that patch or whatever, but apparently it had been an issue for several patches. And they just still hadn't fixed it, so I don't know. Dang, Mortiz, you like 6 levels higher than me.
I'm not ready yet.
You should be smacking these monsters' booties. You should be going whoop-ah, whoop-ah. I tell you, it's one thing that has impressed me about this game to no end is just the fact that a well put together, a well thought out build can be extremely powerful, and a crappily put together, like not well thought out build is like very very bad. Like you can feel the difference, like between a properly set up build and an improperly one.
I'm not ready yet.
Like in that Act-Man review, he was talking about not being able to feel like you know that your character was powerful, but like I don't really get it, because
I must wait a moment.
when I get like a big upgrade, or like I set up my character properly versus not setting him up properly, I can feel the difference in my character. Like all of a sudden, like one time I'll fight the butcher and the butcher will hand me my butt, and the next time I fight the butcher, all of a sudden now I'm handing him his butt. Like you can totally feel powerful in this game. And if you don't want to feel powerful, if you want the opposite, if you want to feel like a weak baby kitten, go do a 100 nightmare sigil.
Well, the guy spent 30 plus hours somehow doing the campaign that was too simple for him, which it just confuses me. The game was so easy. How did it take so long to get to 48?
Ow, ow, ow.
I must wait a moment.
He didn't go past World Tier 1. So we did the whole campaign on World Tier 1.
I must wait a moment.
So you have chosen easy mode? Like when I did my first playthrough, I did it on World Tier 2.
I must wait a moment.
I'm not even afraid to say. Like I'm not embarrassed. I died a bunch. Like I had no clue how to play the game. We were collecting resistance equipment like idiots. Like we were putting resistance equipment on and it did nothing. You know, like to quote the Simpsons movie, the goggles, they do nothing.
I must wait a moment.
I always love that quote, but most people don't get that quote. I never really understood why. In the Simpsons movie, they were shooting a movie, and the main actor was the main actor was in a scene where there was like a nuclear waste accident, and the nuclear waste accident actually happens instead of like just pretend happening. And they told him the entire time that as long as he kept his goggles on, he would be safe. Well, he still had his goggles on, and they didn't do anything. They did not do anything. Boy, this guy is some tankiness, I'll tell you what.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Don't die, Mortiz. If you die, we lose. Is this a Nature's Fury build? No, it's a Bestial Rampage companion build with the other thing. I don't have all my aspects yet. I say that all the time, but I still haven't found them. So
Okay, I spoiled myself. Got 2 huge axes.
You axe master, you. Ow. These are so high level. Take that. And that, 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 and that. And that, and that, and that, and that, and that. I mean, how does that have to do with Actman's video, though? Making the monsters 5 levels lower than you makes them easier, not more difficult.
Doesn't create a challenge.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If they were responding to Actman saying the game was too easy, they would have brought the monster level up by 5.
It's also just like, hey, have less XP while you do this outdoor content.
Does anybody else feel like the attack by these giant goatmens, the ones that like jump way up in the air and then like slam you down into the ground? Does anybody else feel like that attack is just kind of broken, overpowered? Like, not only does it hit you for like half your health if they connect it, but it also knocks you down for like a full like 3-4 seconds.
Yeah, those are the ones that their visions for you to dodge them. Like that's like their.
But you don't always dodge them though. You don't always know they're coming. Like, you know, like sometimes they still hit you anyway, and then like when they do, bye bye if you don't have your unstoppable cooldown up, because you're just like on the ground like sniffing paint for the next like 5 seconds. The goat, it's OP. The Goatman axe is OP. That's all I got to say. I think I have died to that Goatman axe more than any other monster in the game, excluding explosions. So, excluding the explodey monsters and the exploding effects, I think the jumping Goatman axe attack has gotten me more than just about anything. Maybe right up there with the laser attack from the ghosts.
I must wait a moment.
Bum bum money dun dee la loo dun dee la lee dun doo dum bum bum money dun dee la lee dun dee da doo da doo dee da doo da dee da doo.
I think they completely misunderstood what people were saying when they're like the scaling and they want to feel powerful, because they put it in at World Tier 3, and I feel like at that point in the game you have most of your aspects already. You might not have perfect aspects, but you have like most aspects to make your character do more damage, feel stronger, do a kind of like half build, or like a 75% of a build. And the game for me felt easier then than when I was doing the campaign in World Tier 2 when I had less gear, less aspects. And no one's going to start doing World Tier 3 where you can choose your difficulty, like in Nightmare Dungeons and HellTides, and go back and do world content to feel powerful. Like, no one wanted that in World Tier 3. I think most of the complaints were people who were just progressing from 1 to 50 about, like, oh, I'm getting weaker. But once you have all your skill points and you start getting all these aspects and all this gear, like, the world content always felt easy to me. It doesn't make any sense. Like, they chose the wrong part of the game to try to address that concern.
They did. The chargers get you. I mean, deadly mobs usually have to do with an attack that's very difficult to dodge. The chargers are very difficult to dodge because a lot of the times you can't get out of the way. The Axeman goat thing, it's really fast. Like, a lot of the times you don't see it before he's already like in the air, and then it's too late. Same thing with the lightning bolt thing that comes from the ghost. Although, to be honest with you, I think the lightning bolt thing that comes from the ghost is even more broken because it goes through walls. Half the time you won't even see the monster because it'll be on the other side of a wall, and which is just the dumbest thing ever. He's just on the other side of the wall, just shooting through the wall, and then it hits you anyway, and it's just stupid.
Fair trade.
I mean, they did make the entire game harder, but then they made the level 1 to 50 like easier, so I don't even know.
Anything else?
I feel like at some point though they just like, I don't know if they're actually going to achieve whatever it is that they wanted to achieve. I'd love to see a goal sheet. I know it sounds kind of silly, but I would love to see what their goal was, like in these changes. Like you know, like if I were to set up a goal sheet and be like, okay, these are my goals, how can we achieve them? And then they, you know, the company would go through the process of trying to achieve those goals, right? Well, like if I put up a goal sheet, or if I saw their goal sheet, what would it say? Like make the entire game harder. Nerf all existing builds that people are having fun with. Make everybody even squishier because they're not squishy enough.
It comes down to what I was saying yesterday. The goal sheet is balance the game around the seasonal powers. So our seasonal powers are supposed to carry your defense and your damage. So we have to nerf everything baseline. That's what they're trying to do. I think they went a little overboard, and I don't think the seasonal power is strong enough to get you back to where you were. But I could be wrong. We'll see.
Yeah, Thorns Barbarian Mortiz. Oh, you're wearing temerity pants. You can't do that. That's why you're dying, my friend. So you've got razor plate on, which is perfectly fine when you're a Thorns build. I mean, giving up those 4 defensive slots for the razor plate gets you a huge bump in your Thorns, but you lose the defensive slots, okay? And if you use temerity pants, you will give up 4 more defensive slots. So your problem that you're having here, the reason why you're dying in the dungeons, which you shouldn't have been dying in the dungeons, by the way, is you're giving up all of your defensive slots by using razor plate and temerity together. You definitely want to take that temerity off. I'm assuming you're a Thorns Barbarian, so you're probably going to want to keep razor plate on, but you're definitely going to have to take that temerity off and put on a good pair of defensive pants. When I say defensive pants, I mean something like this. You need these kind of pants. So this is, as you can see, I have damage reduction from close, damage reduction from poison, damage reduction while fortified. You need a solid pair of pants that has a quad damage reduction on it, and it's going to far outpace the temerity. You also want to see if you can get a pair that has the while injured your potion gives you a barrier for 30%. Mine don't do that right now. I see you got the aspect of anemia, and you're running the defensive one for the bleeds. That's nice. And you've got the berserk ripping. Nice. Hey, you got a nice perfect needle flare aspect. Nice.
What's going on, Ginger?
Oh, Bobby Billions shows up again.
Is that Bob?
What's going on, guys?
The day before the big show.
Yeah, good news. I got the day off. I'll actually be able to roll.
Get hype.
I don't know about hype. I think it,
I'm pretty sure they nerfed his. I'm pretty sure they nerfed his build.
I'm pretty sure they nerfed like my whole it's not even just the build, just the whole character just into the ground. They were like, "Oh, you have teleport. You don't need anything else. Just we can take it all away. That's fine."
What do you mean, Bobby? You don't like teleporting to a random explosion on the ground that one-shot you? You don't like that?
Do they?
Oh, that's right. I forgot they got rid of all other damage reduction. It's all trash now. That's right.
You know what they did? You know what they did add though? They added Oculus, your favorite.
Oh yes, just the best.
So you can randomly teleport around.
Yeah, because I don't need teleport to pull mobs to a certain location or anything. That's not what I need anymore, right? Like,
No, you can still use that too. You can use the raiment with it, and you can pull them with you as you teleport around randomly.
Yeah, but I can't pinpoint pixel pull anymore, so I'll like teleport to the outside of the mob and pull 3 things
You
over
just
there,
teleport
and then I'll
multiple
teleport again,
times.
and then I'll separate another 4 over to the other side of the map.
You
and
just
then
teleport multiple times. You'll be all right.
I have no density anymore.
And
It's
level
gonna be
20.
great.
And level 20 teleport. You'll have level 20 teleport. 22 if you really work hard.
Get a Shaco, you can get up to
Get a Shaco.
26.
Yeah.
Level 26
Shaco, bro.
teleport. Man. Level 26 teleport.
That sounds like a 1-second cooldown on teleport, which is cool, but like the Oculus is terrible.
What do you mean terrible? You don't, nothing can kill you because you're just gonna spam that space bar over and over and over again. You're just gonna go like this.
I'm Bobby Billions, right? So all I got to do is pay them for the random teleport being where I want it at all times. That's just what I got to do, right?
Well, my new build is amazing. Okay. My new build is beautiful.
Who knows? Maybe I'll start. I'll continue my work instead of playing on Eternal. Continue my work on my low life Sork.
Well, I heard
on ladder.
Bobby, that if you don't know where you're teleporting, the mobs don't know where you're teleporting, so they can't one-shot you because you're not.
No. You have to remember, the higher level you get, the more accurate they are. So they know where you're randomly teleporting, but you don't.
So there is a little bit of an interesting twist on your injured build.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a malignant gem that is in the slot, which I think would probably help you with your injured build. It's a set that basically burns HP. It's a gem that burns HP instead of your actual essence, but it only does it down to 60%. So it would be a way that you could deliberately drop your HP down to 60%. I know that doesn't specifically get you to your goal of dropping down to 35%, which is the injured status, but it literally is a way that you could safely drop your HP to 60% for free, with no risk involved.
Oh yeah. So what you do with the low life stuff is you just go to World Tier 1. And you get down to whatever your 35% is, or a little less, and then you just switch to whatever world tier you want to go to.
Then you're basically good for the play session.
Yeah.
Well, I was talking about like a way that you could just do it on your own.
If that could get me to 35%, I would be 100% using that. Because then there's even times where I could heal above
I don't know if it could
with like potions or whatever and still be good.
It basically says that it stops at 60%, meaning that you could no longer get the effect. But it doesn't necessarily state that you couldn't necessarily drop your HP lower than 60% by triggering the effect multiple times while you were above 60%. So I think it requires some testing. So like for instance, like say you were a ice shard sorceress or something. Like in that situation, you could potentially fire multiple ice shards, which could potentially trigger the effect multiple times, which might drop you down to the required amount. I don't know. It's something that needs to be tested.
Oh. Yeah, for sure. I would definitely do some testing on that. But I'm close, Ginger. I'm real close.
I'm close to making a companion druid.
Nice.
This new aspect with the Poison Creeper is very fun. And I've been messing around with it, and like...
Poison Creeper, in my opinion, is just one of those skills that's just crazy good.
Okay, so hear me out. I don't know if you've ever actually looked into this at all, but... So the Poison Creeper has this aspect now that basically lets you cast the landslide, right? And then you can stack it with the double, so you can get the double landslide, and it works with the Poison Creeper. So basically, every single time you cast Poison Creeper, it automatically casts a landslide around it in a circle. And it doesn't just, like, go, like, you know, once. Like, it goes, like, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Like, it hits, like, multiple times, right?
Wait, so you're saying that you can do trample slide plus Poison Creeper slide?
Yep.
Okay, well that's gonna be one of the new druid builds for sure.
That's crazy.
So
like that's without question gonna be top tier.
I'm not doing that one though. I'm doing a different
I'm
one.
just saying.
I'm doing a different one.
That's what's gonna be my leveling build basically. Is the trample slide just added in the new aspect?
So
yeah, that aspect sounds great though, Ginger.
So instead, what I'm doing is I'm choosing to focus on Landslide and Poison Creeper, like, together, since they basically both function together.
Yeah.
And it's actually pretty cool, because the Terra motes that you get from Landslide function with the Poison Creeper. So every single time you use Poison Creeper, it basically builds the Terra motes, gives you free crits, and then automatically uses them. Like, it's not even like a, like, build it and then use it. It's literally like you press the button and it builds it and uses it in one button press.
So
every single hit of the landslide that comes from the Poison Creeper is an automatic crit.
Oh, that's fantastic. So
okay, and then
you're
you
gonna
know
want,
and then you
you're
can
gonna
reset.
Want the,
and then you can reset the Poison Creeper. So I'm sitting here thinking to myself, well, if I can like almost guarantee the resets, why not just use like the full companion like suite, get the and then use the Shepherd's aspect. So the Shepherd's aspect gives me like, I think I can max it out at like 110%. I'm not sure. I've been trying to like run the math on the number of companions that I can get, but it gives me about 110% multiplier to landslide once I get it all set up.
Now, does that,
and
with
that,
using all the stuff that you have, are you able to use the Great Staff of the Crone?
I may or may not be able to work it in. I'm not sure.
Because if you can work that in, it's going to help you proc the Poison Creeper thing that makes it, reduces the cooldown to nothing.
Well,
or reset the cooldown.
Well, see, that's
because you're double stacking your primary or your generator skill.
Well, see, that's the thing. So, since the Poison Creeper and the Landslide are technically two separate abilities, they're not the same ability. It's not like the other stuff where, like, you know how the Great Staff of the Crone makes it so that, like, Claw also casts Storm Claw, and so it's, like, technically the same ability at that point. Like, Poison Creeper doesn't actually cast the Landslide. The Landslide just happens at the same time that the Poison Creeper happens. So, the Landslide actually resets the Poison Creeper. So I've actually had it happen before many times where literally I'll get like 6, maybe even 7 resets of the Poison Creeper from the Landslide that comes off of the Poison Creeper. So I basically just sit there and spam the Poison Creeper over and over again.
Don't say it out too loud, Ginger. The nerf will come.
The Eye of Sauron. No, and I'm looking at it, and the more I look at it, the more I'm like, okay, this is kind of crazy. And I've been playing with it. I've been messing with it, and I don't have it fully set up. But man, it like every hit is a crit, like every single hit. Like even not even fully set up, it's still hitting for like 100k, like a lot.
So hold on a minute.
And it applies the poison. It applies the poison too, and that's a whole other thing.
Now my brain is just going haywire. So you're telling me that the slide resets the cooldown of the Nova. So you can effectively go with a reset Bulwark build to have maximum defense.
Probably.
On top of stacking your slide to maximum damage.
Yep. That's probably what I'm doing, Bobby, to level up and maybe play it if it's really good.
What?
Yes. So this aspect is amazing, and for multiple reasons, obviously. It's just the way that it functions is actually kind of insane.
Hashtag nerf barb.
Yeah, hashtag nerf barb for sure.
Hashtag. They did get nerfed so hard last time too.
Oh, they got the biggest nerf.
Freaking.
The comments on YouTube are hilarious. They're like, they took us seriously.
That's a lie. He didn't get a 100% nerf. The cooldown Sork though got a 100% nerf. So they didn't get nerfed the hardest, but it definitely hurt them a lot.
Well, the thing too about the Barb is like any of the changes they made, for instance, to all the weapons and all the affixes, reduce the primary stat, reduce crit, reduce vuln. That's ×4 on a Barb. Because everything you're doing on a Barb, you're stacking 4 weapons to do your damage. That's the whole point of the arsenal system. And it's like ×4.
Yep.
×4.
Yeah, I was sad to see that cooldown Sork build go away though. That build was ridiculous.
You missed my beautiful analogy about the 2 cars and how they had like an old rusty one and like a brand new one, and then you choose the brand new one, and then they take an axe and they like beat up the brand new one, and then they ask you again, which one do you want? And you're like, I still don't want the old rusty car. And
I don't think it was an axe. I'm pretty sure they just drove it to a derby and didn't move the car.
And then
they were like, "You still want this one?"
And like it's like, you know, you could have just did like a little paint job on the other one that was old and ragged. Like you could have just cleaned it out a little bit maybe, and just, you know, like if you really wanted me to pick that car, like, you know, maybe you could have at least taken the cigarette butts off the car seat.
No, the whole car was the ashtray. It's fine.
Like it was a beautiful analogy though. Like, then that's exactly what they did. They were like, we understand that you guys aren't choosing these absolutely crappy items, so we're gonna nerf the really good items so that the really good items suck, and so you might want to use the really crappy items, but we're not gonna beef up the really crappy items.
The components of nerfing everything into the ground instead of buffing the bad things has just always been a headache in my eyes. Because, like, it's not like any of these builds... I guess there was a couple of them that were probably pretty ridiculous. Like, the NATO Wolf was kind of ridiculous at how fast it could speed farm 100s.
I'm not ready yet.
And maybe even the Bulwark build... But it couldn't do it fast. Like, the Bulwark build wasn't fast. Inherently, just because of the way the skills work together. But it was so tanky that it didn't really matter how fast you were.
I'm not ready yet.
But there were a couple of builds that were, even on Rogue, a couple of the Rogue builds were kind of ridiculous too. But you could scale that down instead of scaling it to the multipliers. You could have taken
the shreds.
You could taken percentage points out of the actual skill itself.
I heard the shred build still worked.
It does. Still one-shot Lilith.
They didn't fix anything. I don't even think they understand their own game. They nerfed the whole freaking game, and they still missed the one class that they were trying to nerf. Like, I think one thing is very clear, and I feel like they should have just done this instead of nerfing the amount of the effects on the weapons. I don't think any multipliers should be on weapons. Like, I think that it would have been a better solution than what they chose to do, which was nerf all of the multipliers. So they took the vulnerable, which was a multiplier. They took the crit, which was a multiplier. And they took the crowd control, which I feel like isn't a multiplier, but at the same time, since it affects so many things, you know, since you got like slow and stun and all the other things, like, it's very universally good. But like, if they just remove the multipliers and just put non-multipliers on all the weapons, they'll make it less likely that everyone's going to choose the multipliers. Because, like, why are we going to choose the ones that are not multiplying things? It's like, Johnny has 3 apples. Granny wants to give you 2, but Jeff wants to multiply it by 16. Which one do you want? And you're like, well, I love you, Granny, but I would like 16 times my apples.
Yeah, 16x, that sounds like a really good number in my eyes.
I mean, 16x, like...
Yeah, I still, like, my argument from, like, the very beginning of this, when I found out about the damage buckets, is just completely validated now.
Oh,
They were way more interesting when they had the fake version. When they had the fake version, there was way more choice.
No, alright, so my argument was, instead of everybody's vulnerable being the singular multiplier bucket, every character should have had a different singular multiplier that applied at the end of it instead of vulnerable damage. Which would have made, instead of every character needing vulnerable, which is the reason they nerfed vulnerable, it would have been each class needing something different as their best multiplier.
No, I think they just want choice. So you need multiple multiplication ones to create choice. So if you have vulnerable and you have like 3 or 4 other things that do multiplier, but you have to choose between one of those 4, you have choice now. Because now you're trying to meet a condition. Oh, my class can't have vulnerable uptime.
I think that's better.
My class can do this.
Well, no, Leo, so what...
I think if you have multiple that you have to choose between, it's better than having multiple that you can stack. So, like, if you had multiple multipliers, I think that's fine, as long as you just can't just stack all of them. Like, you have to choose which one that you're actually going to stack.
Yeah, what can your build do? Can your build keep vulnerable uptime? Can your build do, X, Y, Z, whatever?
Like, are you gonna, like maybe you do a lot of stuns, like a charged bolt sorceress, so you want like a stun multiplier or something. But like, like I feel like that would be a better way to go about it.
So Leo, what you're saying is currently kind of how they do things, right? Because you have, what is it, 3 different buckets, like really that people are shooting for?
It's just primary stat, crit damage, and vulnerable.
No, there's more.
Everything else.
There's more multipliers than that.
Well, yeah, you have like general ones.
There's a lot of multipliers like that are just hiding all over the place.
We're talking just on stats though, like just the affixes on items.
So the reason it's vulnerable for most builds and crit is because crit scales well, yeah, but crit is also in a different bucket with other stuff, right? So instead of scaling the other stuff that's in the bucket, you just have to stack 1 to its highest potential because vulnerable now multiplies it because vulnerable is a standalone bucket.
Yep, and so is crit damage, and so is
but does
primary
anybody think that crit damage wouldn't be so bad, even if it multiplied that way, if they just like reduced the amount of crit that we were capable of getting? I feel like it's so easy to hit 100% crit on this game that like I almost feel like it's not even like an accomplishment. Like in other games, I used to like struggle to hit like high crits, and like when I say high crits, I mean like 30% was considered like a high crit, and then in this game it's like I can very easily hit like 50, and then my skills give me like another like 60, and I'm at like 110 crit, and I gotta dial it back.
And that's the problem, is that they didn't create choice here, because so many people get crit chance easily that crit damage becomes so attractive because it's its own multiplier. But what if there's another thing in that same bucket as crit damage that didn't have to do with crit anymore, but you had to do with something else that you can meet that requirement? So if you want to go for the crit one, you have to sacrifice something else to get that crit chance. Like there's give and take. There should be choice, and there's no choice right now. That's why everyone was stacking it, because there's no choice. There's still no choice. You nerf them, there's still no choice because it's still multiplication versus addition. Which one are you going to choose? Multiplication.
I don't
You're
know.
not going to choose addition.
See, I like big numbers, so I'm on the other side of the equation, which is I'm fine with having tons of crit multipliers, but like you don't make it so that everybody crits 100% of the time. Like it becomes a different story. Like then you're in the where like I got like 3 crits in a row and you're excited. Like you get 3 crits in a row and you're actually excited because it's like the first time you got 3 crits in a row in a while. Like and shooting for that crit becomes important because you can hit for like 5 million damage on that crit, but like you actually have to get it. I just think they made crit way too easy to get, and then they made crit damage way too easy to get, and so then you're just like, okay, well now I've got 100% crit and 1,000% crit damage, and like so every single attack that I do is like basically just guaranteed, guaranteed like 10 times damage. So it's stupid.
No, you see, I don't mind that vulnerable damage and crit damage are their own buckets. I don't mind that.
You just need more choice. That's all.
I mind that they're inherent on every piece of gear that all of the other buckets are also inherent on. You know what I mean? Like if they're going to be multipliers, I think you should have less pieces of gear that can roll those 2 stats, so that your other damage modifiers are actually okay.
Well, that's what I said. Like the passive effect on weapons should not be vulnerable, and it should not be crit. They shouldn't exist on the passive bonuses for the weapons, because by putting them on the passive bonus for the weapons, you're basically forcing people to choose those weapons. You're like, hey, look, here's a multiplier, and they're like,
I messed up. I shouldn't have said inherent as rolls. Period. So like, I don't think that vulnerable and crit damage should be on all of the pieces of gear that it's on. I think
that makes itemization boring.
I mean,
if everything on the item is meaningless, it's all additive damage. Who cares about the item? I think you just need more choice. That's all to make the itemization interesting. Like you're just cookie cuttering the item. It might as well just have one stat on it that says damage.
I mean, that's pretty much what your ring and your amulet slot are already.
Ring, you can go for lucky hit. Ring, you can go for life. You have a couple choices on ring, other than just raw damage. But
90% of them are crit, vulnerable, X.
Yeah, I mean, my bard was using maximum fury, resource generation on ring. That was actually more important for his build than crit or vuln, because you needed the fury keep uptime for like Hoda and stuff. So it's
you also, but max fury is also a damage multiplier for Hoda.
But it's different. So there was choice. I had to sacrifice vuln and crit. I had to sacrifice that. I had to make a choice. I didn't just have it all.
I mean, you don't have to sacrifice vulnerable there. You just get resource, fury, vulnerable, X, which is
you can't get crit damage and crit if you get vulnerable. You can get one or the other, or you can't get life, and then you die instantly in high tier dungeons. So you have to make a sacrifice. You have to choose. So I had life, fury, resource generation, and then I had crit chance. I had no crit damage, no vulnerable on my rings on that build. I had to make the sacrifice if I wanted to live and actually play the build properly.
Okay, so you're talking about the exception to the rule instead of the rule.
I'm talking about how they should have gone, the direction, more choice. That makes it more interesting, right?
And then they have the overpower mechanic, which like I feel like most people are just ignoring completely. I'm not really quite sure what they were doing with the overpower mechanic. They're like, here's an extra damage. It's like I guess what is it, a devastate? Like a lot of games call it a devastate. Here, have a 3% devastate. And like, okay. And then you put overpower damage on everything. Like, why does it feel like overpower damage is on like freaking everything?
Because they wanted it to be a good mechanic and it's not.
And it really isn't a good mechanic. Like, I don't even think that people...
I'll say it. Yet. It's not a good mechanic.
I don't even think that people that do use overpower, like, that use it on a regular basis, I don't even think they want overpower damage, really.
No, they still were stacking crit and vulnerable.
I feel like for them, it's not even an admirable, like, piece of technology. And that's how I feel about a lot of the mechanics of the game. Like, damage while healthy. Like, I feel like damage while healthy, for the most part, is not really useful, except for in some fringe case scenarios. Like, damage while injured isn't really all that useful, except for in some fringe case scenarios. Like, I've seen some people actually have alternative sets in their, like, character slot. So, like, if they're fighting, like, a really difficult boss, and they get the boss down to an injured status, then they have, like, alternative injured pieces that they then equip, but that just goes to prove that it's basically useless until you can get the boss down to that point. And so that's why they have an alternative set of injured gear specifically for that time period. Like, there's a lot of the modifiers that they have that are just kind of meh. They just don't really, they're not things that people look for. I've actually seen a couple people do that too. Like, I watched a couple of those videos where, like, they one-shot Lilith, and quite a few of them used injured equipment. Like, they would get Lilith down to a certain point, and then they'd swap over to injured equipment, and then they would hit her again with the stuff when she was in the injured mode to get the extra damage output.
Well, it's needed too in the fight because the fight's significantly harder in both phases when she's injured. Just way more mechanics going on.
Man, this is spicy. I hate it when the damage resistant guy's all the way in the back. At times like that where the damage resistance guy is like hiding, like, and you can't find him. I don't know what was going on, but I just could not seem to find him or kill him. Apparently, my big swathing AOE's, and I still didn't even get him. See if I can. Well, I probably can't get him from here.
I'm having an easy time World Tour 2 solo, so maybe I just can blame my partner.
There we go. I mean, if we do a druid group, one of us could run cyclone armor with that sharing passive,
yeah.
and that would beef up the whole group as a result too.
I did really well with the tornado. I did tornado. I did my bulwark, my blood howl, my poison creeper, and I destroyed. I'm level 14 right now.
That's another thing we could do is if we all got blood howl instead of earthen bulwark, we could grab that aspect that shares the heal. Four druids spamming a heal on each other would probably never die.
I'm getting both. I'm rocking both. I know you're doing full companions, so you can't rock both, but yeah, I'm getting blood howl and bulwark. I want the barrier. I want the fortify. I want the unstoppable. I want the heal from blood howl. I want the spirit or attack speed.
I was getting my fortify from was it landslide? There's a passive that gives you like a pretty big bonus every single time something hits something. It honestly seems like the poison creeper just like, because it hits so many times, it just keeps it up like constantly. I don't think I'm ever not fortified. It's kind of crazy because like landslide hits like once, maybe twice if you have the aspect. Like poison creeper, I can't even count the number of times it hits. Like it does like one full circle, and then it has an outer circle, and then it does another inner circle, and then another outer circle, and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 7 stones, and then it's like, I don't know, like 8 or 9 stones on the outside, and then they all can hit something, and then like they do it again. Like it ends up being a lot of procs of whatever it is that you're trying to get from the earth skills. Especially in a big group. That's what I really noticed. Like when you're in a big group, especially if the monster is like nicely placed like in the center, like maybe like the main monster, like it hits that monster so many times.
I'm not ready yet.
I almost feel like it might be a good choice for like a lucky hit build. I mean, the lucky hit chance on Poison Creeper is 31%, and the lucky hit chance on Landslide is 22%.
I must wait a moment.
I'm assuming that they're both going at the same time as well. Like, because it seems like they're two separate abilities.
I'm not ready.
I think that's what's really drawn me to it, is that it really seems like it's not something that's buffing up Poison Creeper so much as it is just the ability to cast Landslide in a circle that happens to be tied to Poison Creeper. So it's just casting two abilities at the same time, essentially. Kind of like the same way that the Great Staff of the Crone technically is cast in Claw and Storm Strike at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Similar to how Nature's Fury works too. It's really nice. I like it.
I want to move it.
I must wait a moment.
I'm 14. I have my extra skill point from there. I'm gonna do Nostrada now.
I'm not ready yet.
I think I'm all leveled out.
I'm not ready yet.
I feel like
I must wait
15 hours away.
15 hours away.
Got a nice sleep.
I need to get a nice sleep.
I must wait a moment.
Get up tomorrow, take a shower, get everything ready. Probably start streaming early.
I'm not ready yet.
I definitely want to eat.
Gotta start
and
making
shower.
groups. Do you have anybody like predestined for your group? Like I don't really know what's even going on with the groups.
Zyler really wants to play.
Nobody put in any like notes or anything like that they wanted to play with specific people like I usually see. So
I think the only person I know that wants to play with me is Dubs. And I don't know when he'll be able to start.
Groups of 4 is unfortunately very restrictive.
Yeah.
I wish it was groups of 8. It would be better. I think last time I checked the sheet, I don't know if anybody wants to recheck it, but I don't think we have that many. I think we've got like 3 groups of 4, basically.
Yeah, we have three groups right now.
Yeah, we got 3 groups of 4 starting.
On the sheet?
Yeah.
For the rushing
like,
group.
For the rushing group and on time, yeah. We got more than, there's more than that, like, not on time and not rushing.
Oh yeah, mine are just all question marks, but it's like I don't know what character I'm going to start yet, just because my character got just kicked into the dirt, into an early grave, and just left.
I really wanted to do
to bleed out.
A 4 druid pack. I thought that would be really freaking ridiculous.
I'm ready, dude. Put me in, coach.
Like four druids, like sharing gear back and forth. Like, so no matter what, we'll be able to find gear for each other, which I think will be really powerful to help us propel faster. So like, if you're doing, you know, trample and I find some trample plus the skill stuff, I just throw it over to you. If you find like, you know, some poison creeper helmet or something, you throw it over to me. And like I think of because this is the way I'm thinking about it, because you can't really share gear between non-characters, like non-classes. Like if it's not your class, it doesn't really work out as well. So I was almost thinking about just shoving all the characters like that are the same class together.
What you said is more than a theory. Like I did my playtest earlier with another druid, and he had a white weapon. I gave him my old rare weapon. When I got my new rare weapon, when I got my new gloves, I gave him my old plus landslide gloves because I got new ones. So like, he was just taking my old gear because he was getting bad luck. So I was just passing him my old gear.
Well, like, I think we'll even have like little swap groups. I think that'll probably be the best thing to do. Is everybody just holds on to like gear, and we can just drop it all next to the stash, like I was doing in drop it all next to the stash, like I did back in beta, and we just everybody can just go through it real quick, pull out everything that they need, upgrade their character, and we can just move on.
Yeah, 14 is the number now.
So we 2 over the last group, so we need 2 more. I mean, 2 groups could go with 3. That wouldn't be like too ridiculous.
I'm not ready
Split the difference.
Yeah.
There's always last minute people that show up.
I'm gonna be like 3 hours late, probably. I was expecting it to be later.
I was expecting not even to be able to play. I thought I was gonna have to work, and my supervisor notified me as soon as I walked in. He was like, "Yeah, that shift you released, you're good to go." I was like, "Oh,
this
nice.
elite there is 2 elite corpse bows here, just ripping me to shreds." Oh, I was wondering why I was dying so easy, and then I walked up and it was like 2 mega-sized elite corpse bows, and I'm like, I have not seen that before. Like, not like the super-sized one. Like, I've seen regular elites, but you know how like there's like different classifications of elites? There's like the elite, and then there's like the elite with like 1 modifier, and then there's like the elite that has like 2 or 3 modifiers, and then there's like the super elite that has like 4 modifiers, right?
Yep.
Like, that was like, those corpse blows were like freaking on the super elite status. They were like, 1 shot was like, with the bulwark up, was like almost killing me.
We were fighting one earlier in a level 12 dungeon. He had 4 things. He was like vampiric. He had the fire explosions around him. He was a teleporter and something else. And he was just going nuts. Like, level 12.
Nuking you. Just absolutely nukes. Just firing nuclear bombs in your direction. You look over, he's got like a frickin' Pip-Boy on his arm, on one of his arms anyway. And he's got and he's got like a frickin' mini nuke launcher.
Like, I heard your character wasn't ready for me.
Really?
It was almost like having the butcher there. He was like going nuts. Couldn't be stopped.
Alright, boys, where's the DR? Where's the DR guy? Come on, I'm tired of this. There you are. Every single time you gotta be hiding in the back.
I must wait a moment.
I'm just winning now. I'm so good.
All right,
now.
I made up my mind. I'm gonna rebuild it on ladder.
Let's go.
You're Sorceress?
Yeah, the low life build.
You doing low life, Sork?
Yep.
I think it could work. You have plenty of barriers to help increase your, quote unquote pull. Your hit pull.
I already have probably 80% of the build from what I was doing non-ladder stuff. So
I'm not ready yet.
a little couple tweaks here and there, and it should be good to roll.
I mean, I'm gonna have fun no matter what. Patch notes.
I'll be right
aside,
back.
I'm ready to play with the boys. I'm ready to log in.
That's right. To play with the boys.
No stat space, no problem. No defense, no problem. No damage, no problem. I'm here.
Oh, God. I hate you snakes and your little eyeballs. Go to eyeball heaven. God, I love this, like, free reset on the frickin' Poison Creeper. It is frickin' hellaciously good. You gotta understand that the Poison Creeper is not just an offensive skill, it's also a defensive skill, and I think some people don't realize that. The Mobilize literally turns it into a defensive skill, and if you use it properly, so all you have to do, and it's the easiest thing in the world, and I don't know, some people maybe just don't realize this, is that every single time you use Poison Creeper, you shift. Because it's an immobilize, they can't chase you. If you stand there and you let them wail on you, well then yeah, they're gonna kill you. But like, you deserve it if that's what you do. So every time you pop Poison Creeper, you immobilize everything within range, and all you have to do is just shift ever so slightly over and keep attacking. Like, you don't even have to stop attacking, you just shift so you're no longer in the center of focus. Because obviously all the monsters are focusing on you, specifically, and, like, they're all attacking you, so they're all within range to hit you. So when you pop the Poison Creeper, you just move slightly to the left or slightly to the right, shifting your position, and since they're all nice and immobilized, they can't chase you, and they can't hit you anymore, because most of the monsters are melee. And so you end up, like, basically just removing most of the damage from the equation. And it just comes to, it just comes down to, like, being a little bit more tactical with the way that you play your character.
Yeah, I agree, because we were doing earlier and he was like having trouble with the vampiric guy. I'm like, just Poison Creeper him. He's immobilized, he can't leech you, even if he's red. He's just stuck.
Yep. The monsters that get me are the ones that have, like, the really nasty ranged attacks. So, like, those guys, those guys are a little bit more difficult. Like the corpse bows, like you can't just immobilize a corpse bow and then sidestep it. Like, he's gonna keep shooting at you no matter what you do. So.
I must wait.
But it's a whole tactic. Like, when you use the Poison Creeper, you just take advantage of what the Poison Creeper's giving you. And oh my God, the amount of immobilize that you get from the new version of the Poison Creeper is even more than you got from the old version of the Poison Creeper. The old version of the Poison Creeper gives you a 3-second immobilize, right? And then the new version gives you the landslide one too, which is after landslide damages 4 enemies, 4 times, the next hit will immobilize enemies for 3 seconds. So you have a 3-second immobilize on Poison Creeper, and then another 3-second immobilize on the landslide that's coming from it. And then if you build the aspect, or the Paragon board, the constricting tendrils, you get another 2-second immobilize that comes from the constricting tendrils. Yeah. Yeah. I like it.
I'm not ready.
I gotta want more of it.
That's right. I tell you what, he does a lot of stagger damage. I played around with his stagger damage and, like, messed around with, like, certain bosses to see how fast he can stagger monsters. It's kind of crazy how fast he staggers monsters. Because the poison applies slow, which I know slows aren't really as much stagger as all the others. But he also applies the immobilize like 3 times. And then the ravens, I think if I set them up a specific way... I can't remember where the other is coming from. I think it's landslide. I don't know, but by the time I'm done, like, I literally tack all my abilities on the boss, and like before I know it, the boss is already sitting at like half immobilized or half stagger or something like that. It's kind of nuts. I might have to like work out exactly what's happening, but it's kind of hard with how many times the landslide hits. Honestly, I think it's just applying the immobilize over and over again.
Might be.
Oh, come on. They knocked me down. The little punks came in to immobilize you and run away. I didn't come to stay. Immobilize and run away and learn to live another day. Trying to get my immobilize back up.
I must wait a minute.
There we go. Back on the infinite reset, boys. Punks. Yeah, y'all can't even follow me, huh? Oh god, he's got explosive. No wonder I'm dying. Did it ever seem like to you sometimes that like sometimes the monster with the explosive effect is like hidden inside the others, and you can't really see that they're there? And like by the time you do find out they're there, it's like, oh, there was an explosive monster in there. I didn't even know. After you die.
Oh, try the Oculus, man. You can teleport right to that explosion.
Yeah. Totally forgot about that. Huh? Yeah. Got some breaches. Those aren't bad pants.
Alright, man. This is so nice. At level 15, I got 2 extra skill points on top of the ones we start with, and I have my class quest done. Feeling comfortable.
So, have you noticed, and this is just from my, anecdotal evidence, but have you noticed that the number of elites in dungeons seems to have gone up, like, tremendously?
Seems like something did get changed there.
Like, there's been several times now, especially since the patch notes, where I feel like several times I literally went into, like, a room where it normally had, like, maybe 4 or 5 elites, and instead it was more like 8 or 9 elites. And it felt kind of excessive. And by kind of excessive, I mean extremely excessive.
I must wait a moment.
Like, I think yesterday when I was testing out the changes, like, I went into just a random dungeon with my crit poison build. This was before I changed it. And, like, I walked into a room, and I don't know what I walked into, but it was like a rat's nest of elites that was so thick and so deep and so wide that, like, I wasn't having any trouble with the dungeon, but I walked into this room and, like, you know the chilling, the chilling wind? Like, there was 3 chilling winds on my head. Like, there were lightning spires everywhere. Like, there like, it was hard to explain because, like, I literally couldn't even make out half the time what was going on. And, like, the 3 chilling winds, like, all together, because you know how if you stand in them for too long, eventually you get frozen? Well, 3 of them on top of you freeze you instantly. Like, I found that out the hard way.
Sir, cannot be frozen. Why don't you put the ring on, Ravenfrost?
Dude, if they add Ravenfrost, I'll wear it, okay?
What are they saving the SOJ for? It's gotta be like, your first season, you're saving that? You have that in your back pocket for what?
I don't know what
I guess
they're
Uber,
saving it.
it's gotta be Uber and Dario.
I don't know what they're saving it for at this point.
So an Uber and Dario? Guaranteed SOJ?
All things have value, I suppose.
All things have value, I suppose. What time does the season start? It starts tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST, Eastern Standard Time.
There's a countdown on the Blizzard launcher, 15 hours and 4 minutes. So,
Season 1. They made it very disappointing season 1. Everybody cried a lot about season 1. They made a big cry baby about all them things, and then when they got home, they put on them rings, and then they went down to the local stabulary and killed everybody, and that's what they did, 'cause their name is Antariel. She wears them Napple rings. Napple rings! Nipple, nipple, nipple rings, nipple, nipple rings, nipple, nipple, nipple rings, nipple, nipple rings.
You okay, sir?
No. Hey, Napple Rangs is a time-honored tradition from the launch of Diablo 2 Resurrected. I still remember that frickin' stream. Everybody wanted to see Andariel, and we'd found like one screenshot of her, and I was zooming in on the Napple Rangs because everybody wanted to see if she was naked. Napple Rangs!
We got the poison creeper again right away. Perfect. Living the dream.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of which, I don't even have landslide gloves. I'm using shred gloves.
You fool.
Well, I mean, this was my shred build, so like I don't even have the extra damage. I'm like totally not set up correctly. I mean, first off, I would probably have landslide on the gloves. Second, I'm trying to remember which. I know you can get the pets on the helmet, but so that's probably not what I would do. But you can get earthen bulwark on the armor. I know that. So,
Yes,
so I'd probably grab some earthen bulwark on there for some early dojinks. And I won't have a Vasili's Prayer right away, so I'll probably be using a poison creeper helmet early on. As soon as I can find one like a +2 or +3.
I must wait a moment.
You fool! I don't have the Fortify Earth skills yet, do I? I do not have the Fortify Earth skills yet. That's also another one that I was thinking that I definitely would like to work into this build, because it's going to give me the +2 to the Earthen Bulwark and the Landslide. It seems like a no-brainer.
I'm not ready yet.
Do I have that one on the Codex? I believe that one's on the Codex, right? I might even already have it, to be honest. I was thinking about Crashstone aspect as well. There's a couple different ways I think I can like roll this build, and I'm not exactly sure which one is going to be the best way to set it up, but won't know until we try it all. Yeah, the ballistic aspect. Where can I put the ballistic aspect?
I'm not ready yet.
Can I throw that on my boots? Can I throw that on my... Can I throw that on my toots?
I must wait a moment.
I can put that on my boots. Okay, well that's I'm done testing out the stun one. Ballistic aspect, here we come. There we go. Now I get +2 skills to landslide. And then I can get 4 more from the gloves, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So level 11 by the time I'm finished. It's interesting. halfway curious if the werebear armor might not be a good option as well. What is it called? Insatiable Fury? I mean, it's +3 skills, which would give +3 to the landslide, which would bring that up from 11 to 14. And the landslide is really the main damage from the poison creeper. So, I don't know. I don't know. I'll be right back. We'll go to the bathroom. I don't know. It might be time to go to bed. We got a whole freaking early morning adventure. I mean, 1 p.m. is when that actually starts, but I'm going to be online long before that. I usually do. Got to get the group started. Got to see who shows up. Get everybody hyped. Which is going to be hard, okay? It's going to be hard to hype everybody up when everybody's so sad.
We demand blood.
I'm not ready yet.
Dang it, one-handing my character doesn't work very well.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Trying to eat my string cheese.
I'm not ready yet.
God dang it. My string cheese. I was trying to see if I could find that new unique, the flesh render, because I wanted to test that out, but still have not found it.
I must wait a moment. I need more time.
I just reused Poison Creeper like 4 times on that group of monsters. That was sick.
I must wait a moment.
I'm going to be doing Druid. I've got this build I'm working out. What's up, Destination?
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Okay. All these doojanks all over the ground.
I'm not ready yet.
Give me my doojanks. Give me all my doojanks, give me all my things, give me all my doojanks, give me all my things, give me all my doojanks, give me all my things.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Got your build finalized for your rogue, nice.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
I feel like Poison Creeper is my main skill with this, and then, like, I know that I have Landslide on my right click, like it's my main skill, but I almost feel like Poison Creeper should be my right click.
Not ready yet.
The only downside is sometimes it doesn't reset fast enough, but like most of the time it does. I could totally use it as my right click.
I must wait a moment.
The other interesting thing is that the exploit glyph applies to the Poison Creeper. So if you start your battle with the Poison Creeper, it makes everything vulnerable. Literally everything.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
On the launcher, it says they're doing live maintenance tomorrow morning. Is that to do changes or just to implement the season?
Implement the season, basically. They always do like a little bit of a maintenance before the season starts. They'll take the servers down. And then we get to sit there and wait until they pop up. And everybody gets to go. Rivers Rock, go! 3, 2, 1, go! Good, we're good. I'm just running around the world killing everything. Build's so much fun. So much fun! Boom.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Not an AFK build? What do you mean AFK build?
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Okay, man. Sorry.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, look, everything's dead. That was a fun one. I like that one. There's lots of monsters, and I killed them all, and they died. And that was the best part. They died. I know you guys may not have seen that part, but that was the really good part. Don't forget about that part. The part where they died. It's a pretty good part. I like that. Can I click on this lane villager? Get out of here, you B team. Freaking B team. Freaking B team.
Yes, yes, I'll take it. All things have value, I suppose.
All right, I'll see you boys tomorrow morning.
Hey, Leon.
Have fun.
You don't want that.
I might be following you here in a minute. I think I'm gonna hop off too. There's no reason to stay up all night to get lucky. Not when we gotta wake up in the morning and do it all over again. So, I'll probably be on early tomorrow. I don't know what time I'll be on, but I'll be on early tomorrow. I usually get on at least like 2 or 3 hours before the ladder starts. Usually to organize teams, coordinate with everybody, see who's actually online, like all sorts of crazy stuff. Like, so I'm probably going to start streaming like tomorrow morning early, which is probably why I'm hopping off, you know, early now, because I'm like, hey, you know, let's get some sleep. It's good to be well rested, because I'm probably not going to go to sleep for a long time, so. I mean, yeah. Probably not gonna sleep. I don't know how long I'm gonna be streaming that first day, but we're gonna see how far we can get. That's for dang sure before I pass out. I want to see how far I can get in one day. I want to see how far. Poor little quicksand needs to get deleted. I'll remake you in a little bit. It'll be okay. It'll be okay, Mr. Quicksand. Don't worry about it. You coming back. All right, we're gonna reincarnate you later. Man, I got the hiccups. No. No hiccup. You know, they did say that the most popular class, Michael Music, I'm not sure if you heard that the most popular class was the uninstall wizard. It's a very popular class this season. If you can't laugh at that joke, you got something wrong with you inside. My character looks like me. What are you talking about? Like, I have the same, like, hair on the sides and the thing and the ponytail. What are you saying, Holy Long Wang? I don't like the way you talking to me, sir. Alright, guys and gals. I'll catch you tomorrow, and we will be on for ladder season. Well, I don't even know if it is considered ladder, is it? But season 1. We'll be on for season 1. Host you? You want me to host you? What do you mean, host you? Are you streaming? Are you screaming? Okay. You is screaming, huh? You got a burb on your shoulder. A burb. Oh, man. Wow. And I typed it in wrong, of course. Like twice. Yeah. I'm gonna blow up your doojank. I'm gonna blow up your doojank with one of these and some of this. And we're gonna do some of dems in there. And we're gonna do a couple of dem chonky chonkos. And then we're gonna do some of dems right here. We got some of these. Got some of these. You ain't seen this one. And then I'm gonna throw some of the alms in there too.
Kiwi, Senegal parrot, very, very kind bird. We're just hanging out, playing some Warcraft and Diablo, kind of dabbling back and forth. Got hooked up with a raid from a really fucking awesome dude, so thank you so much, man. I appreciate it a lot. Otherwise, yeah, man, just freaking chilling, kicking it, hanging out. Monkey pie, about to run some tier dungeons. I'm level 99. I'm like so close to level 100, and I have to hit level 100 for season. So I'm gonna just grind it out.
Supposedly I can raid on YouTube, and I don't never tried it
And
before.
we're gonna just run some tier dungeons right now, man.
But I supposedly I can raid on YouTube, and I don't know if there's anybody online right now. Let's look and see. Maybe we can do a quick raid on YouTube before we hop off. Could be fun. I don't know how to do a raid on YouTube, but I've tried to do raids before. There's like nobody on. Oh, well, here we go. We got 6 people watching this guy. We can go blow his thing up. Let's see. How do I raid this guy? How do I raid? I've never done a raid on YouTube, and I kind of want to do. I kind of want to do it at least one time. Ah, okay. Alright, I see exactly how to do it. Okay, let's raid this person, shall we? I know how to do it. I know how to do it now. Redirect privileges needed. Oh, unfortunate. Apparently you have to enable redirect privileges, so it is an issue. And if you don't enable redirect privileges, then I can't help you. That's upcoming. Those are all upcoming. None of those are actually live. Alright, guys and gals. It's been fun. And I will see you again next time. That's not my normal outro.